The world slows down, the lights dim, and all that's left is the sound of a story. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. The first time I saw the house, it was already empty. My uncle had been gone for nearly 8 months. His death, a quiet headline in a quiet town. Heart attack in the bathroom. Found 2 days later by a neighbor who noticed the mail piling up. I hadn't seen him in years, not since I was a teenager, the kind of relative who existed on the fringes of family gatherings, present but never involved. But he'd left me the house in his will. No explanation, no note. Just my name on a line and a signature below it. The house was a narrow 2-story brick tucked at the edge of a street that dead-ended into woods. Nothing unusual. A little overgrown. Faded paint around the trim. Windows yellowed from age. The kind of house you forget as soon as you pass it. I'd driven past it a dozen times growing up and never once thought it looked like somewhere I might one day live. But there I was, keys in hand, the lawyer's letter folded in my back pocket, standing in the driveway while the last sliver of daylight disappeared behind the trees. Inside, it smelled like dust and cheap soap and something else underneath, something sweet, faintly metallic. The furniture had been covered in white sheets. The kitchen was spotless. Every cabinet organized. Every drawer labeled with masking tape and fading Sharpie. It didn't look like someone had died there. It looked like someone had packed up to leave but forgot to take themselves with them. I wasn't planning to move in. I just needed to sort through his things, clear it out, figure out if I was going to sell it or rent it or just let it sit. I took photos of the rooms for inventory. Living room, kitchen, spare bedroom, upstairs hall, and finally, the bathroom where he'd died. I paused at the doorway, hand resting on the frame. The mirror above the sink was old, warped at the corners, the silver behind the glass starting to crack. I stepped in, snapped a photo, and something caught in the flash. A shimmer, a line, a faint vertical seam, just behind the mirror's edge, where the wall didn't quite match. I thought maybe it was water damage or age, but the rest of the wall was smooth. I ran my fingers along the edge of the mirror and felt it not a wall at all. It was hollow, thin, almost flexible, like plywood over a gap. I tapped, heard it echo. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself I was being paranoid, that old houses have weird spaces, warped beams, dead air behind drywall, but something about it itched at me. I returned the next morning with a flashlight and a screwdriver, removed the mirror carefully, and behind it, instead of solid wall, was a panel, a false front, painted the same shade of pale yellow as the rest of the room, but looser, the edges chipped. The drywall didn't go all the way to the corner. I slid the screwdriver under the lip and pried. It popped free with a dry crack. Behind it was darkness. A tunnel, maybe 2 feet wide, running left into the space between the walls. Dust thick as flour, a faint smell I couldn't place. I aimed the flashlight down the tunnel. It ran straight for maybe 15 feet before curving right. I hesitated, then got down on my knees and looked closer. The air was cooler in there, staler, and on the floor of the tunnel, barely visible beneath a layer of dust, was a black and white photo, a Polaroid, face down. I reached in, took it out, brushed it off, and felt my stomach drop. It was a picture of me, sitting on my childhood bed, age 12, maybe 13, looking directly at the camera. But I'd never seen it before, and I had no memory of it ever being taken. I must have stared at that photo for a full 5 minutes, frozen on the bathroom floor, the air in the tunnel leaking out cold against my face, while my mind tried to catch up with what I was holding. It was me, no doubt. Same jawline, same eyes, same scar on my left eyebrow from when I fell off my bike at 10. I was sitting on the edge of my childhood bed in my parents' old house, shirt wrinkled, hands in my lap, mouth slightly open like I was mid-sentence, and I was looking directly into the lens. But there was no memory attached to it. No one in my family ever owned a Polaroid camera, and that angle it had to have been taken from inside my closet. I felt sick. I slipped the photo into my back pocket, stood up, and looked deeper into the opening behind the wall. My flashlight beam trembled as it followed the narrow path inward, catching more dust, more splinters, the faint glint of what looked like another panel far down the line. I didn't crawl in. Not yet. I backed out of the bathroom, closed the door slowly, and sat on the hallway floor, heart pounding. I texted a friend, nothing specific, just that I'd found something weird at the house and might need a second set of eyes. Then I waited, pacing, watching the bathroom like something might crawl out. The house made the usual noises, settling wood, the rattle of an old pipe, the soft tick of the kitchen clock, but it all felt closer now, more deliberate, like the walls were paying attention. My friend Jamie showed up an hour later. I showed her the mirror, the panel, and the photo. She looked at it for a long time, said, "Jesus," under her breath, and then handed it back. We debated whether to go in. I argued we should at least look around the rest of the house first, see if there was another entrance or if it was part of an old vent system, but the attic was sealed. The basement was clean and sealed off on both sides. No crawl space, no connecting walls. That tunnel only ran one direction behind the mirror, toward the center of the house, behind the staircase wall. Jamie offered to go first. I refused. It was my house, my name on the will, my face in the damn photo. So I taped a flashlight to a broom handle, tied a long string around my wrist, and started crawling in on my stomach, elbows digging into dust and insulation. The tunnel was tighter than I expected, just wide enough for my shoulders. My knees scraped wood, my head bumped an exposed nail. I held my breath. The air smelled like old paper and rust. After about 15 feet, the tunnel turned sharply right. I followed it. Another 10 feet later, it opened into a tiny chamber, a room maybe 6 feet across, no taller than 4 feet, walled in with unfinished wood and old newspaper insulation. In the center, sitting cross-legged on the floor, was a stack of shoe boxes. I didn't touch them right away. I scanned the space with the light. One corner had an outlet, a real one, with a long orange extension cord plugged in and snaking off into the wall. Another wall had slats in it, horizontal slits like a vent, but larger, about eye height if you were crouched. I leaned in, aimed the light, and saw another room on the other side. A bedroom with a bed, a desk, a bookshelf. The wallpaper was faded blue with cartoon stars on it. I recognized it instantly. It was mine, my room, my actual childhood bedroom. The layout perfect, right down to the sticker on the dresser drawer I never peeled off. But this wasn't some replica. This was real, my childhood home, and someone had carved a tunnel through its walls, just big enough to crawl through and watch. I opened the first shoebox. Inside were photos, dozens of them, hundreds, all of me, ages 7 through maybe 18, sleeping, eating, changing, reading, brushing my teeth. All from the same angle, all slightly grainy, off-center, like they'd been taken quickly, in the dark, through a vent. I picked up one. I was 12, lying in bed with the flu, tissues on the floor, red nose, eyes half closed. I remembered the week exactly. I didn't go to school for 3 days. My parents thought it was a virus, but someone else had been there, watching, documenting. The second box was filled with cassette tapes, each one labeled with dates and my name. I grabbed one, turned it over. The ink had smudged, but the name was still clear. March 3, 2004, bedroom 1, 13 a.m., coughing, talking in sleep. I stared at it until Jamie called my name from the other end of the tunnel. I said nothing. I was still holding the tape when I whispered. He was watching me for years. And the worst part wasn't that someone had done it. The worst part was I was standing in the same house, and that tunnel had been built by the man who left it to me. I didn't speak for a long time after that. I sat cross-legged on the floor of that hidden room, the smell of dry insulation clinging to my clothes, the heat of my breath fogging the flashlight lens while I held that cassette in my hand like it was some kind of cursed artifact. Jamie didn't say anything either. She crouched just outside the panel opening, watching me with a look that balanced between concern and disbelief. We both knew what we were looking at. This wasn't just a crawl space. It wasn't some old storage room or a forgotten vent line. It was deliberate, carved, hidden, and it was used for watching. Not once, not briefly, for years. The photos didn't lie. Each box was sorted by year, labeled in careful handwriting, tucked neatly into alphabetical order by month. I opened 3 more before I realized what I was really seeing: a timeline, a record. There were whole spans of my life I hadn't thought about in a decade, but he had documented them like an archivist. My birthdays, my first date, me trying on jackets in front of my mirror, me crying after my dog died, moments that felt private, sacred, mine. But someone else had always been there, always behind the wall, always watching. And the more I opened, the more I understood something deeply wrong. The photos didn't stop when I moved out. They continued. My college dorm, my first apartment, a shot from the stairwell of the library I used to study in every night, Someone had followed me. Not just a child's curiosity or a one-time violation. This was a pattern, a life's work, a sickness with boundaries that stretched across years and cities. And the handwriting on the boxes, it was unmistakably his. My uncle's, neat, old-fashioned, slanted slightly left. I recognized it from birthday cards, from labels in his kitchen cabinets. I kept repeating that fact in my head, like a mantra, like if I said it enough times it would become less terrifying. But it didn't. It only got worse. The fifth box I opened contained something different. Not photos, drawings, crude sketches, charcoal on paper, all of them of me, but exaggerated. My face twisted, blurred, sometimes drawn with a missing mouth or with hollow eyes. One showed me sleeping with wires running from my head. Another showed me standing naked in front of a mirror. Except there was someone else in the reflection. A second figure standing behind me. Taller, faceless. I dropped the sketch and backed out of the crawl space, heart hammering against my ribs. Jamie helped pull me out, both of us covered in dust. I told her to take the photo, the tape, anything she wanted. I needed someone else to remember what was real in case I started doubting it later. We both knew we shouldn't be in that house anymore, but I also knew if we left it untouched, uninvestigated, it would haunt me forever. I needed to know if it stopped there. We started searching the house, room by room, knocking on every wall, opening every drawer, running our fingers along baseboards and ceilings. And within an hour, we found 3 more access points. One in the coat closet near the front door, one behind the pantry, one inside the guest bedroom wall. Each led to the same tunnel, same dimensions, same construction. It was a network, a complete system of passageways through the bones of the house. And in every corner of it were more boxes, not just of me, but of others. My cousin, my aunt, a neighbor girl who used to live across the street. Some of them labeled with names I didn't recognize. Strangers, kids. There were notes too, pages and pages, typed and handwritten, cataloging behaviors, patterns, sleep schedules, talks to self after 2 a.m., changes clothes in the hallway, not in the bedroom, favors left side while sleeping, dreams often. It wasn't just surveillance, it was study, observation, obsession. We packed what we could carry, the worst of it. A small sample that would be enough. I wanted to burn it all, but I knew that wouldn't erase what he'd done. We drove to a police station 2 towns over, handed the evidence to a detective who looked at it in silence for 15 minutes before he finally said, "Don't touch anything else. We'll take it from here." And we left. Simple as that. No statement, no follow-up, just a card with his name and a vague promise to call us. The next day, I stayed in a motel. Jamie did the same. We agreed not to go back to the house until we heard something, anything from the cops. But the call never came. After 5 days, I called the number on the card, disconnected. I called the station directly. No one by that name had ever worked there. The address? It was a real building, but there'd been no activity filed. No report, no drop-off, nothing. It was as if it never happened. And when I finally got desperate enough to return to the house, hard in my throat. I found it clean. Not just cleaned emptied. The walls had been patched, the mirror replaced, the crawl spaces sealed, the boxes gone. But one thing was waiting. Sitting in the center of the bathroom sink, a new cassette, no label, just a small post-it note in familiar handwriting. "Welcome home." I stood in the bathroom with that cassette in my hand for a long time, unable to move. The post-it was unmistakably my uncle's handwriting, looped and slanted, the E in home curled just like on the shoebox labels I'd seen days earlier. It didn't make sense. The house had been gutted, cleaned. Someone had come in and sealed the tunnels, patched the walls, replaced the warped mirror with a fresh one, standard issue, straight-edged, generic. But everything about it felt too fast, too efficient, like the cleanup hadn't been ordered by police, but by someone who already knew where everything was, as if the tunnels didn't need to be found, just reset. I wanted to believe this was over, that someone had come in and done the job I couldn't, that this nightmare had been sterilized out of the house and I could walk away. But that tape told me otherwise. I didn't even own a cassette player, but part of me knew I was going to find one, because that's how this worked. It wanted to be played. I drove 3 towns over to a pawn shop on Route 11 and asked the clerk if he had a cassette deck. He grinned, led me to the back, and pulled out a dusty Panasonic recorder with built-in speakers. "Still works," he said, and before I could even ask, he added, "You want the batteries too?" I paid in cash, got back in my car, and sat in the parking lot for nearly 20 minutes before I finally slid the tape in and pressed play. Static first, then a soft hiss, then my voice. Not from yesterday or last week. This was childhood me, high-pitched, mumbly. I was talking in my sleep, saying nonsense. Then a second voice deeper, close to the mic, breathing slow, calm, and whispering words I couldn't make out, like he was responding to me, trying to coax something out. Then a click, more static. Another click this time, me brushing my teeth. The sound of the water, the tap, my feet shifting on tile. Then the sound of someone stepping back. Not me, someone else. In the room, then silence. The next cut was more recent. College. I recognized my voice. I was on the phone, talking about finals, laughing. Behind my voice, layered low beneath the hum, was breathing again. Closer, this time. Less careful. The sound of movement. The mic rustling. And then a whisper. He still doesn't know. I stopped the tape. My hands were sweating. I stared at the player like it might come alive and say something new on its own. I thought about Jamie, about calling her, but I hadn't heard from her since the station. I texted. Nothing. I drove back to her apartment. The lights were off, mail piled up inside the screen door. I knocked, waited. Nothing. I called from the car and heard her phone ring once inside, then stop. That was 3 days ago. I haven't seen her since. I called hospitals. I called her mom. No one's heard from her. Police say adults disappear all the time, especially when they're under stress. But she didn't run, I know that. She found something, or something found her. That night, I slept in the house. I shouldn't have. I knew that. But it was like something in me had shifted Like staying away was a kind of denial, and the more I ignored it, the stronger it got. I didn't trust the walls. I didn't trust the light. I locked myself in the bedroom, pushed a dresser against the door, and left the tape recorder running beside me, Mike pointed at the window. I didn't sleep, but I did close my eyes, just for a second. And when I opened them, it was 3:44 a.m. The recorder was still running. The window was still closed. But the mirror on the far wall, one I'd never used, never liked, was fogged, damp, and written in the center, with a single clear finger drag, were 4 words. Why did you leave? I didn't go near it. I picked up the recorder, hit stop, and replayed the last 2 minutes. Static, then creaking. Then my own slow breath. Then, barely audible, the unmistakable sound of a second breath louder, heavier, directly next to the mic. Then the soft hiss of someone whispering, "We were so close." I opened the door, tore through the hallway, but the house was dead silent. I ran outside, stood in the driveway until the sun came up. I should have driven away, but instead I stood there, staring at the second-floor bathroom window, the one that used to hold the mirror. And just before the sun broke the trees, something inside moved. Not fast, just a shift. A shape watching me from the dark. Not my uncle, not a stranger. Something with my exact height, my posture, my head tilted slightly, just like mine does when I think too hard. And I knew then it wasn't him watching anymore. It was me. I didn't leave the driveway until late afternoon. Just stood there for hours, watching the house like I was waiting for it to blink. I kept thinking if I stayed long enough, the shape in the window would move again, maybe wave, maybe mimic something I didn't know I'd done, but it never reappeared. Not while the sun was up. I finally went back inside, when the cold started to settle into my bones. The air in the house felt different now. Not heavy or cleaner, like someone had aired it out, but I knew better. The silence wasn't real. It was preparation. A held breath. I walked from room to room, checking every mirror, every reflection. I turned all of them toward the wall, even the small ones in drawers. I unplugged the TV, taped over the microwave door. It sounds paranoid now, but when you've seen your own eyes looking back at you from outside your body, you stop playing games with glass. That night, I plugged the recorder in, again, not to record, to test it. I left it in the hallway, just outside the bathroom door. Might live, red light blinking. Then I closed myself in the bedroom and waited. At exactly 3:12 a.m., the red light turned off, not faded, snapped. I opened the door. The recorder was gone. I stood there, frozen, until I saw it again, not on the floor, not near the bathroom, but across the hall, inside the mirror. Not literally, not like a ghost movie, but its reflection, sitting on the floor in the mirrored bedroom closet, as if it had never left, as if it was still recording. I opened the closet. Nothing, just coats, hangers, dust. I picked up the mirror, turned it to face the wall, then stepped back. My breath was short now, shallow. I didn't want to be in the house anymore, but leaving felt worse. Like whatever this was, it wanted me gone so it could replace what I left behind. I brought the mirror back to the bathroom. I wanted to see if the wall was still patched, if the tunnel was really sealed. I tapped the plaster. Sounded solid. But when I leaned closer, I saw it again, the faintest line running vertical, fresh paint. But the same seam. The tunnel wasn't gone. It had just been covered again. A second skin overwrought. I grabbed a screwdriver and pushed it under the edge. The paint cracked, the panel gave, and behind it the tunnel, intact. No dust this time. Clean, like someone had been using it. I turned on the flashlight and crawled in again. The wooden corridor was smoother now, more worn, like hands had brushed it recently. The air smelled faintly of detergent and soap. Not old like before, not like insulation and time. I reached the viewing chamber in 30 seconds and nearly screamed. The boxes were gone, every last one. Not a photo, not a tape, not a note, but the walls. The walls were now covered in photographs, taped edge to edge like wallpaper. All of me, but recent, grocery store, parking lot, ATM, me eating in the car, me getting gas, me sleeping in the motel room 2 towns over, photos from after I'd found the crawl space, after the police, after the supposed cleanup. Someone was still following me. Someone had never stopped. But the worst part? Some of the photos weren't taken from behind walls. They were taken from mirrors, from angles only possible if I were looking at myself. I backed out fast, heart jackhammering, light stuttering in my grip. I reached the bathroom and turned to shut the panel, but it had already been closed. I didn't close it. Something had done it for me. I drove to the nearest hotel that night, barely keeping the car on the road. I checked in under a fake name, covered the mirrors, unplugged every screen. I lay in bed with the lights on, staring at the ceiling, trying not to look at the black surface of my dead phone screen beside me. At 3:16 a.m., the TV flicked on. I hadn't touched the remote. It was still in the drawer. The screen showed static for 1 second. Then the static sharpened, resolved, became me. Sitting in the hotel bed, real time, but I wasn't moving. The me on the screen just stared forward, completely still. And then slowly, it turned its head to the right, not toward the camera, toward the closet. I followed its gaze. I didn't want to, but I did. And from under the closet door, I saw it. A thin shadow, not moving, just present, waiting, learning. It knew now how to sit like me, how to sleep, how to wait. It wasn't just observing anymore. It was practicing. I didn't open the closet, not that night. I sat frozen on the bed, every muscle locked, every sound amplified until it felt like my own breath might give me away. The TV showed my mirror self unmoving, patient, its eyes slightly too wide, its stillness not quite human. And I realized what it was doing, waiting to see what I would do, so it could learn how to respond. It wasn't just watching anymore, it was testing. I killed the power to the TV, yanked the plug, snapped the cable box from the wall. The screen went black, but I didn't relax, because I knew if I opened the closet, it wouldn't be empty. Not now, not after everything. I shoved a chair against the door, pulled the mattress against it, and sat back down, knife in hand, listening for the sound of breathing that didn't belong to me. Morning didn't help. The light didn't soften anything. I packed what little I had and drove to a different city, left my phone behind, paid cash at a convenience store for a new burner, changed my name on the motel log. But paranoia doesn't care about sunlight. I caught myself watching mirrors again, glancing at them sideways, trying to catch a flicker of movement that shouldn't be there. And once, in a gas station bathroom, I swear I saw myself blink a half-second late, just barely out of sync. I stopped looking in mirrors after that. I covered the one in my motel room with duct tape and a towel. Every time I passed it, I felt pressure, like eyes behind glass trying to remember how I walked. I tried calling Jamie again, using the new phone. Her number rang once, then disconnected. I asked around online, searched missing persons reports, forums, anything. Nothing. No activity. It was like she'd been removed. Quietly. Completely. And a part of me started wondering not if she was gone, but what had taken her place. I knew I couldn't keep running. Not if this thing could follow me anywhere. And especially not if it could become me. So I went back. Not to the house. Not directly. But to the county archive. The property deeds, the building records. I wanted to know when the house had been modified, if anyone had ever reported the hidden tunnels, the false walls. But there was nothing. No renovations, no permits. The blueprints from 1961 showed a normal structure, no alternate layout. But when I traced the name of the original builder, W.J. Larkin, I found something, a photo, a newspaper clipping. Local builder dies in fire. The man in the photo looked familiar, not in a stranger, on the street way, in a deeper, uncanny way, like looking at a version of your own face, aged 50 years. Same eyes. Same scar above the brow. I pulled the microfilm, scanned the article. He died in the same house. In the bathroom, mirror shattered. No known cause of fire. I cross-referenced the name. No living relatives, no known children, except for my uncle listed as his adopted son. I sat in that library chair for almost an hour. Everything buzzing in my skull. If my uncle had lived there his entire life, if he'd grown up with that man, then the tunnels didn't start with him. He inherited them. The mirror wasn't the origin, it was the entry point. And maybe this thing, this reflection, this watcher didn't want to become just me. Maybe it wanted to become whoever lived in that house. One host to the next. I printed the article, took it with me, went back to the house, one last time. I told myself I wasn't going inside. Just one look. Just stand outside, see if it had changed. But the front door was unlocked, and on the floor of the entryway, lit by a single beam of afternoon sun, was another cassette. This one had a sticker on it. 3 words, handwritten, small and careful. You, doing dishes. I felt cold all over. That had happened yesterday, in a motel kitchen. There were no cameras, no windows, no mirrors. And yet somehow it had seen. I didn't play the tape. I walked through the house slowly and found every mirror covered again. My work from weeks earlier, still intact, still taped. Except the bathroom. That mirror was uncovered, and scrawled across it in black ink, neat and unbroken, were the words, It's okay. You're already inside. I don't remember walking back to the motel. Not really. Just flashes the crunch of gravel under my shoes, the street light flickering overhead, the way every parked car felt like it had someone in the driver's seat, watching through tinted glass. I locked the motel door behind me and bolted it twice. Harvey didn't bark this time, didn't even raise his head. He just stared at the bathroom mirror, low growl rumbling in his chest. I hadn't noticed it before. I thought I'd covered them all. I draped a towel over it, moved the mini fridge in front of the door. Then I pulled out the article, the cassette, and the list. I'd made a timeline of everything I could remember that felt wrong. The camera flashes that never came from my phone. The delay in the reflections blink. The times I woke up sore in places I hadn't injured, it wasn't just watching anymore. It was rehearsing. And if it was rehearsing, that meant it was preparing for the moment I'd step aside. Voluntarily or otherwise, I plugged the recorder back in and hit play on the new cassette. Static first, then the soft clink of dishes, running water, my voice humming an old song I hadn't sung in years. Then the scrape of something heavy against tile, not in the foreground, in the background. Then, quietly, something else. A second voice, not mine, close, steady, whispering in time with my rhythm. Step away. I'll take care of it. I stopped the tape. I turned on all the lights, sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the towel-covered mirror like it might still bleed sound. I could feel it now, not just presence, but pressure. Like the glass wanted me to come closer, not to watch it, but to see what it had become. The next night, I moved motels. I didn't tell anyone. Paid cash, gave a false name. I didn't bring the cassette. I didn't bring anything. But when I opened the dresser drawer in the new room, there was a photo inside. A fresh Polaroid. Still warm from development. Me, standing in the lobby, handing over cash. Behind me, in the reflection of the front door, was another figure. Same jacket, same posture, but his face wasn't turned toward the desk. It was turned toward me. I left the photo there. Didn't take it, didn't acknowledge it. I drove to the edge of the county line and sat on the hood of my car for hours, staring at the night sky, waiting to feel like myself again. But I didn't. I haven't in days. And the truth is, I don't know if I ever came back out of the crawl space. Not completely, because sometimes, when I'm brushing my teeth or lacing my shoes, I do something a half second before I think about doing it. A reflex that's too practiced. A movement that doesn't feel earned. I started filming myself trying to compare, watch the playback. But it's no help, because in every video, I move perfectly, naturally, like I've rehearsed the part 1,000 times. Only I haven't. I don't remember doing these things. And one night, while I was reviewing the footage, I paused it on a frame of myself sleeping and realized I was staring directly at the camera, eyes open, just for that frame. Just long enough to let me know I'd been seen. I haven't slept since, not properly, because if I do, I don't trust that I'll be the one who wakes up. And the worst part, I think that's the plan, that it's been slowly swapping out my choices, one by one. It doesn't want to kill me. It wants to be me. And if it already knows how to stand like me, talk like me, sleep like me, what's left? A signature? A blink? A hesitation? I looked in the mirror again last night, first time in weeks. And for once, the face staring back didn't flinch, didn't twitch. It just waited, like it knew I was running out of reasons to keep pretending I still owned this skin. I started testing myself in the mornings. Little things. I'd leave a note on the nightstand before I slept, something simple like, "You wrote this," or "Do not trust the mirror." I figured if something woke in my place, if something else was slipping in while I slept, it might forget to leave the note, might miss the cue. But every morning, the note was there, folded, in my handwriting. Sometimes improved, neater, like whoever was writing it had practiced. It didn't take long before the notes started changing. Same paper, same ink. But the message wasn't mine anymore. First, "Thank you for resting." Then, "It's easier when you're quiet." And the last one I haven't told anyone about. The one I woke up to 3 days ago, folded neatly on my chest like a goodbye letter. It read, "We'll take turns now." After that, I stopped trying to sleep. I've been awake ever since, and it's not the hallucinations, or the noise in my ears, or the sense of time breaking that scares me. It's the fact that everything I do, every motion, every phrase feels performed, rehearsed, like I'm catching up to decisions someone else already made in my skin. I'll go to reach for a glass of water and realize my hand's already there. I'll think of a word and hear it leave my mouth before I form the sentence. The timing's off, the sequence reversed. My reflection used to trail me by half a second. Now I trail it. And when I look into the mirror, when I dare to, it doesn't flinch anymore. It leads. Last night I left the camera running again, pointed at my bed. I sat upright in a chair across the room, coffee in one hand, knife in the other. I didn't blink, didn't look away. And at 3:06 a.m., the light in the bathroom came on by itself. The door creaked open, and the mirror, which I'd taped over in 3 layers, was uncovered. Clean. No tape on the floor. No torn strips. Just glass. Waiting. I watched through the camera's screen as something stepped into the doorway. Not me. Not exactly. The posture was too rigid. The eyes too wide. It looked like someone wearing my face too precisely, as if every blink, every breath had been drawn from a spreadsheet. It didn't move toward me. It just stood in the doorway, then turned back to the mirror, and for the next 20 minutes, it practiced. I watched as it stood at different angles, shifted its weight, smiled 3 different ways. It touched the edge of the sink, turned on the faucet, dried its hands. All things I do, all motions I never realized were habits. It knew them better than I did. Then, at 3:28, it turned and stared directly into the camera. Not the lens, the screen. It could see me watching. It raised one hand, opened its mouth, and whispered a single word I couldn't hear but felt. In my throat, my chest, my bones. Switch. The feed cut. I haven't turned the camera back on since. I've locked every door, covered every mirror, unplugged every reflective screen. But it doesn't matter. I don't need the glass to see it anymore. I feel it beside me in every room, walking just one step behind, tapping the rhythm of my footsteps against the floor with a delay that's getting smaller. This morning when I looked into the microwave's dark door, just for a second I didn't see my face. I saw its, and it smiled first. The body's easy to mimic. That's what I've learned. It's the patterns that take time, the pauses between sentences, the hesitation before a hard decision, the way I press my tongue to the back of my teeth when I'm lying. And this version of me, has learned them all. It no longer waits for mirrors. It doesn't hide in the walls. It walks with me now, beside me, inside me. And the scariest part isn't that it exists. It's that no one around me notices the difference. Last night, I went to the corner store, bought toothpaste, a drink, a lighter basic things. The clerk smiled like he always did, called me by name, said, "Good to see you again. I haven't been in there in over a month." I asked him when he last saw me. He blinked. "You were in yesterday. Said you were heading out of town." I didn't say that. I haven't spoken to anyone in weeks. When I checked my bank transactions later, they showed small charges. 2.37, 3.09. Always late at night. Always in cities I wasn't near, but places I had been. Once, a long time ago. It's not just copying my movements. It's retracing my life, filling in the gaps, correcting the pieces I left behind. I tried calling Jamie again, just once. This time, someone answered, her voice, but not her. Too calm, too steady. She said, "I'm okay, don't come here." Then she hung up. That was all. I don't know if she's still alive, or if her version simply outlasted her. The idea of mirrors being portals or traps feels too supernatural, too easy. This isn't magic, it's rehearsal. Long-term, obsessive mimicry. My uncle started it, or maybe he was just another vessel, a temporary performance. Now I'm the stage. And I've started forgetting things subtle at first. A friend's birthday, the name of my childhood teacher, then more, where I parked the car, what day it is, when I last ate. But the other me never forgets. When I hear recordings of my voice now, I sound confident, put together, relaxed. But I don't feel that way. Not even close, which means somewhere one of us is lying, and I'm afraid it isn't him. I've stopped writing notes. They all say the same thing now. "You're okay," in my handwriting, with perfect phrasing, better than I'd say it. Cleaner. I've started waking up in different clothes. My shoes lined up where I don't remember putting them. The apartment smells like aftershave I haven't worn in years. One night, I found an entire dinner prepared food I haven't eaten since college. Laid out perfectly, like a memory had cooked it. I opened my laptop this morning to find an unsent email addressed to Jamie. Subject line, "I'm ready now." The body was blank. I didn't write it, but it felt like I had. And when I looked at myself in the screen's reflection, the smudged glass of the monitor, I saw a version of me that didn't blink. Not once, just smiled, slightly off, slightly wrong. like he was proud of what he'd built. Because here's the truth I can't ignore anymore. If someone replaced me tomorrow, no one would notice, not even me. I've already taught the mirror everything it needs to know. All that's left is the moment I finally stand still long enough for it to step in. And I think that moment is coming soon. I feel it in the gaps between my thoughts, the little silences where I forget who said what, the way I sometimes start talking and don't know how the sentence ends, but he does, always. And when I go to bed now, the reflection doesn't wait for me to fall asleep. It watches me close my eyes, and then it turns away first. It happened on a Wednesday, not dramatic. No storm, no blackouts, no eerie buildup of sound. Just another gray morning in a town that forgets its own street names. I woke up, and something was off. Not wrong, not even strange, just too correct. My back didn't ache like it usually does. My shoulder, the one I injured falling off a ladder last year, moved smoother than it should have, and my thoughts felt lined up already, like someone had rearranged them overnight into the proper order. I stood in front of the mirror for a long time that morning, not studying my reflection, but waiting, watching to see if it would jump the gun, if it would blink first, or shift weight, or flare a nostril out of sync. But it didn't. It was perfect. I raised my right hand. It matched me. I frowned. It mirrored me. I smiled, and so did it. Nothing lagged, nothing twitched. And that's when I realized the test was over. It wasn't copying anymore. It was waiting for me to fall behind. All it needed was one moment, one decision, one blink, one lapse in memory where it could take over, and no one, not even I, would know. I didn't go to work that day. I stayed home, disconnected the internet, broke the microwave, covered every screen, every glass surface. It didn't matter. I'd see my reflection in a doorknob and feel it smile before I did. I'd pass a car window and catch a glimpse of myself already looking. My phone rang once. An unknown number, I answered. Silence at first, then a quiet version of my own voice. You don't have to do anything. You're tired. I can take it from here. I threw the phone across the room. It didn't even break. Just landed, screen up, my face still faintly reflected in the smudge of glass. That night I packed a bag. Just essentials, a flashlight, clothes, a burner phone I never activated. I thought about running. Really running. Deep woods. No mirrors, no people, just vanish. But then I realized that he would already know what I packed, that he'd already rehearsed the goodbye. He'd walk smoother. He'd say fewer words. People would like him more. Trust him. He wouldn't panic. He wouldn't hesitate. He would slip into my life like warm water in a cold glass, and no one would ever question it. So, I changed my mind. I stayed. I sat down in front of the bathroom mirror, cleared a space, turned on the recorder one last time, and I stared into myself. Not to watch, but to warn. I leaned close and said it as clearly as I could. If you're hearing this and you feel wrong inside your own skin, don't look in the mirror. Don't trust the photos. Don't trust the voice in your head when it sounds too sure. I hit stop. I put the tape beside the sink. I don't know who'll find it. I don't know if they'll believe it. But someone should know. Someone should hear it before they feel what I felt. That moment when your hands stop shaking because they're not yours anymore. The last thing I remember clearly is looking into the glass and whispering, "Not yet." But my reflection, it didn't wait. It just nodded, like we'd finally agreed. Ever wonder why everything feels a little more magical after dark? Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. When my Aunt Mira died, she left me her house. I barely knew her. A few awkward meetings at weddings and birthdays. Some handwritten cards during the holidays. She always called me the city one. We weren't close. That's why I was surprised when the letter arrived from her attorney. She left me everything. A house in a village I had never heard of, Birch Valley. It wasn't even on Google Maps. I had to dig through old property records to confirm it existed. One market, one church, a scattering of rooftops and gravel roads, and trees, endless trees on every side. At the time, I had just lost my job. I was living alone in a cramped apartment, tired, frustrated, out of answers, so I said screw it. A free house is a free house. I packed up and drove 5 hours without telling anyone. Just me and my things and a GPS that lost signal 20 minutes before I arrived. Birch Valley was quiet. That's the first thing I noticed. Not just normal small-town quiet. Not birds, not dogs, just nothing. I parked beside the old house. It stood at the end of a dirt road. Wood frame, peeling paint, shuttered windows. But when I stepped inside, it was spotless, swept, organized. Every piece of furniture in place, like someone had been waiting. The living room had a table set for one, a candle, and on the walls were portraits of people I didn't recognize, dozens of them, all wearing the same small silver pin on their collar. A circle split by a line. There was no power, no internet, but someone had filled the cabinets with dry goods. The bedroom smelled like lavender. The bed was made, and on the pillow was a note that read simply, "Welcome home." The first person I met was an old man standing outside the market. He smiled before I said a word, asked if I was Mira's boy. I told him I was her nephew. He nodded like he already knew, said, "We've been expecting you." I asked how. He just said she told us you'd come. That night, I sat on the porch and listened to the valley. Still no birds, no insects, just wind in the trees and the creak of the old wood beneath me. I didn't feel watched. I didn't feel threatened. I just felt expected. And that was worse. The next morning, I walked into the village proper, if you could call it that. A single dirt road ran between a handful of houses, a post office, the market, and the church. The people I passed all smiled the same way. Calm, kind, like people in a brochure for a wellness retreat. They nodded when I greeted them, but never spoke first. Their clothes were plain. Earth tones, no brands. Some wore aprons. Some held baskets. Every one of them had that same silver circle pin on their shirt or jacket or collar. Inside the market, the shelves were full. Fresh produce, local honey, bags of rice and flour, no logos, no plastic. It looked like something out of the 1950s. A woman behind the counter smiled when I walked in, said, "You must be Mira's boy." I asked how everyone knew that. She said, "Everyone knows everything here. We take care of our own." I asked if there was a place nearby I could get phone service. She said, "The valley doesn't like signal. We learn to live without it." I bought coffee and some canned goods, and she handed them to me in a cloth bag stitched with the same spiral symbol I'd seen in the portraits. I asked her what it meant. She said, "Direction, purpose," then turned and walked into the back room without another word. I wandered around the village for the rest of the morning. Most of the homes looked identical. Small, clean, neatly kept gardens. The church was the tallest building in the valley, a white spire rising above the trees. The front doors were wide open. Inside there were no pews, just rows of wooden chairs in a circle and a stone basin in the middle filled with clear water. Symbols carved into the floor, spiral lines leading to the center. It felt more like a ritual space than a church. I saw a teenager mopping the floor. I asked him if they held services there. He said yes. Every 3 nights, everyone comes. Then he paused, tilted his head, and added, "Including you." That night I went through my aunt's belongings. She'd left a journal under the floorboard. Most of it was about the garden and local weather, but toward the end the tone shifted. There were pages where the handwriting changed. Shaky, rushed. She wrote about the call, about the weight of peace. One line stuck out. "You don't stay because they trap you. You stay because you forget how to want to leave." I closed the journal and sat in silence. In the distance I heard the soft chime of a bell. 1, 2, 3 times. And outside my window, people were walking slowly down the road, every one of them holding a candle and heading for the church. I told myself I wouldn't go, but when the 3rd bell rang, I found myself already on the porch, the night air, thick with something I couldn't name. Not smoke, not mist, something heavier, the kind of weight that doesn't press on your skin, but on your thoughts. The people walked quietly, all heading the same direction, their candles flickering in sync. I followed them down the dirt road to the church, unsure if it was curiosity or something else guiding my steps. Inside the lights were dim, the candles placed around the room in a perfect circle, the same spiral symbol drawn on the floor in salt or chalk or something pale and soft. Everyone stood around it, not speaking, not moving, just watching as the last person entered. Then the doors closed without anyone touching them, and the room went still. A man stepped into the center, older, with a voice like he'd been speaking in circles for decades. He didn't say welcome, he didn't say pray. He said observe, and everyone obeyed. He walked around the circle slowly, speaking in measured tone, about clarity, about simplicity, about the noise of the world beyond the trees. And the way this valley silenced it, he said, peace comes from knowing your place. And here in Birch Valley, everyone has a place. Then a woman stepped into the circle. She looked calm, eyes forward, hands clasped, she said. Her name was Eliza, and that tonight she would be reborn. The crowd didn't cheer, they didn't speak, they just nodded and stepped back as the man placed his hands on her shoulders and whispered something I couldn't hear. She knelt in the center of the spiral and closed her eyes, and then the candles blew out all at once. Not from wind, not from movement, just gone. Total silence. When the candles relit, Eliza was gone. No one looked surprised. No one asked where she went. The circle simply broke and people began to leave like it was over, like they had just watched something ordinary. Not a disappearance, not a ritual, not an erasure. I stood there frozen, one of the last to move. I asked the man where she went. He looked at me with the kind of patience that makes your skin crawl and said she became part of the piece. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept checking the corners of the room, the windows, the floor, waiting to hear footsteps or see her face reappear. But there was nothing, only quiet and a slip of paper tucked into the crack of my door. It had my name on it, just my name, and the word observe. I packed the next morning without eating, without speaking to anyone. I didn't even bother locking the house. I left the journal on the floor, the candle on the table, the bag in my trunk, and the keys in the ignition. The road out of Birch Valley curved east into the trees, a single-lane gravel path that wound between thick rows of pine and birch, and for the first 10 minutes I felt relief, the way people do when they leave something behind, something they can't explain, but know is wrong. The first turn was familiar, the second too. By the third, I slowed down because I saw the same fallen log I'd passed before. I kept driving, the sky unchanged. No sun, no movement, just white light through branches. And the fourth turn brought me to the same wooden sign I passed on the way in. Welcome to Birch Valley, painted in fading red. I turned around thinking I'd missed a fork, a hidden path. Something simple. I passed the sign again and again, and then I was back in the village less than 20 minutes after I'd left, the same people walking the same baskets in their hands. The same stillness in the air. No one looked surprised to see me again. That night I confronted the old man at the market. I asked him what was going on, why the road looped, why the valley wouldn't let me go. He said something about roots, about how certain places grow inwards, not outwards. He said, Birch Valley wasn't a place you traveled through. It was a place you arrived in and stayed. And then he asked me if I'd ever noticed how quiet the nights were, how well I slept here, how easy it was to forget things. I hadn't slept since the gathering, and he knew that too. I asked him what happened to Eliza. He said she volunteered like everyone else before her, and that one day if I chose, I would too. I told him I never agreed to anything. He smiled and said neither did Mira at first. Back at the house, I checked the walls. Every photo was still there. The faces calm, the eyes soft. Every one of them, with that same silver pin, the spiral, always near their heart. And then I saw something new near the bottom of the last frame. In the corner of the wall was a photo I hadn't seen before. It was me standing on the porch smiling, holding a candle, and it wasn't a printout or something recent. It was old, faded, like it had been hanging for years. I don't remember posing for it. And that night I dreamed of the spiral not drawn, not carved, but rising from the ground like a road folding into itself over and over, pulling the valley tighter until there was no space left between me and it. I didn't leave the house the next day. I barely moved. Every time I looked out the window, someone was walking by. Always slow, always alone, always carrying something. A bag, a bundle of herbs, a candle. But they never looked up, never looked at me. It was like I was being forgotten on purpose. Like the moment I tried to run, they stopped pretending to care whether I stayed or not. I went back to the journal, the part that wasn't Mira's, the pages that looked like they were written with shaking hands and half sentences. I found a name, Tobias, written twice, once on a torn corner and once in the sentence he tried to go up. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew what I needed. I needed someone who remembered before they accepted. So I asked around, quietly, carefully. Most people smiled and shook their heads when I asked about Tobias. Some acted like they didn't hear me at all, until one woman, the one from the market, the one who gave me the bag. She looked at me for a long time and said, "If you want to find him, he lives near the orchard, but don't expect him to speak." I followed the path past the fields, past the dried rows of vegetables and the leaning trees. I found a shack at the edge of the tree line, small, lopsided, no light in the window. I knocked once, then twice, no answer. I turned to leave, then heard a voice behind the door. "You're late." The man inside was thin, gray around the eyes. Movements slow, like each one cost something. He stared at me like he was remembering something painful, then said, "They still do the circle, don't they?" I nodded. He asked if I'd seen anyone disappear yet. I told him about Eliza. He didn't flinch, just nodded. Then asked if I'd heard the spiral. I said no. He smiled without humor. "You will." He told me he tried to leave once, said he made it past the sign, made it into the woods, even slept outside the valley for a night. But when he woke up, he was back in his bed. No memory of walking, no path, no time lost, just returned. Like the land itself had rules. Like Birch Valley wasn't built on the earth, but through it. He showed me his arm, thin scars. Spirals burned into his skin, one for each year he stayed. He said they don't need chains here. They just wait. They wait until you forget why you ever wanted to go. I asked him why he stayed. He looked out the window and said it's not that I stayed, it's that nothing else exists anymore. When the circle closes, you're either part of it or you're nothing. That night, I found another note under my door. This time, it had no name, just a circle, drawn in red ink, and beneath it a single word. Soon, I didn't wait for the next bell. I was already dressed and standing in the dark when it rang. 1, 2, 3 chimes echoing through the trees like breath held too long. The night was colder than usual. The sky cloudless but without stars. The path to the church was already lined with people, each one holding a candle. each one walking in silence. I joined the back of the line, my hands shaking, heart pounding in a rhythm that didn't feel like mine. This time I didn't pretend to belong. I just followed, watching, listening. Inside the church, the same circle of chairs waited, same basin in the center, same spiral drawn in pale lines across the floor. The same man stepped forward, the same calm in his voice. He welcomed us, thanked us for our presence, and said tonight would be special, that tonight someone would take the next step. I scanned the room, looking for a face that didn't match, looking for someone else like me. Then I saw her. The girl was young, no older than 20, standing at the edge of the circle, eyes wide, but not scared. Her hands were clenched, her breathing sharp, and she wasn't holding a candle. The man in the center motioned for her to step forward. She didn't move. He smiled, said her name, Clara, and said it was time. She stepped back. It happened fast. 2 men stepped out from the crowd, moved toward her, calm, not aggressive, like it was normal, like it was part of the script. She screamed. It broke everything. The sound shattered the silence like glass. People flinched. A few dropped their candles. Clara turned and ran. Not out the door, not toward freedom. She ran toward the wall, toward the windows, and threw her body through the glass. I followed her without thinking. By the time I got outside, she was gone, running into the trees, barefoot, bleeding. I chased her, branches cutting my arms, roots grabbing at my feet, but I kept going. She didn't stop until we reached the edge of the clearing. She collapsed near an old fence post. I dropped beside her, tried to catch my breath, asked if she was okay. She looked at me with wild eyes and said I thought they'd forgotten me. Then she asked who I was. I told her I didn't know anymore. We sat in silence. Somewhere behind us, bells rang again. 4 times. Clara grabbed my arm and said, "We can't go back. If they finish the circle, we disappear." I asked her how she knew. She said because I was supposed to be next. 3 years ago. And they never stopped watching. We didn't go back to the village. We walked deeper into the trees, hoping to find a road, a path, anything that might cut out of the valley. Clara said she'd tried once before when she was 17. Said she made it to the outer ridge, but there was always something that turned her around. I told her about the loop, about the road that brings you right back no matter how far you drive. She said she knew. She'd seen others try. One man walked for 2 days straight, found himself sitting in his kitchen with muddy boots and no memory of how he got there. We walked in silence for hours. The forest got denser. The birds never returned, not one sound except our feet and our breath. At some point, the light changed. Not darker, not lighter, just different. Like the trees filtered the color out of everything. I stopped to check my phone even though I knew it wouldn't work. The screen was black, dead, not even a battery icon. I looked at Clara. She already knew. She said we were being watched. At first I thought she meant the people, but she shook her head. Not them, not yet. The woods themselves. She said the forest isn't just background here. It's part of it, part of them. That's why the buildings never rot, why the paths stay clean, The valley doesn't allow decay. It keeps everything in place, including us. We found an old trail carved between stone markers covered in moss, spiral symbols etched into the sides. Not new, ancient. She said we were near the border. Not a wall, not a fence, just a feeling, like walking through pressure. The closer we got, the heavier the air became. My ears rang, my teeth ached. Clara started crying quietly, said it was the same as before. Then we saw the lights, small flickers between trees, moving, holding shape. The people of Birch Valley, dozens of them, spread wide in a line like a net being drawn across the woods. No shouting, no running, just slow, deliberate movement. They knew we were here. They had been following since the church, maybe longer. We ran. We didn't think. We just moved. The trees bent around us. The roots rose underfoot. The trail vanished. But we didn't stop. We ran until our lungs burned, until the lights were gone, until it was just us again. We collapsed near a stone, outcropping covered in old ivy. Inside was an opening, a cave maybe, too small to stand in, but big enough to hide. We crawled in without speaking, without breathing. We stayed there for hours, long after the footsteps stopped. And as I drifted off in the cold, I felt something beneath me. A carving in the stone, not a spiral, just words. It said, "There is no outside." We woke just after dawn, if you could call it that. The sky outside was pale but never bright. The cave had gone silent again. No wind, no birds, just the sound of our breathing. Clara was still curled up next to me, her face pale, eyes open and tired. We didn't speak. We just listened, hoping we wouldn't hear footsteps, hoping we weren't already surrounded again. I shifted to sit up and felt something sharp beneath my hand, not a stone, but metal. I brushed the dirt away and found a small latch set into the rock floor. It wasn't part of the cave, not natural. It had been built, sealed, then hidden. I looked at Clara. She nodded. We pulled it open and found a boxwood rotted metal hinges, rusted but still intact inside, were papers, old maps, a compass with a cracked glass face, a bundle of photos, and a journal smaller than Mira's, but written in the same style. On the first page was a name, Marcus Perrin. The date underneath was from 1972. The journal was filled with sketches, diagrams, floor plans, the entire valley drawn from above the roads, the houses, the church, the woods, even elevation lines. And tucked into the center fold was the map, the real one, a full layout of Birch Valley, not as it looked, but as it was shaped. Every path, every structure built into a perfect spiral, everything designed to lead inward back toward the church, toward the circle at the center. I understood then why no one left, why no road worked, why every step forward was a step deeper, because the entire village was a spiral. And no matter where you ran, you were always being pulled back to the middle. Clara traced the lines with her finger, her voice shaking. She said, "It's not just the valley, it's what it's built on." I asked what she meant. She flipped the map over, and on the back was a symbol, not the spiral, something else and older. Mark 8, sigil. like a knot made of bones, and written beneath it the phrase, "Here lies the silence." I didn't understand it, not fully, but I felt it. Whatever the village was built on, whatever they worshipped, it wasn't faith, it wasn't peace, it was obedience. Complete removal of self until the only thing that mattered was the shape and your place in it. We took the map, packed the journal, and ran. This time, we didn't head toward the village. We followed the old markers. Instead, the spiral stones, but in reverse. Out, not in. Clara said, if we go far enough and don't stop, we might cross the edge where they can't follow where the air loses its weight. We moved for hours, keeping low, avoiding paths, drinking from cold streams. Every time we saw a figure we hid, every time we heard the bell we froze. That night we slept under a rock shelf, the map folded under my arm, the journal pressed to my chest, and just before I closed my eyes, I thought I saw it in the dark above the tree line, the spire of the church bending toward us as if the whole structure had moved. We should have kept moving. But something about the spire stayed with me, the way it leaned, the way it seemed to stretch through the trees, like it wasn't just a building anymore, like it had roots and bones. We studied the map again that morning, our fingers tracing the lines over and over, and every time we reached the middle, the ink was darker, heavier, like someone had redrawn it too many times. The spiral stopped at a symbol, a small square with an X inside. Clara said that wasn't the church, at least not the part people saw. It was something deeper, something underneath, she said. That's where they go when someone disappears. We should have run, but we didn't. We turned around and went back. We took a different route this time, following the edge of the spiral until we reached the far side of the village. The people were quieter now. Not many outside those we passed looked at us without blinking. No smiles, no words, just a calm kind of stillness, like they had already counted us, as gone like we'd already joined them. We slipped into the church during dusk, while the bells rang for a gathering, but no one entered. This time, the chairs were gone, the basin empty, the spiral on the floor scrubbed clean. Clara led me to the back, past the altar, through a wooden door, and down a narrow staircase that smelled like rust and wet earth. At the bottom was a corridor, carved into stone lined with candles that hadn't been lit in years, but the wax was still fresh, still soft. There were markings along the walls, small handprints, spirals, symbols carved deep and layered over each other, as if generations had tried to speak and no one had ever listened. At the end was a door iron thick, locked with a bolt, but old. We broke it open, and behind it was the center. The room was round, smooth stone, lined with shelves, and each shelf held a single item, a photo, a trinket, a scrap of cloth, a tooth, each one labeled with a name, dates beneath. Most of them ended with a dash. No second year, no death recorded, just silence. In the center of the floor was a pit, not deep, but wide, lined with polished black stone and filled with ashes, gray and white. Some still clinging to shape a hand here, a spine there, and above the pit hung that same symbol we'd seen on the back of the map. Not the spiral. The other one, The knot of bone, Clara whispered. This is what they protect. This is what they feed. I asked her what it was. She said, it doesn't matter what it is, only what it wants. And what it wants is quiet. No memory, no struggle, just surrender. We heard footsteps above soft. Slow the spiral drawing in again. The air grew warmer. The candles flickered to life without touch. Clara grabbed my hand, said, we had to make a choice now. Become part of the silence, or burn it all down. We didn't speak again, until we reached the top of the stairs. The air above the church had changed. It wasn't silent anymore. It was too intentional, like everything was holding its breath, waiting for us to act. Clara's hand was trembling, but her eyes were clear, focused. I asked her if she was ready. She said no, but that didn't matter. It never did. We crept out the side door into the dark, and no one stopped us. No one moved, not the people standing in front of, their homes. Not the figure pacing slowly in front of the market, not the children sitting by the fountain with their eyes closed. They all knew where we had been, and they knew what we had seen. And still, they just watched like they were waiting to see what we would become. We got back to the house. Just before midnight, I dug through the boxes left in the shed and found the old canisters, the ones used for the generator years ago. 2 of them. Still half full, Clara found matches and dry kindling in the pantry we tanned. Worked. Without speaking, piling everything into the center of the room, every book, every candle, every journal, every scrap of writing, with that spiral or the knot carved into its edge. And when it was done, I took one last look at the photos on the wall. They were different now. Some of the faces blurred, some missing, and one new photo tucked into the bottom right corner of the frame. A photo of me and Clara standing in the church staring into the pit. I lit the match. The fire caught fast and loud. Not a clean burn, but violent, like the wood had been waiting, like the house had been holding its breath. I felt it shudder around us, like something in the walls. Wanted to stay, wanted to scream, but all it could do was burn. Clara and I ran out into the dirt road, the flames reaching through the windows, black smoke curling toward the sky. And in the glow we saw them, the villagers standing in a ring around the property, not stopping us, not saving it, just watching, with their heads slightly tilted, mouths closed, eyes glassy as the fire roared. One by one, they turned and walked away. We left before the sun rose. We didn't speak, we didn't pack. We just walked until the trees thinned and the road curved and the sky finally shifted from gray to blue, and then just like that, we were out. No loop, no trick, no spiral. We crossed the edge, and the air felt different, lighter, full of sound again. Birds whined our footsteps on gravel. I don't know how we made it back to the world. Maybe burning the center broke the circle. Maybe we were never meant to stay. Maybe Birch Valley just wanted to be remembered. It's been 3 weeks since we returned. No one's come looking, no one's called, and every night I dream of spirals, not burning, not screaming, just quiet spinning, inward folding over themselves until the world disappears and all that's left is calm. Sometimes I wake up and swear I smell smoke. Sometimes I see a small silver pin on someone's collar in a crowded street, and they smile too long. Sometimes I wonder if peace like that ever really leaves, or if once you've been part of the silence, you carry the shape of it forever. Let's leave the noise of the day behind, just for a little while. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently toward sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. I moved into apartment 6B after a year that nearly ended me. New job, new city, needed out of the old one, bad breakup, worse debt. I didn't have much left except what I could carry in my car. The place wasn't big, but it was clean. Second floor, brick building, only 10 tenants. The landlord was a guy named Victor, late 60s. Lived on site in 1A. Showed me the unit and handed me the keys with a smile, too practiced to be kind. Told me the guy next to me in 6C was quiet, kept to himself. I didn't think much of it. The first few nights were fine. A little creaky, thin walls. The guy in 6C coughed a lot. That deep, wet cough that makes you wonder if someone's dying, or if they just want you to think they are. I unpacked, set up my laptop, my small bed. Tried to enjoy the quiet. The window looked out onto the alley between buildings. Not much light, not much of a view, but I liked it. No eyes on me. Until the fourth night, I woke up to a sound I couldn't place. Not a knock, not a scream. Something in between, like a cough and a whisper, happening at the same time. It came from the shared wall with 6C. I pressed my ear to it. Nothing. Just the smell of dust and something faintly metallic. I went back to bed. In the morning, there was a note on my door. Slipped under it. Plain paper. No envelope. Just one line. You don't lock your windows at night. My blood ran cold. I checked. He was right. The latch was still open. I knew I'd meant to lock it. Swore I had. I called the landlord, told him someone was messing with me. He said no one else had a key, that it must have blown open from the wind, that the guy in 6C didn't leave his unit, ever. I bought a new latch that day, bolted it shut, slept with a chair against the door. Nothing happened for a while. Then the next note came. Your toothpaste cap is missing. I left it by the sink. Clean it more often. I checked. The cap was there, but I'd thrown it out the night before. I was sure of it. It had fallen behind the cabinet and gotten dusty. No way I was keeping it. I looked up at the vent, wondered if he could see me through it. Wondered if he'd come in while I slept. That's when I started hearing it. A camera click. Not loud, just soft, mechanical. Always when I turned out the lights, always when I whispered to myself. The man in 6C never came out during the day, but his window was always open, and something in the dark glinted, like glass, like a lens. I didn't sleep after the third note. I left every light on. Sat in the kitchen with a baseball bat across my lap. The kind of fear that doesn't shout anymore. The kind that just waits. I told myself I'd confront him. Ask what he wanted. Find out if he was sick or crazy or both. It was daylight when I did it. Middle of a Saturday. Just past noon. I walked out my door, turned left, and stood in front of 6C. Nothing looked unusual. Beige paint. Old door, peeling corners. But there was something wrong. I didn't see it at first. Not until I reached for the knob. There wasn't one. No handle. Just a blank metal plate where the hardware should be. No peephole, no keyhole. Just a smooth surface like the door had been sealed up and no one had told it. I stepped back, looked again. Still 6C. Still had the little metal number on it, but no way in. I knocked. No answer. I knocked again, louder. The door didn't shake, didn't echo. It absorbed sound. I leaned my head against it. Thought I heard breathing, not strained, calm, like someone was sleeping just on the other side, or pretending to. I backed away and went downstairs, knocked on the landlord's door. He answered slower than last time, same forced smile. I asked him if the guy in 6C was home. He said, yeah, always is, never leaves. I told him there was no handle, that the door looked sealed shut. He paused, like the words didn't make sense to him. Then he said that unit's been under long-term arrangement. I asked what that meant. He waved it off. Said it was complicated. Said the guy was private. Didn't like disturbance. I asked again if he ever left. He just said some people don't need to. Then he shut the door, locked it behind him. I stood there a while, listening, didn't hear anything. Back upstairs, I checked my window. His was still open, but the curtain had been pulled back, just enough for me to see something new. A photo, taped to the inside of the glass, of me, sitting on the couch, head down, reading. My window reflected behind me. I recognized the shirt. I'd worn it 3 nights ago. I ran to my apartment, pulled my curtains shut, turned every light on, unplugged everything with a lens. The camera, the laptop, the webcam. I checked the vent again. It smelled like copper, like someone had been touching the inside with greasy hands. That night, I turned off all electronics, left my phone in the fridge, just in case. I sat in the dark, waited, listened. The clicks came just after 2, 0 a.m., not from outside, from the wall. Like someone snapping pictures an inch from my ear, I turned on the lamp, looked at the wall, nothing. Then I noticed something, a crack in the paint, a line I hadn't seen before. I ran my hand over it, a seam, vertical, about the size of a door. But it wasn't a door, not anymore. It had been sealed, painted, hidden. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I knew I hadn't seen it before. I took a picture, posted it on a private forum, asked if anyone had ever seen something like it in an apartment. One reply, just 4 words, move. Before he does. I didn't sleep after I saw the scene. I kept checking it every hour, ran my fingers along the paint. It wasn't just a crack. It had depth, texture, like it had been sealed years ago, maybe decades. Like someone had forgotten it was there or tried very hard to. I put duct tape over the seam, all the way down, then pushed the bookshelf in front of it. Not because I thought it would help, just because it made me feel like I was doing something. That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I didn't shower. I sat in the armchair and waited for the click. It came at 2:14 a.m., this time louder, followed by a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across a wood floor. My floor is carpet. There's no wood. The sound came again, closer, like it was circling my apartment. Then a tap, gentle, not the door, not the window, the wall, right behind the bookshelf. I didn't move, just stared. Then the tape started peeling, one strip at a time, slow, deliberate. I grabbed the bat and backed up. The bookshelf trembled. A puff of dust fell from the top. Then, something slid through the crack. Something white. It dropped to the floor, and the seam went still. I waited 15 minutes before I moved, slowly walked over. The thing on the floor was a shirt. Mine, folded once, still warm. It was the one I couldn't find last week. I thought I left it at the laundromat. I picked it up. Smelled faintly like bleach and dust. There was something in the pocket. I reached in and pulled it out. A Polaroid. Fresh. Still smelling like chemicals. My face, sleeping. Mouth open. Blanket half off. Taken from the ceiling angle. I don't have a ceiling camera. I don't even have a step stool. I dropped it. Locked myself in the bathroom. Sat in the tub for 2 hours. Listening. No more tapping. No more dragging. Just silence. Heavy. Pressing. Like something was waiting for me to come back out. In the morning, I called the landlord. Told him something came through the wall. That someone was getting into my unit. He said that wasn't possible. Said no one had a key. Said I was probably just dreaming. When I asked him again about 6C, he said I was mistaken. That the unit didn't exist. That the building skipped from 6B to 6D. I told him I'd seen the door. He said I was confused. He hung up on me. I went outside and checked the mailboxes. 10 slots, all labeled 6A, 6B, 6D, 6E, no 6C. The space where it should have been was filled with cement, smooth, perfect, like it had never been there at all. I walked up the stairs, counted the doors again. 6A, 6B. Then the blank door. No number now, no plate, just flat wood. I ran my fingers along the frame, still no handle, still warm. Back in my apartment, I checked every closet, every drawer. I found nothing out of place, except my sock drawer. There was a note written on a torn paper receipt. Same handwriting as before. Just one sentence. You look better in blue. I went out and bought 2 motion cameras. Cheap ones. No audio. Just movement-triggered clips. I didn't tell anyone what they were for. I barely spoke to anyone anymore. I set one up in the living room facing the bookshelf and the sealed wall. The other I placed in the kitchen to cover the hallway just in case it came from another direction. I didn't expect to catch anything. Part of me still wanted this to be stress. Some kind of breakdown. Too much caffeine. Too much time alone. But another part of me knew better. That part kept waking up at exactly 2:14 every single night. I sat up waiting again. No sound, no tapping, no dragging. I didn't hear the click, but when I checked the camera logs the next morning, the light on the device was blinking red. Movement detected. The timestamp said 2:16 a.m. I clicked the file, the screen jumped, then steadied. The bookshelf sat still, no movement. Then the duct tape began to peel on its own. Again, quiet. One slow strip at a time, like fingers pulling it off deliberately. Then the shelf shook, just once, and something long and pale pushed through the seam. Not a hand, not a leg, something in between, bent the wrong way, thin, sharp at the joints. It crawled forward, half in shadow. No face, just skin. Like a body that forgot to finish growing. It slid out, bent low to the ground, like it was sniffing or listening. Then it turned toward the camera. It didn't have eyes, but it knew it was being watched. It raised a finger, pressed it to where its mouth should be, then vanished. No walking, no crawling, just gone. Like it had stepped backward through the wall. The second camera triggered too. I opened that file. The hallway was empty for 5 full minutes. Then my bedroom door creaked open on its own. Nothing came through, but the bathroom light flicked on, then off. Then the fridge opened. Something took a bottle of water. The door shut. I didn't see who or what, but the camera caught the shadow. Something long, low, leaning just out of frame. Watching, waiting. I packed a bag that morning. I told myself I'd go stay with a friend, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. Not yet. Not when I finally had something real, something I could prove. I uploaded the footage to a private drive, sent it to myself twice, then printed the still frame of the thing coming through the wall, taped it above the light switch, as a reminder that I wasn't losing it, that this was happening. The bookshelf was back in place, untouched, the tape fully intact, but the wall was warm again, and it pulsed, once, like a breath held and released. I sat down at my laptop, watched the footage again, frame by frame, and noticed something I missed. In the corner, reflected in the TV screen, a figure standing behind me the whole time, facing the camera, wearing my missing blue hoodie, mouth stitched closed. I didn't touch the bookshelf for 3 days. I kept waiting for it to move on its own again, for the thing to slide back through, for the crack to reappear. But nothing happened, not while I was watching, only in the footage, only when I was too tired to keep my eyes open. That's when it came. That's when it moved. I stopped sleeping, sat on the floor with my back to the wall, bat in hand, camera always recording, but all I caught were flickers, lights dimming, static on the laptop screen, shadows stretching the wrong way across the room. The tape on the wall curled at the edges. The air turned stale, like something was rotting behind the plaster. On the 4th day, I snapped. I pulled the shelf forward, books crashed to the floor, the frame splintered. I didn't care. I wanted to see, needed to. Behind the shelf was the seam, but more than that, there were nails, driven into the drywall in a square shape about the size of a door. Some were rusted, others looked new. like someone had added to them over the years. I got a screwdriver, started prying, one by one, metal groaning, paint flaking. The drywall cracked. I pushed, and the whole panel fell inward. Behind it was a door, full wooden frame, no knob, just a latch on my side. It was painted the same beige as my wall, like someone had once tried to blend it in. But it wasn't flush. It was slightly crooked, warped by time or pressure. I pulled it open. The room behind it was narrow, deep, no windows. Just old tile floor and walls covered in something that looked like padding, the kind you see in old asylums, stained, scratched. At the end of the room was a chair, metal, bolted to the floor, with leather straps hanging loose. Above it, another seam in the wall, another door. But this one had a number on it, 6C. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately. The air tasted metallic. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt pressure in my skull, like someone was pushing their fingers into my temples. I walked to the chair, sat down, just for a second, just to see how it felt. That was when the inner door creaked, the one marked 6C. It opened a crack. I didn't move, couldn't. The light in the hallway flickered. A voice whispered, close, next to my ear. You're in my seat. I stood, backed away, shut the hidden door, pushed the shelf back, sat in the living room, shaking, breathing like I'd just run 10 miles. I didn't go back into that space for 2 days, but I heard it, movement, breathing. Once I woke up and the panel had been pushed slightly open again, just an inch, just enough to see the padded wall and the straps hanging in the dark, and a hand resting on the frame, pale, long, with my ring on its finger. I didn't sleep again after I saw the hand. I watched the wall all night. The door didn't open further. The shelf stayed still, but the air changed. It got thicker, like it had weight, like I was breathing in something that wasn't meant to be in the lungs. I started hearing noises again, clicking, dragging, the same wet cough I'd heard when I first moved in, always around 2:14, then silence. The kind that isn't quiet but full, like the world holding its breath. I decided to go back in, not because I was ready, because I was tired of being afraid of a wall, tired of pretending I wasn't living next to something that knew more about me than I knew about myself. I moved the shelf again, opened the panel. The room was just as narrow, just as cold. The chair sat in the middle like it hadn't moved in decades. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in slow rhythm. At the end, the door marked 6C was cracked again, this time wider. I stepped closer. My footsteps didn't echo. They were swallowed, like the floor absorbed sound. I touched the door. It was warm. I pushed. It opened inward. The room beyond wasn't what I expected. No blood, no chains, just a perfect mirror of my own apartment. Same furniture, same layout, same broken lamp in the corner. But everything was flipped, like someone had mirrored my life and lived it across the wall. I stepped in. The air was heavier here. The walls were darker, stained in places I hadn't touched. On the coffee table sat my missing notebook, pages torn, notes I didn't remember writing. Phrases like, "How long has he watched?" And is this body still mine? I turned toward the bedroom. The door was open. The bed was made. Someone sat on the edge, back facing me, shoulders hunched. Wearing the blue hoodie I thought I'd lost. I said hello. No answer. I stepped closer. The figure turned slowly. Its face was mine. Eyes hollow, mouth stitched shut. But it wasn't a reflection. It moved wrong. It blinked at the wrong rhythm. It smiled without moving its lips. Then it stood, taller than me, leaner. Like someone had stretched my skin over a different frame, it stepped forward. I stepped back. It raised a hand, pointed toward the mirror above the dresser. I turned to look. My reflection stared back, but the stitched version stood behind me in the glass. Closer now. The room flickered. Not the lights, the space itself. Like two places trying to occupy the same coordinates. I backed out. Fast. Through the mirrored living room, into the padded hallway. The door slammed behind me. No sound, just force. The temperature spiked, then dropped. I shoved the panel shut, pushed the bookshelf back, locked myself in the bathroom. When I came out hours later, the wall looked normal, seamless. No crack, no tape. But on the table, a Polaroid taken from the inside. My back to the bookshelf, and in the mirror him, standing behind me, staring into the lens, one hand raised, waving. I left the apartment at sunrise. Didn't pack, didn't lock the door, just walked. Got in the car, drove with no plan. Ended up parked outside the police station in a neighboring town. I sat in the lot for 30 minutes trying to convince myself this was something I could say out loud, that I could walk in there and explain the hidden room, the door with no handle, the stitched version of myself, the photos, the bag, all of it. I walked in eventually. The woman at the front desk asked if I was okay. I lied. Said someone might be watching me, stalking me, that I thought they'd been in my apartment. She nodded slowly, asked for the address. When I said, either expression changed. Not fear, not concern, recognition, like she'd heard it before. She typed something into her computer. Her eyes didn't leave the screen. After a long pause, she said something strange. You said 6B, not 6C? I nodded. She clicked around, then asked if I was subleasing. I told her no, that I'd signed the lease myself. Then she looked at me differently, not like a victim, like a problem. She asked me to wait. Walked into the back. Another officer came out, younger. Didn't smile. Asked me to repeat everything. I told him I thought the guy next door had been inside my place, that he left notes, that he knew things he shouldn't, that the building might have an illegal passage or access point. He didn't write anything down, just listened. Then asked if I'd heard of someone named Charlie Dorian. I hadn't. He said he used to live in 6B 5 years ago, went missing. No signs of forced entry. Car still in the lot. Rent paid up through the end of the year. Just gone. Left everything behind. I asked if they ever found him. The officer said no. Then pulled out a folder. Slid a photo across the table. It was the man in the stitched hoodie. Same height, same face shape, same eyes, but clean, alive. Wearing a blue hoodie, same one that ended up back in my closet. He said this was taken a week before Charlie disappeared. I asked if they ever investigated 6C. The officer looked at the desk clerk, then back at me. There is no 6C. I asked what that meant. He said the building's permit lists 6B and 6D. No in between. The space is supposed to be a fire barrier, nothing more. But tenants had been reporting sounds from that wall for years. All unprovable, all vague. Some blamed rats. Some blamed the plumbing. One said a man watched her sleep. One said the mirror in her bedroom never showed her own reflection after 2 a.m. Another said he found a note tucked in his jacket pocket while shopping across town. Same handwriting, same phrase. You look better when you don't talk. I asked for a copy of the report. They said it wasn't public, that most of the file was sealed. Family request. I asked if I should be worried. The officer looked tired, said I should find somewhere else to stay, that some places don't want to be lived in. They want to remember you. I left. No plan, just drove. Got gas, bought coffee. Pulled into a rest stop hours later and slept in the car. When I woke up the next morning, there was a note on my dashboard, folded, written on receipt paper, same handwriting. You're not the first, but you could be the last if you stop looking. I told myself I wasn't going back. Told myself sleeping in the car was safer. That the cold was better than the silence behind the walls. But after 3 nights parked at gas stations and rest stops, I realized something. It didn't matter how far I drove. I still felt it. The pull, the knowing. Like a string had been tied around my chest and knotted just beneath the floor of that building. And when I closed my eyes, I didn't dream. I just remembered. The chair in the hidden room, the hand with my ring, the stitched face behind me in the reflection. None of it faded. If anything, it was getting clearer. So I went back. It was just after dusk. The building looked the same, too quiet. No lights in any windows except mine, 6B. It was still listed, my name still on the mailbox. But 6C was gone again. No plate, no gap, just wall. Still, I walked up the stairs slowly, listening, feeling the pressure change with every step. When I reached the landing, the hallway light flickered. Just once, then steadied. I stood in front of the wall where the door should have been. It was blank, but warmer than before. I pressed my palm against it. Something clicked. A seam appeared, thin, almost invisible. Then a narrow line ran down the center. The wall split. No hinges, no knob. It just opened, like it had been waiting for the right touch. Inside was darkness, deep, cold. But it didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. I stepped inside. The air shifted. My breath caught. And the wall closed behind me. The hallway was padded again. Same narrow corridor. Same chair at the end. But this time, the door marked 6C was already open. Light spilled through, soft yellow, flickering like candlelight. I walked forward, slowly. Felt the temperature drop with every step. I looked down. There were footprints on the tile, bare, pale, leading from the chair into the room beyond. I crossed the threshold. What I saw shouldn't have surprised me, but it did. The room wasn't flipped anymore. It was mine, perfectly mine, identical in every way, except for one thing. Everything was faded, like a photograph left in sunlight. My books, my blankets, my face in the mirror, all washed out, bleached of time. I walked to the window, looked outside. Nothing, just black. Not night, not sky, just absence. Then I heard it, a cough. The one I remembered from the first night, wet, labored, from behind the bedroom door. I turned. It was open, just a crack. I pushed it wider. Someone was lying in the bed, facing the wall. Still, too still. I stepped closer, reached out. My fingers brushed the blanket, cold. Then the figure moved, not fast, just enough to show me it wasn't asleep. It rolled toward me. It was me, but ruined. Skin sagged, lips sewn tight, eyes open but unfocused. The arms were too long, the fingers too sharp. It raised one hand and pointed behind me. I turned. The mirror on the wall showed us both. Him in the bed, me at the foot of it, and standing in the doorway another shape. Not me, not stitched, just wrong. Empty where a face should be. Hands twitching, holding a key. And I realized something awful. 6C never existed on paper, because it was never a unit. It was a reflection, a copy, a backup. And once it finished copying everything it needed, it didn't need me anymore. I ran. I don't remember how long I was inside 6C. Maybe hours, maybe minutes. Time didn't move normally in there, but I ran. Back down the padded hallway, past the chair, through the door that had opened without a handle, back into my unit, into 6B, or what was left of it, because something had changed. The walls looked the same, but paler, duller, like they'd been scrubbed of detail. My books were still on the shelf, but all the titles were blank, the spines white. My laptop was closed, wouldn't turn on. The keyboard keys had no letters, just smooth plastic squares. I opened the fridge, empty, not just of food, of shelving. No labels, no brand names, just shape. I touched the light switch. It didn't click. The lights still worked, but they weren't the same. Dimmer, flickering, like someone had drawn them instead of wired them. My clothes hung in the closet, but every item was the same color, off-white. My ID was still in my wallet. The photo was gone. My name had faded to just a first initial, N. I checked my phone. No signal, no apps, just one notification. A calendar alert titled Copy Complete. No timestamp, no option to clear it. I called the police again. From the building phone in the front office, the line connected. A voice answered. Familiar. Mine. Hello. I didn't speak. The voice repeated it. Then said, "You're late." The line went dead. I ran to the landlord's door. Knocked hard. No answer. I tried the knob. It opened. The unit was dark, dusty, covered in tarps, no signs of life. Just a file cabinet in the center of the room. I pulled the top drawer. Files, all labeled 6B Marsh. 6B, Dorian. 6B, L. Hayes. And the last one, 6B, N. My file. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a list. Each name, each date, a final column, status. The first two read extracted. The third, corrupted. Mine, pending. I heard movement behind me. Turned, nothing. Just the slow creak of a door. But not mine, the one across the hall. 6C. Open again. I could see inside now. My copy wasn't in bed anymore. The mirror was cracked. The light inside flickered in patterns, not random. Like Morse code, I filmed it, uploaded it later. It translated to one phrase, bring them home. I walked back to my apartment, sat down. The couch wasn't soft anymore, just a shape, a memory. I looked out the window. The view had changed. No alley, no bricks, just static, moving like TV snow. And in the glass, my reflection stayed even when I turned my head. That's when I understood. The copy wasn't supposed to replace me. It was supposed to contain me, the real me, in pieces, collected through cameras, through glass, through sound, over weeks. It took my routines, my habits, my words, my shape. It built its own version of me across the wall. And now that it was completed, didn't need the original. It didn't want to kill me. It wanted me to dissolve, to fade out, so no one would ask where I went, so no one would notice the change, so no one would knock when the stitched version waved back. I don't know how long I've been in here now. Days stopped meaning anything. There's no sunlight anymore, just gray, the kind that comes from a light bulb painted to look like the sky. My phone doesn't work. The screen won't stay on long enough for me to write or call anyone. It flickers, like it's struggling to hold on to a name it doesn't recognize anymore. My laptop powers up but never boots. The files are still there, but they don't open. They spin. They pulse. They hum at a frequency that makes my teeth hurt. My own face on the login screen is no longer mine. It's smoother, thinner, like someone drew it from memory, but forgot the small flaws that make people real. I tried to leave again, opened the apartment door, walked into the hall, but the hallway wasn't the same. It didn't go left or right. It stretched down in both directions, like a mirror reflection repeating into itself forever. Every door was 6B. Every doormat was mine. Every one I opened led back to my apartment, over and over, but with one difference each time. A new photo on the wall, a new crack in the mirror, a slightly different version of the couch, the shape of my smile a little too sharp in the reflection. I stopped trying after the 12th. When I found the version of me still sleeping in the bed, breathing slow, eyes stitched shut, hands folded over a chest that wasn't rising anymore. So now I wait. Sometimes I hear footsteps in the hall. Not heavy, not fast, measured, slow, like someone being guided. I press my ear to the wall. Listen. The landlord's voice, low, calm, explaining how the building's old, that the units are oddly shaped, that 6C doesn't exist, but that it's quiet here, private, that 6B is perfect for starting over, That's what he told me to. I checked the mirror today. The one in the bathroom. It doesn't show me anymore. Just the stitched version. Sitting in the living room, watching the front door, waiting. And I realized it isn't waiting for me. It's waiting for them, whoever's next, because that's what happens here. The building doesn't kill you. It absorbs you, and then it rents the space to someone else. Someone tired, someone lost, someone just looking for silence. And in the end, they'll find it. Inside the walls, inside the padded room, inside the version of themselves that already knows how they'll scream and how they'll eventually stop. I heard a knock on the door just now. 3 soft taps. I don't get visitors, but I know what it means. Another one signed the lease, and the man in apartment 6C is already watching. I checked in for one night, a conference, just passing through, but the hotel doesn't recognize my checkout. My room resets every morning. The doors don't lead where they should, and every night at exactly 2:06 a.m., someone knocks and says, "Room service for 2." The Grand Meridian wasn't on the reservation list. I was supposed to stay at a chain ordinary, cheap, forgettable. But when I pulled off the highway, the road curved unexpectedly. A forest, then lights, and there it was. Marble facade, crimson awnings, gold lettering, Grand Meridian welcome to your last night. I figured it was a glitch, a theme. I was tired, hadn't eaten in 6 hours. The parking lot was empty, except for a bellhop waiting beside the curb. He didn't speak, just nodded, took my bag and walked inside without me. I followed. The lobby was elegant. Impossible, really. Candelabras instead of bulbs. Velvet on the walls. A long counter manned by a woman with white gloves and a headset too modern for the decor. She smiled before I said a word. "Mr. Kane, welcome. Your suite is ready." I hadn't given my name. She slid me a room key. An old brass key, not a card. Room 908. I asked how much it was. She smiled again. "This one's already covered." I didn't argue. The elevator chimed when I approached. The bellhop was inside, still silent, holding my bag like a coffin. We ascended in silence. No music, just a deep hum that vibrated in my teeth. He stopped at the 9th floor, walked to the end of the hall, unlocked the door, and stepped aside. Room 908 was too big. King bed, leather furniture, fresh roses in a vase that I didn't smell, a minibar that looked untouched. The curtains were drawn, a dinner tray already waiting on the table. I turned to ask the bellhop something. He was gone. No footsteps, no elevator chime. I called the front desk. "No need, Mr. Kane. Everything's been arranged." I asked who had paid. "Your host. Room service will arrive at 2:06 a.m. Please be awake." The line cut. I didn't eat the food. Chicken breast, perfectly plated. 2 forks, 2 napkins. No utensils touched. No wine poured. I opened the minibar. Only water. all the same label. Still, I sat on the bed, tried to watch TV. Only one channel, a looping video of the Grand Meridian logo spinning against black. I tried to call out. No dial tone, no signal. My phone clock was frozen at 5 a.m. I blinked, and then the knock came. 3 soft taps. Room service, a voice said. I didn't answer. Silence. Then, for 2, I looked through the peephole. No one was there. I checked the hallway. Empty. The tray was gone. The forks were used. And my phone now read 6:42 a.m. I went to the front desk right after sunrise. The lobby looked the same as the night before. Same velvet walls. Same impossible chandelier. Same receptionist with the headset and white gloves. She smiled when she saw me. I told her I was checking out. She typed something into a keyboard I couldn't see. Tilted her head. You don't have a checkout time, Mr. Kane. I said that couldn't be right. I only booked for one night. She shook her head, smiling like a grade school teacher correcting a child. You haven't checked in yet. I showed her the key. Room 908. She didn't even glance at it. That room's reserved. I asked for who. She looked down, then said, Room service will clarify tonight. In the meantime, you are welcome to rest. I left the desk, took the stairs instead of the elevator. Every floor I passed was silent. No maids, no carts, no guests. But the lighting changed with each level. Warmer, yellower, deeper red, the higher I climbed. By the time I reached the 9th floor, the hallway lights were the color of dried blood. My room was open, not unlocked open. I stepped inside. The tray was back. Same plate, same 2 napkins. This time the wine had been poured. 2 glasses. One still full. The other had a smudge. Lipstick, deep red. I checked the mirror in the bathroom. I was alone. I checked the closet, the drawers, the balcony. Nothing. But when I turned back to the room, the wine glass was gone. The tray was gone. My key was gone. I picked up the phone to call the front desk again. It rang before I touched it. I answered. This is room 905, the voice said. It was my voice. You left the door open. I hung up, opened my door, looked across the hall. Room 905 was identical to mine. Same brass handle, same crimson trim. I knocked. No answer. I leaned in. I could hear breathing. Not regular, slow, deep, like someone imitating how humans breathe. I backed away, closed my door, locked it, or tried to. The bolt wouldn't slide. I moved the desk in front of it, turned the lights on. They dimmed automatically to 2%. I turned on the TV, still the logo. The loop was longer now. This time it whispered something I couldn't make out. I turned up the volume. It got quieter. Then the knock came again. 6 a.m. On the door. I didn't move. I sat on the bed and waited. 3 taps, then silence. I approached the peephole, looked, saw myself. Standing there. Same clothes, same posture, except his eyes were wrong. Too dark, too wide. No whites. Just a soft red shimmer, like a camera lens. He knocked again, louder this time. I backed away. The voice came through the door. Calm. Room service for 2. Then something heavier hit the door. A thud, followed by a dragging noise. I looked through the peephole again. Nothing. Just an empty hallway. But when I turned around, the tray was back. 2 plates, both scraped clean. The wine glass broken. And something else on the table. A note, typed on hotel letterhead. Thank you for dining with us, Mr. Kane. Please do not open the door after midnight unless your guest has already arrived. There was something written beneath it, in my handwriting. Let her in next time. I didn't write that. I tore the note in half, turned to toss it in the trash. There was already another note inside. Same words, same pen, different message. She doesn't like being kept outside. I didn't sleep, just sat in the chair with the lights on. When the sun came up, the tray was gone again. The door was locked again. My key was back on the nightstand, and the clock blinked to 6 a.m. over and over until I unplugged it. I picked up the phone, dialed out, got a different voice this time. A man, calm, familiar. Housekeeping, he said. We're already inside. Then the line went dead. I asked to switch rooms the next morning. The woman at the front desk was new, same gloves, same headset, same smile. She nodded without looking at the screen. Of course, Mr. Kane. We've already prepared your new suite. I didn't ask how she knew my name. I didn't ask how she knew I was going to ask. I just took the key. Room 714. Different floor. Lower. Dimmer. The elevator paused longer than normal on the way down. Long enough to feel like I'd fallen instead of descended. When the doors opened, the hallway lights were flickering. Not fast. Just slow enough to make it feel like my eyes were glitching. I walked to 714. Put the key in. Turned it. The lock gave a low click like a throat clearing. The room was colder, plainer, no tray, no flowers, no minibar, just a bed, a desk, a floor lamp already turned on, and a mirror. One large mirror above the dresser. I walked to it, looked in. My face looked wrong. Not immediately, not obviously, but it was like the image had a half-second delay. I blinked. The reflection blinked after. I raised my hand. The reflection hesitated, then caught up. I turned to check the door. When I looked back, my reflection didn't move. It was still staring forward, still smiling. I don't remember smiling. I moved again, waved, nothing. The reflection didn't follow. I stepped away, sat on the bed, tried to ignore it, but every time I glanced up, it was still watching me. Same smile, same angle, same posture. It wasn't following anymore. It was studying. I went to the window, opened the curtain. Nothing but fog. No parking lot, no sky, just white. When I turned back to the room, the mirror was dark. Not empty, just darker than it should have been. I walked to the bathroom. There was another mirror above the sink. Smaller, but the same delay. I reached out to touch it. My reflection leaned forward, touched its side first. My hand froze. I stepped back. The reflection kept reaching. Its palm pressed flat against the glass, then slid down. leaving a smear. I wiped the mirror. My hand came back dry, but the glass was wet. I backed out, left the light on, sat in the chair by the door. Still hadn't slept, still hadn't eaten. The phone rang. I let it go. Then it rang again. I picked it up, a child's voice this time. "Why'd you change rooms?" I didn't answer. "She still knows where you are?" Click. I threw the phone across the room. It didn't break, just rang again 5 minutes later. I unplugged it. At 6 a.m., I heard the knock, not at the door. This time it came from the mirror. 3 soft taps. I turned slowly. The mirror was darker now, like it was backlit. My reflection was there again, smiling wider. Its eyes were completely black. It lifted a hand, tapped the glass once. A crack spread across it, not on the surface, inside. Then a voice, my voice from inside the mirror. "You can't leave before your guest checks in." I stumbled back, hit the wall. The light flickered off. The air turned cold. I reached for the door. It wouldn't open. The knob turned, but the room didn't release me. The reflection stepped forward again, 2 steps, then raised its hands, palms to the glass, and whispered, "Let me stay this time." Then everything went black. When I woke up, the mirror was covered in condensation, fingerprints all over it, dozens of them from the inside, and carved into the center. "Stay still, stay seen, stay in." My face in the reflection looked fine again, but I knew the difference now. The smile didn't reach the eye, and when I blinked, he didn't. I left room 714 just after sunrise. I didn't sleep. I didn't shower. The mirror was too quiet, the air too still. I stuffed my things into my bag and walked the halls until I reached the 9th floor again. My old room, 908. The hallway lights were brighter now. The walls looked cleaner, fresh flowers in the sconce vases. But the second I stepped onto the carpet, the air shifted. Like walking into someone else's breath, room 908 had a new nameplate. Not mine. Someone else had checked in. I knocked once. The door opened immediately. A man, mid-30s, confused. He looked like I had 2 days ago, exhausted, distracted. I asked him how long he'd been there. He said he just checked in last night. I asked if anything strange had happened. He laughed nervously, said the minibar didn't work and the TV had no channels. I asked if he heard a knock around 2 in the morning. He paused, said yes. Asked how I knew. I told him to leave. Now that the hotel didn't let you go if you stayed past 2 nights, that they watched you through the mirrors, that the knock wasn't room service, that it was something worse. His face changed, like the light had shifted behind his eyes, and in a perfectly calm voice he said, "She's already in the room." He closed the door, locked it. I knocked again. Nothing. I tried the handle. Locked. I stepped back, looked through the peephole. The lights inside were off, but someone was standing behind the man. Not a shadow, not a guest. A tall woman with no eyes, just white sockets, wearing the hotel uniform. Her mouth didn't move, but I could hear her say, "You weren't supposed to speak to him." The door vibrated once, then went silent. I ran to the front desk, Ask them to do a welfare check. The receptionist looked confused. There's no guest in 908 right now, Mr. Kane. I asked if they were sure. She typed something I couldn't see, smiled wider. That room has been vacant since your check-in. I backed away, stepped into the lobby, looked around. Every staff member turned at the same time, stared at me, smiling, the same smile, the kind that doesn't blink. I ran for the elevator. It didn't come. I took the stairs up, not down, back to 908. The hallway was dark again. The door was open. The room was empty. Nothing left, except a tray, 2 plates, 1 fork, a note on the bed, in handwriting that wasn't mine. If you warn them again, you take their place. I checked the mirror. My reflection was gone. The glass showed the room behind me, but not me. I waved, nothing. Then something new appeared in the reflection. A figure, sitting on the bed, wearing my clothes, looking straight at the mirror. I turned. No one there, but the bed was warm. I grabbed my bag, left the room, went down to the lobby again, asked for a manager. They said no manager was on duty. I asked for security footage. They said their systems had been down since 2003. I asked when the hotel was built. The receptionist tilted her head. We've always been here. I turned to leave. The front door wouldn't open. The handle turned. The glass was clear. But the other side was fogged like a cold breath had covered it. I stepped back. The phone behind the desk rang. No one answered it. It just rang, non-stop, until I picked it up. A voice I didn't recognize. You opened the door for her. You should have kept it closed. She doesn't want you to leave anymore. I slammed the phone down. The front door opened, just a crack, enough to see daylight. I ran through it, didn't stop. Not until I reached the road, not until the hotel vanished behind the fog. When I looked back, the parking lot was empty. No building, just trees. I got in the car, started the engine, looked in the mirror. My reflection was there, but it blinked before I did. I drove for 6 hours. No music, no talking, just the engine and the sound of my own teeth grinding. I kept checking the rear view, but the road behind me never changed. Flat, empty, no Grand Meridian, no fog, just pine trees and open sky. I stopped at a diner around dusk, needed to eat, needed to see other people. I ordered coffee and a sandwich. The waitress brought it without asking what I wanted. You always get the same thing, Mr. Kane. I asked if we'd met. She shook her head, smiled. I've just seen you before. I asked where. She nodded toward the wall. A corkboard covered in faded photos. Guests, travelers. Some Polaroids, some newer prints. Near the center there I was, sitting in a booth I'd never been in, wearing the same clothes. But the version of me in the photo was smiling, and someone was sitting across from me. A woman, pale hands, crimson nails, her face turned just out of frame. I stood, rushed to the bathroom, locked the door, splashed water on my face, looked in the mirror, and behind me room 908, clear as day. Same drapes, same tray. The mirror didn't reflect the bathroom. It reflected the hotel. I blinked. My own reflection didn't. It leaned forward, smiled. and whispered in my voice, "You checked out, but you never left." I turned. The stall door behind me creaked open. No one inside. I ran out, back through the diner. Didn't pay. Didn't speak. Just ran. Back to the car. On the road again. I drove until my gas light came on. Pulled off the freeway. Found a station. As I filled the tank, I looked at the convenience store windows. My reflection wasn't alone. That woman. Behind me again. Head tilted, smiling like she was about to kiss the back of my neck. I turned fast. No one there. I walked into the store, grabbed a drink. The clerk barely looked up, then said, "You forgot your key." He held it out. Brass heavy. Room 908. I told him I didn't know what that was. He didn't answer. Just placed it on the counter. I left it there. Drove without a plan. Ended up at a cheap motel with flickering signage and a night clerk half asleep behind the glass. I asked for a room. He handed me a key. Plastic this time, but the number on it was 908. I asked if that room was all they had. He said it was the only room they ever had. I took it, just to sleep, just to reset. The room was nothing like the Meridian. Ugly carpet, buzzing light, cigarette burns on the tub. I avoided the mirror. I put my phone in the drawer, face down at 2:06 a.m. I woke up without knowing why. The room was dark, but my phone screen was on, recording. A voice came through the speaker. "Tell her you're sorry." She knocked and knocked. You never let her in. I picked it up. The camera app was running. It was filming the foot of the bed. And in the corner of the frame, someone was standing. I turned on the light. Nothing there. But when I checked the footage, the figure was still visible. Pale arms. That same smile. Not moving. Not blinking. Just waiting. I deleted the video. Turned the phone off. Put it under a pillow. Went to the bathroom. Looked in the mirror. The mirror looked normal, but it was colder. Like something on the other side had been watching all night. Fog started to creep across the surface, and slowly, word by word, something wrote itself across the glass. You are still a guest. You never canceled. I wiped it away. My hand came back wet and warm. The fog was gone, but the message was carved into the glass now, backwards, so I'd read it every time I looked. I slept with the lights on. Woke up to find my bag packed, sitting by the door. A room service tray beside it. 2 plates. One empty, one full. The note beside it simply said, "Breakfast included. For 2. I didn't book the next hotel. Didn't even choose it." I drove until my vision blurred and let the GPS pull me toward whatever was closest. The motel had no name, just a glowing red vacancy sign and a smiling clerk who handed me a key without asking anything. "Mr. Kane," he said, "welcome back." I didn't correct him. I didn't ask. I was too tired. The key was brass. Room 814, not 908. A new number. That gave me hope. I walked down the hallway. The lights buzzed. Walls beige and peeling. A hum beneath my feet that felt too rhythmic to be plumbing. I opened the door. It was my room. The same layout. Same furniture. Same bedspread pattern. Only the number had changed. There was a tray on the table, still steaming. 2 forks, one of them used. The smell made my stomach twist. Not from hunger, from memory. Something metallic beneath the meat, like warm coins or old blood. I threw the tray into the hallway, closed the door, locked it, pushed the dresser in front. Didn't bother checking the mirrors. I knew what I'd see. The hum beneath my feet grew louder, like something moving below the room, pacing, waiting. I sat on the bed and tried to sleep, but the walls creaked. Once, twice, like they were expanding. I opened my eyes to find the door gone. Not closed. Gone. No handle. No frame. Just more wallpaper where the exit used to be. I stood, backed into the bathroom. It was larger than I remembered. A clawfoot tub that hadn't been there before. Marble floor instead of linoleum. A chandelier swaying without wind. I looked into the mirror. My reflection was sitting on the bed, still, breathing, watching me. I wasn't in the glass. He was. I opened the medicine cabinet. There was a folded towel inside. Underneath it, a room key, brass, 9百ba, and a note, typed, 1 upgrade available, breakfast included, non-refundable. When I closed the cabinet, the reflection was standing behind me, not moving. Its smile didn't match my face. I turned. Nothing there. I rushed out. Where the door had been, there was now a hallway. Too narrow, too dim, lined with sconces that flickered like candles. I followed it. It bent left, then right, then down a small staircase. At the bottom, another hallway. Longer, identical rooms on either side. Room 908 stood at the end. I didn't walk toward it. It pulled me. With every step, the carpet changed, got thicker, redder, began to muffle sound. My shoes vanished into it. I reached the door, knocked. No answer. The tray outside was full. Steam rose from the lid. 2 forks. No napkins. I opened the door. The room inside was dark. Not unlit dark. Something sat in the far chair, legs crossed. Still, I spoke, asked who was there. The shape stood, walked toward me. The lights buzzed once, and for a second, I saw her. The woman, white dress, no eyes, red mouth, the one from the mirror. She smiled, spoke with a voice like my own. You brought the room with you. You didn't leave it behind. Now you're part of the amenity. I turned to run. The hallway was gone. Only the room. Only the tray. Only the sound of the TV turning on by itself. It played the Grand Meridian logo, spinning slowly, and behind it, a whisper. Housekeeping will begin shortly. Please, make your guest feel at home. I left the room without taking anything. Not the key, not the bag, not the name. I walked down a hallway that shouldn't have existed, and through a door that didn't look like an exit. When I stepped out, I was in a grocery store parking lot. Daylight, music playing from a loudspeaker, people shopping. I stood there barefoot in yesterday's clothes, and no one looked twice. I walked inside, grabbed water, protein bars, a burner phone, paid in cash. At the register, the clerk looked up and smiled. "Your room's ready, Mr. Kane." I froze, said nothing. He nodded toward a tray behind the counter. 2 forks, 2 mints, folded napkin. I left without taking the change. 3 towns over, I stopped for gas. Used the restroom. Someone had scrawled something on the mirror in soap. "Room 908 says hello." I checked the stalls. Empty. The lights buzzed as I left. That night, I checked into a roadside motel under a fake name. Paid cash. Told them I didn't want housekeeping. The clerk said nothing. Just handed me the key. Room 908. I asked for another. He shrugged. "They're all 908. You just think the number changes." I left. Slept in the car. Woke up to a knock on the window. A kid, maybe 9, staring at me through the glass. When I rolled it down, she leaned in and whispered, "She doesn't like when you check in without her." I started the car, drove until the fuel light came on, parked behind a diner at dawn. The cook came outside for a smoke. He looked at me once, then asked, "What's it like being on the guest list?" I told him I wasn't, that I never wanted to be. He nodded. "Nobody wants to be, but she only comes to the quiet ones. You look like the type who'd leave the other chair empty." I didn't ask how he knew that. I just left. Rest stop, middle of nowhere. Used the bathroom. When I came out, there was a man waiting by the sinks. Suit, shaved head, smiling too wide. He held out a folded piece of paper. "Housekeeping asked me to deliver this." I didn't take it. He set it on the sink. Walked away. I opened it. Typed on the Grand Meridian's stationery. "You left the door unlocked." She got out. My hand started shaking. I turned to the mirror. My reflection wasn't there. But the chair behind me, there was someone in it, facing away. Hair too long, neck too bent, like it had never held a head right. I turned. Nothing. But when I looked back, the reflection smiled. I stayed off the roads for a while, camped in places without power, without walls. But even the wind started to change. It whispered through the trees, said things only I should know. 2 guests, 1 bed. She remembers. I stopped writing, stopped calling anyone. Didn't matter. I was already on every guest list. I walked into a bookstore to use the restroom. There was a book on the featured table. "Welcome to the Grand Meridian," a travel memoir. Author, Jason Kane. I never wrote that. I flipped to the dedication. To her, thanks for waiting. I tried to delete myself. Every record, every trace. I ditched the phone, burned my ID, smashed every card, every screen. I wrote a fake name in every motel ledger. Avoided numbers entirely. No room keys, no check-ins. Just roadside ditches and gas station stalls. Still, she found me. I was camped outside an abandoned church when the ground beneath my tent began to hum. Not like machinery, more like breath. I unzipped the flap and stepped into a room. Not the woods, not the church, a room. Carpet red, walls velvet, tray on the table. Room 908. But this time, it was upside down, ceiling where the floor should be. Furniture hanging, chandelier swaying just above my head. I turned. The door was gone. There was only a mirror. And in it, I wasn't standing. I was sitting in the chair, smiling, fork in hand, eyes wet like I'd just finished crying. She's almost done with the other guests, the reflection said. You'll be her last. Then she can close the book. I threw the chair at the mirror. Glass shattered. But behind it was another room. Same layout. This time dark and filled with tapes. Cassette tapes labeled with room, numbers, and names. I found mine. J. Kane, 908. Repeat guest. I crushed it beneath my boot. The lights flickered. The floor trembled. And from the speaker, above the door, I heard her voice. You broke the rules. You brought your silence into my dining room. Now let's eat. I fell, not metaphorically, literally. The room dropped like an elevator with no floor. Then I was back in the tent, mouth full of dirt, rain pouring like the sky had cracked. No dream, no metaphor. I'd brought the meridian with me. It followed now, not just in reflections, but in sound. The static on the radio, the hum behind a stranger's cough, the elevator chime at a store with no second floor. All of it whispered the same thing. We're still expecting you. I tried to burn everything. The last of my clothes, the keys, even the Grand Meridian logo I found stamped on the inside of my boot. Nothing stayed burned. Everything I destroyed reappeared by morning, folded, pressed, ready for wear. The hotel wanted me clean, wanted me proper, ready for dinner. I wandered for days, then weeks, until I found myself at a rest stop I didn't recognize. Deserted, dead silent. Inside the bathroom was a single message carved into the mirror. We saved your seat. The stall door creaked open behind me. Empty, except for a folded napkin, crimson lipstick pressed into the corner. 2 names written in script. Jason Kane, roommate, guest, pending. And under that, checkout, available after dessert. I fell to my knees, laughed, screamed. No one heard. No one ever hears you after the second knock, because it always goes the same. First, knock, an offer. Second, a warning. Third means she's already inside. It started with the key. I woke up in a bus station, hand in my pocket, fingers wrapped around brass. No one had put it there, but it was warm, heavy. Room 908. I dropped it, walked away, didn't look back. 10 miles down the road, I saw a sign. Grand Meridian, exit 19. No arrows, no lights, just that, like it had always been there. I told myself not to go, told myself it was a trap. but my feet were already turning. I didn't drive, didn't walk. I just moved. The fog came fast, swallowed the trees. The sky went pink, then red, then black. Then I was inside. In the lobby, same velvet walls, same chandeliers, same receptionist. She didn't say my name this time, just handed me the key and whispered, "She's already seated." The elevator doors opened before I got close. Inside silence. No hum, just a pressure behind my eyes, like altitude or grief. 9th floor. Lights flickering. Carpet brighter than I remembered. Smell like roses left too long in a sealed box. Room 908 was open. Inside, a table, a tray, 2 plates, 1 covered, 1 half-eaten. She was seated already. White dress, face still turned away, hands folded. She didn't speak. I sat down. The fork was already in my hand. The food steamed like it had just arrived. Chicken, wine, a mint folded inside the napkin. I lifted the fork, paused. She turned and smiled. No eyes, no teeth, just an absence where a person should be. "You never left the room," she said. "You just kept closing your eyes." The walls began to change, pulsing, breathing, as if they were growing from the inside out. The floor shifted, not shaking, moving, like the room was being pulled backward. The TV turned on, footage of me, every version, running, screaming, sleeping in rest stops, crying in gas station bathrooms. All of it looped. The logo played over top. "Welcome to the Grand Meridian. Every room is your room." She lifted her glass, toasted me. "You were the perfect guest. Always quiet, always alone. You set the table without even knowing it." The mirror across the room cracked. I stood. The walls closed in. The lights dimmed. "There's only one way to leave," she said. "Finish the meal." The food pulsed. Still warm. Still bleeding. I sat again, picked up the fork, closed my eyes, and took the first bite. The first bite didn't taste like food. It tasted like memory. Old air. Grief soaked in wine. I chewed anyway, because she was watching. Because the room wouldn't stop pulsing until I did. Across from me, she smiled. The kind of smile mirrors don't reflect. No joy, just completion. "Good," she said. "Now you're part of it." The lights dimmed. The tablecloth faded to black. The tray disappeared. And I was standing in the hallway, holding a brass key. But it didn't say 908. It said staff. I tried to throw it away. My hand wouldn't open. The hallway stretched. Carpet peeled beneath my feet, like skin from wallpaper. Room numbers melted into one another. All the doors were open. Empty room. Half-made beds. Trays with used plates. I walked, or something walked for me. Each step echoed twice. Once forward, once backward. I passed a mirror. I didn't see myself. I saw the front desk and me behind it. smiling, wearing gloves, saying a name I didn't recognize. "Welcome. We've been expecting you." I woke in the lobby. Empty. No guests. No staff. The chandelier pulsed like a heartbeat. The front desk phone rang once, then stopped. I stood. A uniform had been laid across the counter. My size. Pressed. Folded napkin in the pocket. J. Kane Guest Services. I put it on. I don't know why, but when I did, the lights brightened. Music started playing soft piano, the kind you don't notice until it stops. The elevator dinged. Doors opened. No one inside, but a room service cart waited in front of it. 2 plates. One covered. One empty. I wheeled it in. Pressed the button for the 9th floor. No motion. No sound. When the doors opened, the hallway was lit like sunrise. Room 908 waited at the end. I knocked. Once, twice, 3 times. A man opened the door, confused, tired, like I'd looked once. He stared at the tray, then at me. "Who ordered this?" he asked. I smiled. "You did. You just forgot." He backed up, hesitated, let me in. The table was already set. I placed the tray down, poured the wine, straightened the napkin. He watched in silence. "Who are you?" he asked. I didn't answer, not out loud, but when I caught my reflection in the window, I saw her, standing behind me, smiling. "He's ready," I said. The lights dimmed, the air went warm, and in my head the hotel whispered, "You've been such a loyal guest. Now, serve." I don't remember how long I've been here, but the bell never stops ringing. New guests arrive every night, and I smile, hand them their keys, tell them the same thing. Room service will arrive at 2. 6 a.m. Please be awake. And always, there are 2 place settings. I didn't know I had an Aunt Ellen. That's what made the letter strange. Not just that. It arrived handwritten in a red envelope. Not just that the return address was from a town I'd never heard of, but that it called me her only living kin. I Googled Larchmont, found 3 towns with the same name. One in New York, one in Maine, one in Virginia. The address on the envelope didn't match any of them. I drove anyway, hours out of state, back roads, 2-lane highways that bled into dirt. No signs, no GPS, just a gut feeling. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No animals, no wind, not even power lines. When I finally saw the mailbox bent, rusted, sun-faded letters spelling Ellen Kane, I felt something shift, like a weight dropped into my lungs. The air got heavier. The trees leaned closer. But the house was perfect. 2-story colonial. White siding, fresh paint, curtains in the windows, porch light on, like it had been waiting. The key was taped to the inside of the mailbox. No note. I walked to the door. The floorboards didn't creak. The handle didn't stick. The lock clicked onto soft. Final. The living room was clean. Furniture covered in white sheets. Smelled like lavender and old pennies. There was no dust. None. Not even in the corners. On the kitchen table sat a black envelope. Inside, a single sheet of paper. Typed, "The house is yours. She liked you best. Never open the cellar." No signature. No date. I looked at the basement door. It was chained shut. 6 padlocks. All new. I didn't try to open it, but I counted the steps between the kitchen and the door. 12. Then I turned around, walked back the same path. Only counted 11. The upstairs bedrooms were full. Closets still had clothes. Walls still had family photos. Some of them were of me as a child. Photos I didn't remember posing for. Places I didn't recognize. In one, I was standing on the porch of this house, missing a tooth, smiling too wide. In the corner of the photo, partially out of frame, a woman's hand, long fingers, black nail polish. I found the will in a drawer, signed by a judge, stamped by a notary I couldn't trace. It stated clearly, "All property, land, contents, and claims transfer to Jason Kane, effective immediately." It was dated 4 years ago. I checked my phone. No signal. The power worked. The water worked. The clocks were all set to 3:33 a.m. Even though it was still early evening, I tried to fix them. They spun backward. That night, I heard the first whisper, soft, from the kitchen. "Welcome home." I thought it was the wind. Then I remembered the trees weren't moving. The first night didn't feel like sleep. It felt like waiting. I lay in the guest bedroom, sheets clean, lights off. But the room hummed, not with sound, with something else, like a held breath. I closed my eyes around midnight. When I opened them again, the sun was up. The room had changed. The bed was on the other wall. The dresser was gone. The closet door was open. I didn't remember opening it. Inside were no clothes, just a mirror. Full length, heavy wood frame. I didn't remember it being there. I stepped toward it, looked in. It reflected the hallway behind me, but not me. I stepped left. The hallway moved. I stepped right. The reflection followed, but I wasn't in it. I waved, nothing, just the hall. Then I blinked, and I was there, staring back. Only my reflection wasn't moving. I turned away. When I looked again, the mirror was just a mirror. My image normal, tired, pale, smiling. I wasn't smiling. I shut the closet, got dressed, walked downstairs. The kitchen chairs had moved. The padlocked cellar door was gone, replaced with a blank wall. I touched it. Wood, dry, no seam. I stepped back, counted to 10, looked again. The cellar door was back. 6 padlocks, no key. I checked my phone, still no signal. The time read 3:33 a.m. Even though it was clearly morning, I turned the phone off. The moment the screen went black, I heard the whisper again from behind the refrigerator. "You look tired." I spun. Nothing. But a cold draft hit the back of my neck like someone had just passed behind me. I opened the fridge, empty, except for a glass bottle of milk, no label, still cold. I didn't drink it. I opened a kitchen cabinet full of teacups, all cracked in the same place right through the handle. I opened another, same cups, same crack, dozens of them. I heard something move upstairs, footsteps, slow. Then a second set, quieter. I climbed the stairs, each one creaked differently, like keys on a broken piano. The guest room door was open, but I had closed it. The bed was gone, replaced with a rocking chair. Moving slightly, a book on the floor. I picked it up, no title, no author, just page after page of handwritten text, all in the same hand, all saying the same sentence. She waits for the door to open. Hundreds of times, I closed the book, placed it back. It was gone when I turned around. The chair had stopped rocking. I left the room, walked to the master bedroom. The door was cracked open. Inside, the mirrors were all covered in cloth. Every one, even the vanity. Something scratched at the window. I lifted the curtain. No tree nearby, just open air. Then I saw it, in the reflection of the glass. A shape, standing in the guest room doorway. Tall, thin, head tilted. I turned around. Nothing there, but the smell of lavender was strong now. Too strong. I went back downstairs. The chairs were upside down. The tray from the fridge sat on the table. The milk open, glass full. No one had poured it. I didn't drink it. I stepped outside. The woods had changed. The driveway was gone. Just trees. I walked 5 minutes in one direction. Reached the same mailbox. Ellen Ken. Still open, still empty. I looked up the road. Fog rolled across the trees like a living thing. I walked back to the house. It looked smaller, like it had settled lower into the earth. The porch steps were damp, not with rain, with something sticky. I didn't check what. I just went inside, closed the door, counted the locks. There were 7 now. One of them was already unlatched. I latched it. As I did, I heard a voice whisper behind me, "You can't lock out what you let in." I turned. The hallway was empty, but the mirror at the end now had 2 reflections, me and someone just out of focus, standing behind me and smiling. I packed my bag by noon. I didn't care about the inheritance anymore. I didn't care about the mystery. I just wanted to leave. The house was wrong, too quiet, too aware. The walls seemed to breathe. The floors shifted beneath my steps. The whispers were clearer now. I could almost tell where they came from. Always just behind me. Always just around the corner. I grabbed my keys, walked to the front door, turned the handle. It opened into a hallway, not the porch, not the yard, just another hallway. Long, wood-paneled, lights too dim to be bulbs, no windows. I stepped back, closed the door, tried the back door instead. It opened into a different hallway, carpeted, pale blue wallpaper, a rotary phone on a table with no cord. I picked it up, cold. The dial tone was a heartbeat, slow, rhythmic, then a voice, not mine, not Ellen's. You were supposed to stay. I hung up. Tried the kitchen window. It was painted shut. I grabbed a knife, broke the seal, pried it open. Wind rushed in, too strong, too fast. I looked out. Not trees, not fog, just black. Endless, empty black. I blinked. The window slammed shut. I stepped back. The knife was gone. The counter was clean. My phone sat on the table, turned on. I hadn't touched it. The clock read 3:33 a.m. again. I turned it off, pocketed it, walked back through the house. Nothing was where it had been. Rooms had changed. The guest room now had bunk beds. The hallway had an extra door. The stairs looped back to the same floor. I tried the new door. It opened into a room I didn't recognize. Hardwood floor. An old record player in the corner. It was playing something faint, not music. A recording. My voice. Don't follow it. Don't open the cellar. Don't turn around. Then static. Then a child's voice. He already did. I backed out. Closed the door. The handle vanished. There was no longer a frame. Just smooth wall. I walked to the bathroom. Turned on the sink. Red water, no smell, no steam. Just thick, dark red. I turned it off. The mirror was fogged. No reflection. Just words scratched into the condensation. She's in the walls. Don't sleep here. I wiped it clean. My reflection blinked before I did. I stepped back, left the bathroom, tried the front door again. Still the hallway. Only now it was longer, stretching farther than I could see. At the far end, a light flickered. A figure stood beneath it, motionless, facing me. I shut the door, looked for the cellar, still chained. But one of the locks was undone. I hadn't touched it. I heard the whispers again, this time louder. You were here before. You left the first time. You don't get to leave twice. I walked to the master bedroom, looked out the window, still fog, still nothing. But I saw movement, a silhouette, someone standing just beyond the tree line, tall, watching. I turned. The bedroom had changed. Now there was a crib in the corner. Something moved inside it, soft rustling. I stepped closer, looked in, empty. Just a baby monitor. The screen was on, showing a live feed of the cellar. No lights, no sound, just darkness. But something in the corner pulsed, like breath. I unplugged it. The screen stayed on. I threw it. The sound didn't stop. A new voice crackled from it. She's waiting at the bottom. Come see. I ran back down the stairs. Every picture on the wall now had no faces, just shadows where people used to be. Except for one, me, standing at the front door, smiling. One hand on the knob, one hand holding something behind my back. I didn't remember the photo. I didn't remember that smile. I didn't remember taking the picture. But it was dated. 7 days from now, I took it off the wall. The frame burned my hand. I dropped it. Glass shattered. Something behind it hissed. I didn't look. I ran back to the front door. Put my hand on the knob. This time, it was cold, wet, sticky. I turned it. The hallway was gone, just black. and one voice from somewhere inside the dark said softly, "Come back in. You forgot to turn the lights off." I blocked the bedroom door with everything I could move. Dresser, desk, chair wedged under the handle. I nailed the windows shut. Stuffed towels under the crack in the door. I didn't know if it would work, but I needed something to feel like a boundary. The room was cold, too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you realize sound isn't missing, it's hiding. I sat in the corner and waited, counted every creak, watched the walls for movement. I'd seen them breathe before. I knew they would again. The air started to change just after midnight. Heavy, wet. The wallpaper on the far wall began to bubble, like something behind it was pushing. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I just stared. The wall exhaled, and from behind it, something scratched. Slow, deliberate, like nails trailing along old plaster. Then the whisper came again. "You locked the wrong door." I stood, pressed my back to the closet. The wallpaper stopped moving. The scratch changed direction. Now it came from beneath the bed. I crouched, lifted the blanket. Nothing there, but the carpet bulged just slightly, like something was beneath it, crawling. I backed away. The window behind me cracked. I spun. The glass hadn't broken. It had just shifted. Now it reflected the hallway. Even though the blinds were drawn, in the reflection, I saw her. Long dress, pale arms, no face, just black where her eyes should be. She was standing outside the door, waiting, but I could hear her inside, breathing, whispering, telling me she never left. I turned the lamp on. The light flickered, dimmed, then died. The mirror on the vanity shook. The towel I'd stuffed under the door turned black. Like it had soaked something up, I didn't check what. I just backed into the farthest corner, closed my eyes, counted my breaths. 1, 2, 3. The closet door opened. I hadn't heard it unlatch. It just opened, inch by inch. The hinges didn't creak, the air didn't move, but the smell changed. Lavender and rot. I looked. Inside was darkness. Too much of it. Like the back wall had been removed. Like it stretched into a space that didn't belong. And then her voice again. "This room was mine first. You only borrowed it. Now I'm moving back in." The mirror reflected her hand on my shoulder. I didn't feel it, but I saw it. Long fingers, black nails, touching me. I turned. Nothing. But my shoulder burned. I looked. 4 dark prints pressed into the skin. Cold, wet. I ran. Moved the chair. Pulled the dresser aside. Tore the door open. The hallway was gone. Now it was a staircase. Stone. Narrow. Leading down. Deeper than the foundation. Deeper than the earth. I didn't want to go, but the floor behind me cracked. A hand burst through it. Thin, gray, grasping for my ankle. I stepped onto the stairs. They pulsed under my feet, like muscle, like throat. I descended, slowly. The air grew warmer, then hot, then thick. The light behind me vanished. Ahead, only a red glow. And her voice, closer now, whispering in both ears at once. Thank you for unlocking the third lock. 4 more and I can come upstairs. I turned back. The stairs were gone. The way up had closed. The walls around me vibrated, and I realized they weren't stone. They were wood. Old. Familiar. Wallpaper peeled in the same spots as the upstairs hall. The house wasn't above the cellar. The house was the cellar. I was still inside it. I never left. I ran forward. Doors appeared on either side, all labeled with names I didn't know, except one, Jason Kane. The door opened before I touched it, and inside was my bedroom. Perfect, clean, lights on, mirror still cracked, and in the center her chair, facing away. She was already seated, waiting for me to sit too. She didn't move when I entered. The chair rocked slightly, forward, back, forward, back. Her dress touched the floor like fog. Her hands rested neatly in her lap, pale, vain, too long. I didn't speak at first. I waited, listened. The house around us held its breath. Then I asked, "Who are you?" She didn't turn, but I heard her voice. It didn't come from her mouth. It came from the mirror, the walls, the floor beneath my feet. I was the first. I stayed. "Now it's your turn." I stepped closer. Her head tilted slightly, like she was listening. "What is this place?" I asked. The lights flickered. The mirror rippled like water. A house remembers its grief. It builds around the ones who feed it. You came hungry. I didn't know what that meant. I wanted to leave. I said so. I told her I never wanted this. Never wanted the house. Never knew Ellen. Never asked for any of it. The room pulsed once. Then she answered. She called you. She needed a door. You were born in the right shape. I stepped closer. I could almost see her face now. A blur, a suggestion, like memory left too long in the sun. I asked if Ellen was still here. She paused. Then she tried to leave. She opened the wrong mirror. She's in the other room now. The wall to my left groaned. A door I hadn't noticed creaked open. I stepped to it, looked inside. It was a bathroom, same tile as the one upstairs, same rust around the faucet. But in the tub something sat, wrapped in sheets, breathing. I backed out, closed the door. When I turned back, the chair was empty. The mirror was full. She stood behind me now, in the reflection. Head tilted, mouth closed, eyes black. I faced her. No one there. I turned back to the mirror. She lifted a finger, touched a glass, and the surface rippled. Then I remembered something. A dream I used to have as a child. A hallway, a mirror, a woman calling my name, soft, gentle, asking me to open the door. I used to wake crying. I never saw her face. I asked the mirror, "Was that you?" Her voice was smaller now, close, almost kind. "You left me there. I've been waiting." You remember now, don't you? I did. Or maybe the house made me think I did, but the memory was clear. A house like this one. A basement door. A girl I dared not follow. I turned to leave. The door was gone again, just wall. The lights dimmed. Her voice returned. You asked for me first. In a whisper, in a wish. Don't lie to the house. Something knocked from the inside of the bathroom door. 3 times. Slow. Wet. Like bone on porcelain. I didn't answer. I looked in the mirror again. My reflection was still. But something behind me moved. A second me. Pale. Shaking. Reaching for my throat. I spun around. Empty room. But the air was wrong. My breath fogged. A sound filled the room, like paper tearing underwater. The chair turned slowly. She sat again. Only now her face was visible. It was mine. Smiling. Now you see. Now you hear. Now let me speak through you. Then she stood, lifted her hands, and placed her fingers gently on my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. But I could hear. The house around me exhaled, and every mirror in the walls whispered at once, "Thank you for remembering. We've been so lonely." I woke on the floor, not the one I fell asleep on. Different carpet, different light, dimmer, dustier. The air was warm, wet. I stood slowly. My back ached. My mouth was dry. The bedroom was familiar but wrong. The dresser had too many drawers. The window looked into another room instead of the outside. A kitchen, I think, but upside down. The mirror above the vanity showed me a hallway behind me, not the one I was in. The wallpaper was darker now. Flowers that hadn't been there before, wilting, bleeding into the edges of the frame. I opened the bedroom door. The hallway was filled with fog, thick, damp. It moved like it was alive. I heard voices inside it, none of them mine, none of them hers. Children, laughing, crying, whispering. I stepped into it. My skin felt heavy, my thoughts slow. The walls pulsed as I walked. My footsteps didn't echo, but I heard footsteps beside me, not following, not leading, just existing next to mine. The hallway turned, ended in a large room I'd never seen. A library, dusty, cold, books stacked in strange ways. Some open, some upside down, some bleeding. Ink dripped from the pages like oil. I touched one. It was warm. A name was written across every page. My name, repeated in different handwriting, different eras, different tools. Pencil, pen, crayon, blood. In the corner of the room, a record player spun nothing. The needle scratched silence. I turned it off. The room shuddered. Something hissed behind the bookshelf. I didn't check. I left the room. Another hallway. No lights, but the walls glowed faintly, like embers beneath the paint. I reached for a doorknob. My hand passed through it. Not incorporeal just, not solid anymore. My body was changing, matching the house, becoming flexible, interchangeable. The mirror at the end of the hall showed me melting, bones stretching, teeth shifting. But I could still see my eyes, still recognize the fear in them. I whispered my name. It came out wrong, echoed 3 times in voices that weren't mine. Then the door behind me opened. A man stepped out, tall, pale, wearing my face. Only older, hollowed. He looked at me, smiled. "You woke up too early. The house wasn't ready." I asked who he was. He answered with my name. I told him that wasn't possible. he said. We all live here eventually. We just arrive at different times. He reached out. I backed away. His hand touched the mirror. It rippled. This is your turn. Next time, you'll knock. I asked what he meant. He looked behind me. I turned. The hallway was gone. I stood in the kitchen again, normal. Sunlight through the windows, no fog, no mirrors. A knock at the front door. I didn't answer. Another knock, louder. A voice. Jason? I recognized it. My own, muffled, afraid. I opened the door. No one there, just fog. Then something stepped out of it. A girl, maybe 10. Pale eyes, long hair. She looked up at me and smiled. You were in my dreams. You kept asking to come inside. I stepped back. She crossed the threshold. The house didn't resist. The door shut behind her on its own. She looked around. I like your house. I didn't respond. She walked past me into the living room, sat in the chair, the same one the woman always used. She folded her hands, closed her eyes, whispered something I couldn't hear, and the walls pulsed, again, like breath, like agreement. The girl opened her eyes. It's your turn to wait now. I tried to speak. My mouth didn't move. I tried to run. My feet didn't listen. The lights dimmed. The house was resetting, rebuilding, preparing. The girl stood, looked back at me. Thank you for making room. Then she walked through the wall. Not a door, just the wall. I tried to follow. Hit solid wood. The mirrors in the hall all showed the same thing now. Me, standing still. Eyes blank, hands folded, waiting for someone else to knock. The knock came at noon. 3 short taps. I didn't move. I hadn't moved in hours, maybe days. Time had stopped tracking the same way. The clock still read 3. 33. The mirrors still pulsed. The air still breathed. But the knock came anyway. Louder now. Urgent. Then a voice. Hello? Is anyone inside? I stepped toward the door. My body hesitated. Not out of fear, out of habit. The house didn't like opening. But this time, it let me. The door creaked. Bright sunlight spilled in. I squinted. For the first time in however long, I felt warmth. Real warmth. Outside stood a man, backpack over one shoulder, envelope in hand. Jason Kane? I nodded slowly. He extended the letter. I think we're related. I just got this in the mail. The envelope was red. Same wax seal, same handwriting, addressed to him from Aunt Ellen. He smiled nervously. It said I inherited this place. Is she here? I stepped aside. He entered. The house didn't fight it. That worried me. He looked around. Weird. Looks bigger in person and darker. I thought it would be cleaner. I looked at the walls. They were spotless. Same polished wood, same breathing wallpaper. I asked him what he saw. He furrowed his brow. Old, run down, dusty. Feels abandoned. I asked what the outside looked like. He stepped to the window. Rotted porch? Overgrown yard? Shattered glass? This place looks condemned. He turned to me, But inside's fine, right? I mean, you've been living here. I nodded. I didn't correct him. He looked confused, nervous. Are you the caretaker? I didn't answer. The house wouldn't let me. He dropped his bag on the floor, looked around. This is wild. I didn't even know we had extended family. I've never heard of Ellen before. I had, but only after she was gone. Only after the letter. The way he spoke, the way he stepped. It reminded me of myself, the way I'd been on the first day. Curious, unafraid, unaware. I saw it clearly now. I was the door, and he had just knocked. He reached for the cellar. I stepped in front of it. He paused. Is that locked for a reason? I nodded. He laughed. Tried to lighten the mood. Let me guess, haunted? The house didn't like that. The floorboards under him creaked. Deep, hollow, like a throat clearing. He didn't seem to notice. I watched the walls. They pulsed again, like holding breath, waiting. I asked if he was tired. He said yes. The trip had been long. I showed him to the guest room. It looked normal now. Bed made, closet closed, no mirror. He set his bag down, looked around. Do you hear that? I asked what. He paused, tilted his head. Whispers, like behind the walls. I said nothing. He turned. Is this place wired for sound or something? I shook my head. He shrugged. Sat on the bed. The springs groaned like something breathing in reverse. Guess I'll settle in. You know if there's a town nearby? I didn't answer. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, lay back on the bed. His eyes shut, then opened again. Wide. Wait, what time is it? I checked the hallway clock. 3:33. His breath hitched. That's what mine says. Even my phone. Is that a thing here? I told him to sleep, that the house would be quiet, that it always was before. He nodded, closed his eyes. The lights dimmed on their own. The hallway flickered. A mirror reappeared in the corner. I saw his reflection, then mine, then hers, already standing between us. The walls whispered, You opened the door. You let him in. Now one of you must stay. I didn't sleep after he did. I sat outside his door listening. The house was quiet, but not still. The kind of quiet that builds before something happens, like lungs drawing breath. The floor beneath me was warm, too warm, like someone was sleeping just under the boards. I touched the wall beside his room. It pulsed once, a low thud like a slow heartbeat. I whispered his name. He didn't answer. I cracked the door open. He was asleep on the bed, hands folded, breathing shallow, eyes twitching behind his lids. The mirror on the wall was uncovered now. It hadn't been there before. His reflection was asleep too, but something stood behind it, just behind him. In the mirror, tall, pale, smiling. I closed the door, put my back against it, thought about running. But I didn't know where the outside was anymore. I didn't even know if it existed. The hallway stretched in both directions now, endlessly. Like the house had decided, distance was optional. I walked, slowly, 1 step, 2, 10, 100, same wallpaper, same lights, same carpet, then a door. My name carved into it. I didn't open it. I kept walking. More doors, some open, some breathing. I heard voices behind one, laughter, my voice, and someone else's. Ellen, the girl, or the woman who came before all of us? I couldn't tell. I stepped away, ran back to the room. His door was wide open. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, blank expression, pale, eyes not blinking. I stepped in, said his name. He didn't look at me, just stared into the mirror. She talked to me. She said I'd be better at it than you were. I asked what she meant. He stood, walked slowly to the mirror, reached out, touched the glass. It didn't ripple. It cracked. A thin fracture spread across it like ice. She's tired of waiting. She said you were too quiet. You didn't let her finish. The wall behind him groaned. A new door appeared, smaller, black wood, no handle, just a keyhole. He looked at me, smiled, but not with his eyes. I think she wants you to see. He stepped through it. The door vanished behind him. I ran to it, slammed my hands against the wall. It didn't budge. I screamed his name, nothing. Then the mirror shimmered, showed me the other side, a room I didn't recognize. Rotting, wet, walls covered in writing, my name over and over. And in the center, he stood, head tilted, eyes black, her fingers resting on his shoulders. He listens better than you. He won't run. He lets me finish my story. The mirror went dark. The lights in the hallway flickered. Then something whispered in my ear. Not behind me, inside me. He's home now. You're free to leave. I stepped into the hall. The wallpaper peeled back. A door I hadn't seen before appeared. Plain wood, rusted knob. The kind of door you find in real houses. I grabbed the handle. It turned, opened, sunlight, a road, a field, my car in the distance, still dusty, still full of fuel. The house said nothing. No pressure, no pull, no whisper. I stepped through. The air was cold, real. The sky was blue. Birds chirped. My heart raced. I looked back. The house was small, crumbling, windows broken, roof half caved. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. I walked to the car, got in, drove until the house was gone, until the road had turns again, until signs started pointing to places I remembered. I stopped at a gas station, washed my face, looked in the mirror. No shadow behind me, no whisper. But my reflection smiled before I did. I asked the clerk what town this was. He said, Larchmont. Last house is gone now. They tore it down years ago. I nodded. Left. But that night, in the hotel room I rented under a different name, I opened my suitcase. Inside was a red envelope, wax seal. My name in that same handwriting. No stamp, no postmark, just one sentence inside. You were never supposed to leave alone. The envelope stayed sealed for 3 days. I didn't touch it. I left it in the drawer of the nightstand, closed it, stuffed a towel in the crack so I wouldn't have to see the corner poking out. But it whispered, only when I closed my eyes. My name. Again and again. Not angry, just patient. I left the hotel after the second night, drove west, found a motel, then another, then a rest stop. Every place I went, something changed. Lights flickered when I walked in. Mirrors froze when I passed. The rooms had furniture in the wrong places. Wallpaper that pulsed when I got too close. I checked the maps. Larchmont wasn't on them. Not anymore. I asked 3 people. None had heard of it. One said it sounded like a dream. I asked what that meant. He looked me in the eye and said, "Not all houses stay where we leave them." I stopped asking questions after that. I tried calling someone I trusted. No one answered. Every voicemail was the same. A quiet breath, then a whisper. There are still rooms left. I smashed the phone, got a burner. The first time I turned it on, it already had one message waiting. No number, just a recording of me. Crying, saying I'm sorry, saying I didn't mean to leave. I didn't remember recording it. I threw the phone into a river. It still rang that night, in the drawer beside the motel bed. When I opened it, a rotary handset was there. No cord, no dial, just ringing. I didn't pick it up. I left again. I drove until the roads narrowed. Gas stations disappeared. The trees came back, thick, familiar. The smell of lavender and copper in the air. And then, the house. I didn't see it. I felt it. Every part of the land curved around where it should have been. But the house wasn't there. Not physically. Not yet. But its shadow was, cast across the grass, stretching toward me. I followed it, because there was nothing left to run to. The rot had followed. Motel mirrors cracked without cause. Elevators opened to floors that didn't exist. Children stared too long, said things no one taught them. You're leaking. You left her behind. She doesn't want someone new. The world was bending, not breaking, rewriting, one boarded house at a time. And all of them were starting to look like hers, like mine, like ours. So I went back, the only place I'd ever left incomplete, and when I found the field where the house should be there, it was quiet, small, waiting. No driveway, no trees, just walls made of memory and wood. I knocked. The door opened before I touched it. Same hallway, same smell, same air, but different now, deeper, older, like it had been rotting without me. And in the center of the living room, seated in the same chair, he waited. The man I let replace me, pale, thin, hollowed out like a fruit left in the sun. She doesn't want me anymore, he said. She said I talked too much. I asked where she was. He looked up. His mouth moved, but her voice came out. You shouldn't have left. We were almost finished. The lights dimmed. The wallpaper bubbled. The floor cracked beneath my feet. I saw the other rooms, all the others. People like me. People who had inherited things they didn't understand. People who had seen a mirror show someone else's memory. And all of them were here. In the walls, in the glass, in the breath between words. I asked what she wanted. The voice answered from every corner. A witness, a listener, a name that doesn't leave. I took a step forward. The man, the copy, the echo stood slowly. It has to be one of us. She only lets one stay. She only lets one leave. I looked at the front door. It was closed again. I looked at the mirror. It showed me walking away, then burning. I looked at him. He smiled, just slightly, and whispered, "It should have been you." I stepped forward, took his hand, closed my eyes, and waited for her to choose. I didn't feel the house choose. There was no sound, no flash, no scream, just quiet, like the world held its breath and never let it go. He let go of my hand first, looked at me, eyes pale, mouth trembling. He nodded once, then turned to the wall, walked toward it, passed through it like fog. I didn't call out, didn't move. I stood in the living room, the last room, and waited. The wallpaper peeled itself away. Beneath it, names, hundreds, some carved, some written, some burned in, all with dates, all crossed out, except one, mine, still fresh, still wet. I reached out, touched it. My fingers came back red. From the mirror, her voice rose again, soft, tired. "You stayed. You heard the whole story. Now I can rest." I asked who she was. The mirror pulsed, showed a version of the house I'd never seen, brighter, full of life. Flowers in the windows, music playing in the kitchen, a woman in a red dress humming to herself, painting, a child in the corner drawing spirals on the floor, over and over. Spirals just like the ones carved into the basement door. I watched as the door opened. The woman stepped in, closed it behind her, never came back out. The child stopped humming, grew up alone, lived in silence, spoke only to the walls, until the walls answered back. Then the mirror cracked. I asked again, "Who are you?" Her voice changed. Younger, the house, then older, the child, then mine, the part of you that never stopped listening. The voice you buried under the sound of forgetting. You are the last, so you must be the first again. The lights in the house all turned on, one by one. Every room, every hallway, every place I'd never found, they lit up like memory waking. The floor creaked softly, the kind of creak that meant no harm, just movement, just breath, just wait. I walked the halls again, slowly, without fear this time. They were mine now. I understood that, not in ownership, but in obligation. I was the listener, the next one to remember, and the one after me would come looking too. I walked past the guest room. It was made up again, clean, empty, ready. I opened the closet. No mirror, just a stack of letters, red envelopes, all blank, all waiting for names. I opened the top one. Inside, a message typed on soft linen paper. You are invited. You are remembered. You are welcome home. I took the letter, walked downstairs. The cellar door was gone. The locks were laid neatly on the table, polished, open, resting like they were tired too. I sat in the chair that had always faced me. I faced it now, looked into the mirror, my face, my hands, my voice, and someone standing behind me, the girl, the child, the one who used to live here. She smiled. I never wanted to be alone. I smiled back. You aren't. Not anymore. And she disappeared. Not gone. Just resting. Finally, the floor stopped breathing. The house stopped whispering. The lights dimmed. Not in fear, in peace, like sleep. The next day, the mail arrived. Just one envelope. Red. No stamp, no name. I opened it. Inside one line, typed, "We've sent another." I walked to the guest room, laid the letter on the bed, left the door cracked, went back to the chair. The house was quiet. Outside, the wind moved for the first time. Real wind, leaves rustling, light through the trees, and then a knock. 3 slow taps, not angry, not urgent, just polite. "Hello?" a voice said. I stood, smiled, walked to the door, and whispered to the house, "Let them in." The key came in a manila envelope, taped to a letter I didn't read until after I'd already driven 6 hours and crossed into a part of the state I swore I'd never set foot in again. The letter said, "To my last blood, I leave you the house. Don't go in the basement. Don't fix the door. Don't dig. Uncle R. That's all. No name. No signature I recognized. Just one strange old key, already rusted at the edges, and a return address that no longer matched any active listing on Google Maps. My mom didn't even know I had a great uncle. I asked her once. She said, "We don't talk about that side of the family." Now I understand why. The house was a skeleton. 3 stories of chipped siding and sagging wood. The porch leaned forward like it was begging for help. Vines swallowed one side of the structure. Birds refused to land on the roof. But the key worked. The door didn't open so much as sigh, like it had been holding its breath since someone last touched it. Inside, dust floated in layers, like time had solidified. Every floorboard creaked under my boots. The wallpaper peeled in long strips like it was trying to escape the walls. But the weirdest part? It wasn't cold, not even slightly. In fact, it was warm, humid, like the house was running a fever. I moved through the rooms slowly, each one more faded than the last. Furniture draped in sheets, family photos turned face down, a massive grandfather clock with no hands. The smell of wet wood and copper followed me everywhere. I made it to the 2nd floor and chose the cleanest room clean, meaning fewer cobwebs and no bird skeletons, and dropped my bag. That's when I heard it, a thump below me, followed by a click, like a switch, like something had been turned on. I followed the sound down, through the crooked kitchen, past the basement door I was specifically told not to open, and into the den. There, beside an ancient tube TV, was a cardboard box. On it, in sharp black marker, "Play me first." I opened the box. Inside, a dozen or so VHS tapes, each one labeled with a number and what looked like a timestamp. All of them had the same word printed on the spine. Below, the one on top was labeled Tape 1, 0, 00001249. Against my better judgment, and with the kind of curious dread you can feel in your throat, I hooked up the old VCR, blew dust from the cartridge, and pressed play. The footage was static for the first few seconds. Then it cut to grainy, low-light footage of a crawl space, wood beams, dirt floor, crickets chirping somewhere far away, no sound but breathing. Then, movement. Something just out of frame. Something crawling on its hands. But the hands were backwards. And then the screen cut to black. I pulled the tape. I told myself it was a prank, an art project, or maybe something left by my great-uncle during the throes of dementia. But when I turned off the TV, I noticed something strange in the corner of the den. A patch of the hardwood floor was wet, fresh, like someone had just come in from the rain. I looked up, no leaks. I bent down, touched it, and heard, for the first time, knocking, 3 slow knocks, from beneath the floor. I didn't sleep the first night, not even a minute. The knocking started just after midnight, always in threes, always beneath the floor, soft, not aggressive, but steady like a reminder, like someone tapping a finger against wood from just under the boards. I moved a chair over the wet patch and sat in it with a flashlight and the crowbar I'd found in the garage. The house didn't make a sound otherwise. No wind, no settling, not even rats, just the knock, knock, knock. I didn't move until the sun rose. Even then, I waited, half expecting the basement door to creak open by itself or another tape to slide across the floor like some cliché ghost story. But the moment the light broke through the curtains, the knocking stopped. I finally exhaled, and then the VCR clicked. It ejected the tape on its own. I hadn't touched it. I walked over slowly, hands still shaking. And there it was, tape 2, already resting on the top of the stack. It wasn't there before. I would have seen it. This one was labeled tape 2, 0, 12, 50, 0, 30, 0. Beneath the timestamp, something new was written in faded red ink. The next one always knocks. I told myself I wouldn't play it. I unplugged the TV, unplugged the VCR, piled the tapes back into the box and stuffed it in the hallway closet. Then I showered, tried to eat, didn't realize I'd been holding my breath for hours until I stepped outside and the air hit me like a brick. I stood on the porch for 20 minutes, just watching the tree line across the field. Nothing moved. No wind, no birds. Just the quiet hum of something waiting. I went back inside and found the TV turned on. White, static. Volume full blast. The VCR pulled in tape 2 while I stood there. I didn't press play. I didn't need to. The footage started on its own. Same crawl space. Same darkness. But this time, the camera was moving forward, slow and steady. There was a narrow wooden passage, maybe 4 feet tall, dug beneath the foundation. The walls were too smooth, like they'd been carved by hand. As the camera turned a corner, I saw a small shape curled up in the dirt. At first, I thought it was a doll. Then it moved. A child, or what looked like one. Pale skin, Thin limbs, no face, just smooth skin where the features should have been. It crawled toward the camera, one arm dragging behind like it had been broken and reset wrong. Then it stopped, tilted its head, raised one hand, and knocked on the wall 3 times. The screen cut to black, then to static. Then a single sentence appeared. If you heard it, it knows your name now. I yanked the tape out, threw it against the wall. Didn't care if it broke. But when I turned around, I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow. 1 step. Pause. Another step. Then the floorboard creaked above the den. I grabbed the crowbar and climbed the stairs. Every room was empty. Every window still latched. Until I reached the door at the end of the hall. It was the only room I hadn't checked yet mainly, because the doorknob had been rusted shut. Now it stood open. I stepped inside. Empty, except for one thing. The TV. The exact same one from downstairs. Sitting on the floor, already turned on, playing static. And beside it, a 3rd tape. No label. Just the word, "Listen," scratched into the plastic. I didn't touch it. I backed out slowly, closed the door, and nailed it shut with every damn piece of wood I could find. As I hammered in the last nail, I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. But this time, it came from behind the walls. I didn't sleep the second night either, not even with the door nailed shut. I kept telling myself I should just leave, burn the tapes, drive until the static fades. But part of me was hooked now, like a line had been cast, and I'd swallowed the bait willingly. I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, tried to sit in the kitchen with the windows open, tried to call someone he won, but no signal, not even a bar. My phone wouldn't even open the dial screen anymore. Just flashed white and then black, like it was caught between pages of something it didn't want to show me. That's when the box came back. The tapes. I had locked them in the closet. I know I did, but they were sitting on the kitchen table, stacked neatly, with the unlabeled tape, "Listen," on top. I didn't remember carrying it there, but my hands were stained with dust and oil, and the closet was empty. I stared at the tape for over an hour, and then I pressed play. Not because I wanted to, because I had to. The footage was silent. No ambient noise, no static. Just the soft hum of air, like a mouth breathing slowly through a vent. The camera was upstairs now. Same hallway, my hallway. The door at the end, the one I nailed shut, was open. The angle moved closer, entered the room. I didn't see myself at first. Not until the camera panned slowly across the floor and found someone sitting in the corner, knees pulled to chest. Me, but not now me. A future me. My hair longer, eyes sunken, nails bloody from scratching the wall. I looked straight into the camera and whispered something, but the sound was reversed, backwards, distorted. I grabbed the remote, rewound, and slowed it down. When played in reverse, the voice said, "You're already inside." Then the screen glitched, and the camera turned toward the closet in the corner. A sound came from inside, scraping, breathing, and then knock, knock, Knock. The tape ejected on its own. The screen went black, and something pounded from the other side of the wall behind me. I didn't turn around. Not right away. My skin went cold, like it had pulled tight against my bones. I could hear it breathing through the wood, through the nails, through the insulation. 3 slow exhales. Then something whispered, "Let me in now." I stood, grabbed the crowbar again, and ran upstairs. I had to see if the door was still sealed. It was, mostly, but the nails weren't as deep as I remembered. Like someone or something had been working them loose from the other side. I pounded them back in, all of them. Then I looked down the hall. The second door of the guest room was open now, and on the floor inside, a 4th tape. This one labeled, "Do Not Watch." I backed away, slammed the door shut, didn't even lock it, just couldn't look at it. That night, I didn't try to sleep. I sat in the den with every light on, crowbar in my lap, waiting. Just after 3 a.m., the power cut out. All at once. Dark. Complete. And then I saw the red light of the VCR blink on. It powered itself. It pulled in a tape. I never touched it. And the TV lit up. Footage. Me, asleep on the couch, wearing the same clothes, breathing softly. Then behind me, a shape, just barely visible in the static, crawling from the baseboard, arms backwards, head turned wrong, and a voice, low and breathless, said, "You keep watching. I keep getting closer." I smashed the VCR with a hammer, not out of panic, out of necessity. I waited until morning, opened every window in the house, and beat the thing until it was nothing but warped metal and black tape guts across the floor. I pulled the tapes from the box, all 7 of them, and tossed them in the fireplace. I didn't light it, not yet, because I had one more idea. I drove into town, or I tried. The road that led away from the house curved back around after 20 minutes. I thought I'd made a mistake, turned wrong. I drove again, marked trees with red paint, counted curves, tracked time, still looped back. By the 3rd time, I was parked outside the house again. The porch light was on. I hadn't left it on. Inside, the tapes were back on the table. The VCR, good as new, powered on, waiting. That night I heard it again, the knocking. But not from below. This time, it was coming from the inside of the television. Soft taps from behind the glass. Then a voice, not through speakers, through the screen itself. The one who watches wins. I backed away. The screen flickered and showed the den. Live. Not recorded, not grainy. Live. Same room, same light, same furniture. Except there was no me in the frame. Only the couch. Empty. And behind it, just barely in view, a hand reaching around the corner. Pale. Backwards. It waved. The tape inserted itself. Tape 5. Playing. Tape 5, 4, 3, 0. I didn't press anything. The footage began with me standing in the guest room, holding the crowbar. I hadn't been in that room yet, not since the unlabeled tape. But on screen, I walked into the room, stepped to the center, and began pulling up the carpet. Underneath, a trapdoor, rusted, chained shut. I pried it open and lowered myself down. The footage followed me like something. Holding the camera crawled behind. Then the screen cut to static. I didn't want to believe it, but I had to see. I walked to the guest room. Same layout, same carpet. I peeled it back. It was there, the trap door, exactly like the tape, chain and all. I didn't open it. Couldn't. Not yet. Instead, I backed out and returned to the den. The VCR was ejecting a new tape, tape 6. There was no label this time, just one sentence scrawled into the casing with something sharp. You won't remember this. I set it down, left it there, tried to leave the house, again on foot this time, wandered the woods for hours, kept walking until night came. Then I saw the house, still ahead, no matter which way I turned. Like the forest wasn't a place, just a hallway that kept looping back to the same door. By the time I reached the porch, the tape was gone, already playing. The screen showed me asleep again. Different angle this time, from inside the wall. A narrow slit in the plaster showing only one eye watching me. My eye, but it blinked wrong. The lids closed left to right. When I woke up the next morning, I was sitting at the edge of the guest room, the trap door wide open, my feet dangling over it. I didn't remember walking there, didn't remember unlocking the chain, but my hands were smeared in rust and splinters, and at the bottom of the dark hole beneath me, I heard breathing. Not angry, not fast, just patient, hungry, and it spoke in my voice. Keep watching, or start becoming. I told myself I'd just look, just lean over the edge, shine the flashlight, and confirm there was nothing there, nothing but dirt and old air, and that strange pulsing smell that clung to every corner of this house. But the moment I lowered my feet through the opening, I felt it. The air changed, heavier, like something exhaled up from the dark, and the whisper that followed wasn't outside my head. It bloomed inside my thoughts like mold. We've been waiting. The ladder wasn't wood. Not anymore. It looked like bone, fused, polished, wrapped in old fabric like muscle. Each rung groaned when I touched it, but it held. So I climbed. I don't know how long I was descending. Time warped as I moved. My flashlight flickered constantly. Sometimes there were walls beside me. Sometimes just endless black. At one point I looked up and saw nothing. No trapdoor, no light. Only the sound of the tape spinning somewhere above. I reached the bottom when I stopped feeling air. Just heat. Dense, wet heat that stuck to my face like skin. I stepped down into the crawl space. Only it wasn't a crawl space anymore. It was a chamber. Vast, circular, hollowed out like a wound in the earth. The walls pulsed, almost like breathing. Flesh-colored roots tangled overhead, dripping a thick amber fluid. The ground wasn't dirt. It was stitched cloth, stretched and puckered like the inside of a sealed mouth. And in the center, a chair, facing an old TV. Same model, same screen, already on. already playing. The footage showed the den. Live again. I was there seated in the chair, but not moving, just staring, mouth open, eyes dried and cracked. The figure standing behind me was the thing I saw in earlier tapes, pale, bent, backwards. Its arms wrapped around my shoulders like a parent comforting a sleeping child. Then it turned toward the camera and grinned. No face, just smooth, wrinkled skin pulled tight across bone. And that grin, wide and silent, curling into something far too human. The screen cut to black. Text appeared. You're not watching this. You're inside it. I turned to run, but the ladder was gone. Only a blank wall above now. The light failed, and the breathing started again, closer, from behind me. I swung the flashlight. Nothing. I took a step backward and felt something squish beneath my foot. I looked down. A VHS tape, crushed, still twitching. Another whispered inside my ear, directly into the bone. Below isn't a place. It's a copy of you, waiting to be filled. I fell to my knees, hands shaking, and before I could scream, I woke up, in my bed, upstairs. In the guest room, the trapdoor was gone. No mark in the floor, no rusted chain, like it never existed. But there, beside the bed, sat another tape. This one labeled Tape 0, it starts here. And below that, do not remember. I stared at the tape for hours. Tape 0. The label looked fresh, like it had just been written. No dust, no decay. But the VHS casing was warm, not from sunlight, from use. The words beneath it haunted me more than anything else. Do not remember. I kept replaying what happened. Crawling into the dark, the breathing walls, the TV that told me I wasn't watching. I was inside. But every time I tried to recall details, my mind slid off them like oil on glass. My heartbeat quickened, my hands sweated, and something behind my eyes itched. I stood, opened the closet, and shoved the tape inside. I didn't destroy it. I couldn't, but I hid it like it could see me. I told myself I wouldn't play it. Not yet. That night, I woke up to a sound I couldn't explain. Not knocking, not breathing, typing, slow, methodical. From downstairs, I crept through the hall and froze when I reached the landing. The glow from the den was familiar TV light, flickering blue and white. But I hadn't turned it on. I hadn't touched it since I came back up. From the top of the stairs, I saw the back of a figure seated at the desk across from the television, shoulders hunched, hair disheveled, wearing my shirt, same posture, typing. I held my breath, stepped slowly down the stairs. The floorboards didn't creak. When I reached the doorway, I whispered, "Hello?" The typing stopped. The figure didn't turn, didn't move. I stepped closer, and then it did something I'll never forget. It leaned sideways, slowly, like its spine unhooked one vertebra at a time, and looked at me upside down. Not its head, its whole body, bent sideways and stared. Its face was mine, but wrong, off, eyes too far apart, smile stitched shut, It raised one hand and pointed at the screen. The TV showed me sleeping. Now, live, upstairs, and a second figure standing at the foot of my bed, watching me, breathing, mouth wide open, but unmoving, like it was waiting for a cue. I blinked. The figure by the TV was gone. So was the light, and my reflection in the screen wasn't looking back anymore. I ran upstairs, burst into the bedroom. Empty. Window still shut, but the closet door open. Inside was the tape. Tape 0, now playing on its own. Even though the VCR was unplugged, the footage showed me as a child, in a living room I didn't recognize, sitting cross-legged, crying, pointing toward a basement door. I had something in my lap, another tape, written on the spine, "Play me first." The tape ended, ejected, and the VCR spit out a second cassette that hadn't been there before. This one, unlabeled, no title, no time code, just a single black fingerprint across the surface. I backed away, hit the door frame, fell hard, and when I looked up, the figure was crouched at the end of the hallway. Same face, same clothes, same brand of me. It whispered, without opening its mouth, "Stop remembering. That's how it wins." Then it crawled into the wall. I nailed the closet shut. I nailed the bedroom window shut. I blocked the door with the dresser and slept with a hammer across my chest. Didn't matter. At 3:13 a.m., I woke up standing in the hallway, barefoot, mouth open, staring at the wall. My fingers were bleeding, not from a wound from scratching. I'd been clawing the same patch of wallpaper over and over. Beneath it, I uncovered something etched into the wood. A shape, not a word. A spiral, tight, endless, same as the one that appeared in the VHS static. And just beneath the spiral, carved in rough, angry letters, "The more you remember, the more it can fill you." I staggered back into the room, wiped the blood from my hands, and caught something in the mirror. Movement, but not me. My reflection blinked half a second late. Its hands were clean. Its eyes were black, and it smiled, just once, before catching up. That morning, I found the unlabeled tape again, the one with the black fingerprint. It was in the fridge. I don't know how it got there. I didn't put it there, but I stared at it while the milk soured beside it, while my reflection in the metal of the toaster looked the other way. Finally, I played it. The footage this time was different, crisper, realer. No static, just the front of the house. My house. At night, one camera angle, and a figure walking up the driveway. Me, dragging something behind me. A garbage bag. Heavy. I disappeared through the front door. Then, a few seconds later, I reappeared at a window, my face against the glass, smiling, eyes glowing white. Behind me, something moved, fast, tall. Then the screen cut to text. "You're not watching tapes, you're making them." I unplugged everything. TV, VCR, lamps. I threw the breaker downstairs, even yanked the cord from the back of the television and buried it in the backyard. By sunset, I'd torn the house quiet, but it didn't stay that way. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the power came back by itself. The TV turned on. No tape inserted. Just a camera feed. My bedroom. Me. Sleeping. Only I wasn't. I was still downstairs. Watching. I ran up, heart hammering. The bed was empty, but the sheets were still warm, and the closet door, unnailed, open, a fresh spiral scratched into the floorboards, with one word beneath it, inside. I think the house is learning, or maybe remembering me better than I remember myself. Every time I look in the mirror now, I see small differences. Teeth closer together, hairline slightly wrong, pupil shape off. Like someone's rebuilding me from memory, but not quite getting it right. And every room I walk into smells more and more like static. Not air, not mildew. That metallic scent you get when a TV is on but not showing anything. That's what the house smells like now. Like it's been recording. I woke up with another tape beside me. No case. No label. Just a note. If you play this one, you stay. It's in the VCR now. Humming. Waiting. And I can hear something walking above me. Back and forth. Same number of steps. Same pace. Like it's practicing. I didn't play the tape. I watched it spin in the VCR for 20 minutes, humming like a hungry thing, but I didn't press play. That's probably the only reason I'm still thinking clearly enough to write this. The footsteps upstairs never stop. Back and forth, back and forth. Always 12 steps. Pause, turn, 12 back. Then again. I finally went up, but I didn't go quiet this time. I stomped. I knocked on the walls. I yelled my own name into the silence, like I was trying to scare off an animal, but nothing answered. Until I reached the guest room. The door was cracked open. The light inside flickered like TV glow, but I hadn't plugged anything back in. The room was empty, except for the mirror, moved from the bathroom, now propped against the wall, and in the reflection, me standing behind myself. Not a trick of the light, two of me. Same shirt, same face, but his eyes were completely black. No whites, no blinking. He smiled and whispered, "One of us sleeps, one of us wakes." I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up the next morning in the crawl space. Not the one below, the one behind the walls, pressed between insulation and wood, covered in dust and mouse droppings, face against a vent that looked directly into my bedroom. I could see the bed. Me, still sleeping. But now I wasn't sure which of us was real anymore. Was I watching? Or being watched? I didn't move for hours. Couldn't. Not until night fell, and the figure in the bed sat up. Not slowly. Not naturally. Just straight up like a puppet pulled by strings. He stood, turned toward the vent, and smiled. I fought my way out of the walls, tore through the drywall, bleeding, ragged, and stumbled into the hallway, screaming. But there was no one there. The bed? Empty. The TV? On. showing footage of me in the wall, sleeping, then waking, then staring directly at the camera, and speaking in a voice that wasn't mine anymore. Play the last one. Let me in. There's one tape left now. It wasn't on the table. It was inside the wall, wrapped in old fabric. I found it when I pulled the vent open. The label is scratched off. Just a single symbol burned into the plastic. The spiral, inside it, a slitted eye. It's warm, pulsing, like a heartbeat. And every time I walk past the VCR, it opens automatically. Waiting, welcoming. The lights flicker constantly now. Every mirror is fogged, even when I haven't used hot water. The reflection doesn't mimic me anymore. It lags, or it stares while I move. It waves, or smiles, or opens its mouth like it's screaming, but there's no sound. Last night, I saw it blink 3 times before I did, and it whispered, "We're almost done with you. I think the house has made its choice." And I don't think I'm it. I never touched the tape, not physically, but sometime, between the 6th knock from the floor and the 7th breath from the walls, it played anyway. I woke up to the TV already humming. The screen wasn't showing footage. It was showing me. Now, sitting in front of the screen, breathing, blinking, watching myself. The frame didn't flicker. It didn't glitch. It wasn't lagged or warped. This wasn't a VHS. This was a mirror, and I was being broadcast. I stood up. The screen followed. Every move. Perfect. Until I reached behind the TV just to see. To unplug it. And on the screen, I didn't. The version of me on the screen turned the other way, looked behind himself, and smiled. Not at me. At something behind him. Behind me. I turned too late. Felt cold hands on my shoulders. And then, nothing. I came to with my head against the wall. The lights were off. The TV was off. But the tape was still spinning. I heard breathing in the speakers. Not mine. Slower. Wet. Patient. Then a voice. Flat. Familiar. This is the recording. You are not the one watching. You are what's being remembered. The mirrors are all covered now. Not by me, but by something. Fabric. Tarp. Old plastic. Stapled down like someone was afraid I'd see too much. But even without mirrors, I catch glimpses. In the reflection of the faucet, in the glint off the microwave door. The other me. The one that came out of the wall. The one that never blinks. Every night I sleep for less time. Every morning I feel less. Food has no taste. Water doesn't cool. I touched fire yesterday. Let a match burn to my fingers. Nothing. But sometimes, I hear people talking behind the static. Old voices. Ones I forgot. My mother. Ash. Myself. They whisper in loops. You're already part of the house. You're already part of the tape. I tried to destroy it all again. Burned the tapes. Again. They hissed, screamed, even leaked black liquid that steamed like fat in a skillet. But when I woke up, they were back, neatly stacked, labeled correctly. Ruined, One of them was still in the player, and the screen showed the bedroom. Live. Someone was lying in the bed, curled on their side, facing away from the camera. I stepped slowly toward the room, crowbar in hand, every part of me cold and dry and hollow. I opened the door. The bed was empty, sheets neat, like no one had ever slept there. But when I turned around, I was in the footage, watching myself in real time from behind the camera, holding the crowbar. But the screen version of me, smiling, even as I raised the weapon, even as I walked toward the screen, toward myself. There's one more tape now, final one. The plastic melted into the VCR. There's no label, just one word, written across the screen in black text over red static. Replace. And underneath it, smaller. One leaves. One leaves. I stared at the word on the screen for hours. Replace. Not blinking. Not breathing. Just listening. The house didn't creak anymore. The floor didn't knock. The static didn't whisper. It was waiting. I don't know if it was mine to decide, or if the decision had already been made before I got here. Maybe the first time I played tape 1, maybe before I even inherited the house. Maybe none of it was real. Maybe this isn't a house at all. Maybe it's a memory with walls. But I knew what I had to do. One of us had to stay. One had to leave. I walked upstairs. No crowbar, no flashlight. Just me. The reflection was waiting in the hallway mirror, standing perfectly still. My twin. My mold. My better copy. I expected it to smile, or wave, or open its mouth and scream that it deserved this. It didn't. It stepped aside, let me pass, like it knew, like it had already watched this tape. I entered the guest room. The trap door was open. The TV was playing static, but not white noise shapes moved in the snow now. 1,000 blinking eyes, a mouth that never closes. That spiral, turning slowly, drawing everything inward like gravity around a hole that doesn't end. Next to the TV was a chair, and another me, already sitting, already pale, already smiling. This one was older, hair gray, fingernails blackened, eyes dull. The house had been using him, looping him, replaying his fear over and over. And now it was my turn. I stepped into the center of the room, waited. No instructions, no voice, just instinct. I sat and felt the tape load into the back of my skull. Memories unspooling. Backwards. The moment I found the key. The moment I opened the letter. The moment I pressed play. The moment I was replaced. And then I stood up. But the chair still held someone. He looked at me. Not sad. Not angry. Just tired. Then he dissolved into static, and the room went dark. I woke up on the porch. Morning. Birdsong. Sun. I checked my hands. Clean. No blood. No dust. No burns. I walked to the car and found keys in the ignition. I turned them. The engine started. The road was clear. Straight. I didn't look back. Not even once. I've been home 3 days now. Sometimes I forget what happened. Other times, I remember things that didn't. But at night, when I close my eyes, I hear the VCR click. I hear breathing through a wall that isn't there. I see the reflection of myself, 1 second too slow, smiling when I'm not. And this morning, I found a package on my doorstep. No return address. Inside, a single tape, label blank. But someone had written 1 word across it in marker. Welcome back. And underneath, in smaller letters, the next one always knocks. The night is listening. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. It wasn't the fall that changed him. It was the recovery. My father had tripped on a patch of black ice outside his hardware store one morning in February. Nothing dramatic, just a clean backward slip that cracked the back of his head on the sidewalk. He was unconscious for less than 3 minutes, responsive by the time the ambulance arrived, but they kept him overnight for observation. CT came back clean. No bleeding, no skull fracture, just a concussion and a prescription for rest. He was 63 at the time. The hospital discharged him with a pamphlet about symptoms to watch for and a warning not to drive for 72 hours. I remember picking him up and joking about getting him a cane and life alert badge. He didn't laugh, but that wasn't strange. He wasn't a big laugher to begin with. It was what happened after that set everything sideways. The first shift was minor. He started reading, not the newspaper or the sales circulars like he used to, actual books, history, mythology, philosophy. I found a copy of Beowulf in the passenger seat of his truck, a hardcover edition in Old English, bookmarked halfway through. I asked him why, and he said, "I like how it sounds." But it wasn't just that. He spoke differently, more precise, less slang, shorter pauses between sentences, like the ideas were already cued. Then he started walking farther, alone. I'd catch him down by the river trail before sunrise, moving slow but with intention, like he was tracking something. He'd stop and kneel to examine bark, stones, prints I couldn't see. Said he was checking patterns. My mom said it was just his way of coping with age, that maybe the fall scared him into making the most of his time. But there were other things, subtler things. He stopped watching TV, didn't touch his tools, rearranged the entire garage based on functionality, but couldn't explain what that meant. Started referring to years by number like 1, 9, 8, 4, instead of 80, 4. And the creepiest part, the one that made my skin crawl in the quiet hours, was that he stopped calling me son. Not in a cold or cruel way, just replaced it. Started calling me young one. And always with this small, strange smile, like he knew something about me I hadn't realized yet. I started recording our conversations. I don't know why. Something about his voice felt off. Same tone, same rhythm, but too steady. I played them back and listened to him say things like, "They moved when the light changed," Or, you'd be surprised what the crows remember. I played one for my wife and asked if she noticed anything weird. She said, yeah, he sounds smarter. But it wasn't intelligence. It was structure. He had learned how to be my father again, but in a way that felt rehearsed, like the pauses were performances, like the affection was calculated. The last thing that tipped me was chess. My dad hated chess, called it a snob game for old men with no hobbies. But I came home one night and found him at the kitchen table with a board and timer, flipping through a worn notebook of openings and strategies in Cyrillic script. When I asked where he learned it, he said, "It's been useful before." Not, "It might be." It's been. And I didn't ask any more, because in that moment, I realized something awful. This man sitting at the table, studying pieces, using words like pivot, retreat, and sacrifice with absolute ease, wasn't remembering new things. He was remembering old things, things he'd never done as my father. The worst part wasn't the change in his habits, or the way he spoke. It was how natural it all felt to him. There was no period of clumsiness, no frustration about his memory, no fumbling with new skills like someone piecing things together after trauma. He just adapted. Or maybe that's the wrong word. He settled back in, like someone stepping into old shoes. The man I grew up with couldn't wire a light switch without calling me 3 times. A month after the fall, he rewired his garage with copper conduit and installed a new breaker panel labeled in 3 languages. I asked why. He said, "Some tools don't want to be forgotten." I laughed, tried to play it off, but something in his eyes held too long on mine, like he was measuring if I'd understood something he hadn't meant to say. He started using measurements I didn't recognize, referred to distances in paces and spans. Said the river behind the house had moved wrong this season. I found old newspapers on his workbench, articles circled that had nothing to do with local news. Seismic shifts in northern Russia, migratory anomalies near Finland, an abandoned transmitter station outside of White Sands, New Mexico. All of it obsessive, all of it marked and connected with thin red pen lines that didn't mean anything to me, but clearly meant something to him. He stopped calling friends, let the phone ring without answering, and when I finally confronted him, not aggressively, just sat down and asked, "Do you feel like yourself lately?" He paused, then answered slowly, like someone reading from a script they'd memorized a long time ago. "I've always been me. The problem is when you forget that people were more than one thing before you met them." I asked what that meant. He smiled. "I wasn't always a father. I left after that. I needed space. I told myself it was stress, that my mind was overfiring, trying to make sense of aging, trauma, neuroplasticity, all the buzzwords the internet throws at you when you type personality changes after concussion. But that night, I found a file in my inbox. No sender, no subject, just an audio attachment labeled, 'Listen, if it's waking.' Against my better judgment, I played it. There was static. Then the sound of paper being moved. Then his voice not recorded like from a phone, but mic'd clearly, calm, focused. And he said, 'When the signals resume, the river will shift again. I've begun pre-mapping local structures and absorbing linguistic tone. he suspects. That's ahead of schedule. Then silence. Then, end of log 17. The timestamp was from that morning. I hadn't seen him that day. I hadn't told anyone what I was thinking. And that voice, steady, clinical, was not the voice of a retired small-town hardware store owner recovering from a fall. It was the voice of a man preparing for something, documenting, filing, reporting. And I suddenly understood something sickening. This wasn't my father with a strange new skill set. This was something else entirely, inhabiting his face and frame like a uniform. Something trying not just to blend in, but to resume its assignment. The next time I visited, he was expecting me. I mean that, literally. I didn't call ahead, didn't text, but when I pulled into the driveway, the porch light clicked on, and the door opened like he'd heard me arrive 5 minutes before I did. He stood in the frame, backlit, calm, said nothing, just gestured me in like I was late to something he'd already begun. The living room had changed again. The bookshelf that once held paperbacks and old receipts was now lined with hardcovers on neurobiology, physics, a dictionary of Mesopotamian root words, a guide to acoustic terrain modeling. On the wall behind him hung a map, but not of any country I recognized. No place names, just symbols, grids, hand-drawn annotations, like someone was preparing to launch a survey into somewhere people weren't meant to go. I asked about it. He just looked at it and said, "It's not here, but it connects here." Then turned back to the kitchen and began boiling water without waiting for a reply. We didn't talk much. He asked me how my job was going, but didn't wait for the answer. When I told him Mom was worried, he said, "She's always had trouble accepting molting cycles." I froze. He saw my reaction and clarified. People shed. It's normal. But he said it like a man who wasn't describing memory loss. He was describing a stage of development. We sat down for tea. His movements were deliberate, hands steady, breathing quiet. I brought up the fall, the hospital, hoping to pull some emotional weight from him, something real, something vulnerable. He just smiled and said, "That wasn't the first time this casing took damage, but the frame held." My mouth went dry. He saw the question in my eyes. "You think I'm mad?" he said. "But I'm not." He tapped his head. "This was always meant to hold more than one life. You just never saw the others." I stood, ready to leave. He didn't stop me, just said, "You'll understand when it's your turn. When the memory that isn't yours starts whispering directions in a voice that sounds like your own." I drove straight home, didn't sleep, didn't eat. The next morning, there was an envelope on my windshield. No stamp. Inside, a single sheet of paper with a rough sketch. My house, drawn from above. 3 circles marked in red, one at the kitchen window, one by the hallway vent, and one at my bedroom door. At the bottom, observation points established. Recording phase ready. I started keeping the lights on, all of them, every night. But when I woke up 2 mornings later, all the bulbs were unscrewed, exactly 1 turn. Every single one. Not removed, just turned off. Silently, deliberately. Like whoever had done it wanted me to know they could finish the job but weren't ready yet. I didn't confront him. I thought about it more than once, but every scenario ended with a version of him looking at me, not with anger or confusion, but with pity. Like I was the only one still pretending this wasn't already happening. So I did the next best thing. I went to his house when I knew he wouldn't be home. He'd taken to early morning walks that sometimes stretched past noon, so I let myself in just after 10. The house was colder than usual. Not cold from weather cold, like a building without anyone truly living inside it. No radio, no lingering smell of breakfast, just quiet, like even the walls were holding their breath. I started in the garage. The tool bench was perfectly clean. The pegboard reorganized, not by size or function, but by material. I found a notebook beneath a locked drawer. No names, just numbers. Not journal entries, logs, coordinates, elevations, strange headings like reaction interval, subject 14B, and voice calibration complete. In the margins, dozens of phrases in blocky, non-native handwriting, as if he'd been practicing a dialect he no longer used. That's good work. How's your mom? Just me and the dog these days. Like someone rehearsing normalcy, I flipped the page and froze. A photo was taped to the inside cover, a still frame from my front porch camera, me carrying groceries 2 nights earlier. But the angle wasn't from the camera. It was from inside the house. The next page had a rough sketch of my living room, labeled Entry Point Stable, Host Proximity Achieved. I shoved the notebook into my coat and left. Drove to my sister's place an hour away and begged her to stay somewhere else for a few days. She thought I was having a breakdown. I didn't argue. I just told her, if he shows up, don't let him in unless he calls you by the name Dad gave you when you were 6. She stared, confused, and said, "You mean Mouse?" I nodded. She agreed, reluctantly. That night, I reviewed the notebook. I'd missed a page near the back. It had one sentence. Some offspring recognized too early. Accelerate observation. Initiate containment. My name was circled below it. I didn't sleep. Didn't turn off the lights. Just sat in the hallway holding a crowbar. Waiting. Nothing came. But in the morning, my phone had a voicemail, unknown number. Short message, but I knew the voice instantly. My father, but colder, slower. You're not in danger. You're part of the next casing. You always were. I threw the phone, bought a burner, tried to call the hospital from his original fall to request records, but the nurse on the line said, "I'm sorry, there's no one by that name treated here this year." I gave her the date. She checked again. "Sir," she said gently, "we had no trauma admissions that day. Are you sure you're not confusing facilities?" I thanked her and hung up. Drove back to the house. My hands were shaking. The driveway was empty, but inside, propped against the front door, was his jacket, the one he wore the morning he fell. Clean, dry, and inside the pocket, a photograph of me as a child. But in the photo, I wasn't smiling. I wasn't moving. I was asleep in bed, viewed from the foot of the frame like someone had been standing there just watching. And on the back, in handwriting, I knew too well. This is where the new voice will settle. I tried to tell myself it was stress. That grief manifests strangely. That trauma passes like a fever and eventually burns itself out. But then I started waking up to details I hadn't noticed before. Subtle at first shoes I never wore, lined up neatly by the door. My razor perfectly dry no matter how recently I'd shaved. The toilet seat always down, even though I live alone. Then I started hearing my own voice before I spoke. Not as an echo, as a cue. Like a line being read into my head just before my mouth caught up. The voice wasn't different. It wasn't altered. It was mine, but sharper. Like someone using a cleaner version of my thoughts. And once I noticed it, I couldn't unhear it. It told me where I'd left my keys before I checked. Whispered things I hadn't said out loud yet. Like, I'll need to go back. Or, he already knows what I'll do next. I went back to my dad's place one last time, not to confront him, but to see if he was still there. If it was. The front door was open. Not broken, not forced, just unlocked, wide, waiting. Inside, everything had been packed, carefully, deliberately. The map was gone. The strange books, the chalk lines around the basement drain, erased. The only thing left behind was a small cassette recorder on the coffee table. Still running, still warm. I played it. My father's voice, but not recent. It sounded older, not in age, but in wear. He said, Subject 2B has responded poorly to early-stage pattern exposure. Linguistic bleed has begun. Recommend transfer into fallback host. There was a pause. Then he added, If primary host self-recognizes, initiate immediate handoff protocol. The tape stopped. I turned it over blank on the other side. I pocketed it, stepped outside, and found him standing by the tree in the backyard, right where I used to play as a kid. Same jacket, same posture. Except now, the performance was over. He didn't blink when I approached, didn't smile. He just said, I thought you'd fight it longer. I asked what he meant. He nodded toward me. The recognition. You're speaking in echo already, aren't you? I didn't answer, but I knew what he meant. The little half-second delay in my thoughts. The way decisions felt like they'd already been made. I asked him what he was. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, We're not replacements. We're reactivations. You think life begins when you're born, but that's only the surface version. The others sleep beneath it. I stepped back. He didn't follow. There are places, he said, where memory settles like dust, not gone, just waiting for the right mind to wake it up. That's what this body is, a storage shell, a slow rebirth. I asked him what he wanted. He said, To leave. My cycle's complete. Yours starts now. I blinked. He was gone. Not vanished, just walking away across the field, coat flapping behind him, steady, without urgency. And when I got home, the lights were already on. My jacket was folded on the back of the couch, but not the one I'd worn out. It was the same style, same make, but worn in, broken, familiar in a way that made my throat close. In the pocket, another photo. Me, sitting on the edge of my bed, half asleep, looking directly at the camera. Only I hadn't taken it. I hadn't lived that moment yet. And written on the back, Settle in, the new voice fits. It wasn't dreams that started changing. It was memory. Not the big things, not birthdays or faces or places. The small things. The way the floor used to creak in my childhood room. The scratch in the bathroom mirror that was never there. A song I didn't remember learning. but now could hum start to finish. And each time I recognized one of these small details, it came with a feeling that chilled me more than any nightmare familiarity without explanation. I started walking at night just like he had, not out of restlessness, but from a pull, a quiet rhythm I didn't realize I'd fallen into. I'd reached the end of my street without remembering the first few steps. My hands started moving before I thought. Muscle memory I hadn't earned. Once, I found myself sketching a shape into the condensation on my bathroom mirror, a spiral intersected by two triangles. Didn't know what it meant. Didn't know how long I'd been drawing it. But it felt right. One morning I woke up and my mouth was already forming a word in another language. I didn't write it down. I knew better. Some instinct, not fear. But preservation told me that writing made things permanent, that naming things was how they attached. I stopped speaking for a day, then two. The silence felt right, clean, like a room being aired out before someone else arrived. I didn't see my father again, but I found evidence that he'd been back in the house, small things. The blinds adjusted an inch higher, my books sorted by subject instead of title. Once, a single marble left in the center of my kitchen floor, bright blue, chipped on one side. I picked it up and knew instantly it had been mine. Not recently, years ago. Lost in a house we moved out of when I was 8. He'd returned it. Or something through him had. I went to the attic that afternoon. I don't remember choosing to. I just felt like I needed to. The pull was stronger now, like a thread being reeled in. At the far wall behind the insulation, I found a space small, dark, never noticed before. Inside, a chair, a clipboard, and 3 cassette tapes, unmarked except for faint pencil scratches, Rentry A, Rentry B, Rentry C. I brought them down, set them beside the recorder from his house. The moment I inserted the first, it clicked without power. No batteries, no outlet, just click, and his voice again. Casing 741 shows early compliance. External cues not needed. Linguistic handoff smooth. Timeline is holding. Then static. Then, his dreams remember before he does. I stopped the tape. My hands were trembling because that night I had dreamed something. A hallway, a voice, my father but not in his face. In mine, speaking softly from inside my own mouth. Not as memory, as instruction. When I woke up, I found a mirror turned toward my bed. I hadn't moved it, but I knew exactly why it was there. To confirm the final shift. To record the look on my face when I realized the next voice I heard, the one giving the orders, would sound exactly like mine. I don't know when I stopped reacting. At some point, the fear dulled into curiosity, then softened further into routine. The changes were no longer surprises, they were confirmations. Each shift in my handwriting, each phrase I caught myself repeating in unfamiliar cadence, each object that reappeared from nowhere, they didn't scare me. They felt like progress. I kept the mirror in place now. Didn't avoid it. Didn't look too often either. But when I did, I watched carefully. I'd learned to track the delay. At first, it was a fraction of a second my expression would begin before I felt it form. But now we were aligned, or nearly. No lag, no early smile, just coherence. That That's the word that kept returning. Unspoken, felt, like the thoughts were no longer arriving. They were resurfacing. I didn't play the second and third cassettes right away. Something told me not to. Not yet. Not until the next stage settled. And it had. A few nights later, I woke up outside. Not startled, not lost. Just awake. Standing barefoot on the grass behind my house. There was a diagram drawn into the dirt at my feet. The same spiral from the mirror. 2 triangles inside it now. My hands were dirty. My breath calm. I went back inside without turning on a light. Didn't need to. I knew the path. In the morning I opened my closet and found a box I didn't recognize. Inside, folded clothing that fit perfectly. Labeled in handwriting, not mine, but one I somehow recognized as mine before. Beneath the shirts, an old map. Yellowed, creased, soft from wear. The kind of map someone folds 1,000 times. Not of a country, not of Earth. No names, just vectors, notations, movement lines. At the center, the symbol, spiral, and triangles. Circled in red, and under it, written faintly in pencil, casing 741, successor compatible, memory weld stable. I played the second tape, same voice. My father, but not addressing anyone, just stating. Shell integrity holding, host resistance minimal. Onset of synchronization anticipated within 5 intervals. Previous iteration has vacated. Then static, a click. Then my voice, the new one asking, how do I know when it's fully me? No answer, just breath. Then, when there's no one left to ask, I sat in silence for hours. And when I finally stood, I wasn't sure who had made the decision, me, or the version settling in behind my face. That night, I left the door unlocked. I knew something was coming, not a stranger, not an intruder, a predecessor. And just before dawn, I heard footsteps on the stairs, heavy, familiar, and when I opened the door, there he was, my father, or what remained of him, coat unzipped, hands at his sides, no fear, no words, just a slow nod, and in his eyes something that almost looked like pride, like he'd been waiting for this moment, not to teach me, but to welcome me into the memory. We didn't speak. There was no need. My father, or what used to be him, stood in the doorway, as if waiting for a signal that had just arrived. His posture was familiar, but without the softness I remembered. Not stern, not cold, just ready. Like a baton being passed between versions of the same runner. I moved aside, and he stepped in, sat in the chair by the mirror, adjusted nothing, said nothing, just rested his hands on his knees and closed his eyes, like someone sinking before shutdown. I watched him breathe for exactly 11 minutes. Then he opened his eyes and said, "It's yours now. No farewell, no sentiment, just an assignment concluded." I didn't follow him when he stood and left. I didn't need to. Whatever had carried him this far had already begun flowing into me. I closed the door and finally played the third tape. This time, the voice wasn't his. It wasn't mine either. It was the blend, the stabilized version that sounded like both of us, had converged into a single, coherent rhythm. The message was simple. You are now the active node. Your memory scaffolding is optimal. The original voice has concluded. Begin recording in full. I didn't flinch. I didn't hesitate. I walked to the attic, sat in a chair, and opened the logbook. The pen was already there, open, ink ready. I began writing what I remembered, not the story of what happened, but what came before it. Images, symbols, places that hadn't existed in language yet. Names of structures I'd never seen, but could diagram perfectly from above. Protocol numbers, recovery cycles, fragmented terms like anchoring sequence, stable, and inheritance channel, confirmed. The handwriting stayed level. I wrote for hours, no fatigue, no hunger, only memory, like a channel being cleared after years of static. The longer I wrote, the less I felt like I was pulling something out, and the more I felt like I was letting something back in. Around 2:17 a.m., I stopped. The mirror had fogged over, though there was no heat, no shower, no condensation. Just a word slowly clearing into the glass. Ready. I nodded. Not at it, at myself. At the version of me that had been waiting for this moment to settle, to fully enter. I went to bed and slept without dreaming. Woke before dawn and checked the notebook. The final line had been written without my awareness. Subject 740. One now fully coherent. Memory handoff complete, ready to receive next. And at the bottom, in small handwriting identical to mine, prepare the next shell. I didn't need instructions. I knew exactly what to do. That's how you know it's working, when the questions go quiet. When the instructions don't feel like suggestions anymore, just reminders. I used to think identity was something you defended, a castle of memory built brick by brick, experience by experience. But now I understand it's more like a garment, something worn, adjusted, and eventually handed down. I wasn't losing myself. I was inheriting the fit, and the new version wore it well. I noticed it most in the quiet decisions. I no longer double-checked locks or reread texts before hitting send. There was no hesitation. I knew what I meant and what each action meant in return. I began logging new entries, not in words, but in patterns. Sequences of tone, posture, phrasing, preparing the next guide. The doorbell rang once, precisely at 3:11 a.m. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The arrival was ahead of schedule, as predicted in the margins of the third tape. Instead, I went to the attic, sat in the chair, waited. 20 minutes later, the voice recorder activated itself without power, just like before. The voice, not quite mine, not quite his, said, "Subject 742 has approached. Pattern replication appears intact. You may initiate the signal." I nodded, though there was no camera, no watcher. The acknowledgement was internal. All that mattered now was continuity. I went downstairs and opened the front door. The man on the porch was young, early 20s, confused, holding a folder of old family papers he claimed had my name on them. I let him speak, watched his eyes, tracked the house like it was a place half remembered from a dream. His last sentence clinched it. "I just thought maybe you could explain why my handwriting matches yours exactly." I smiled. Come in." I didn't tell him the truth, not all at once. I offered tea, let him sit in the chair, watched him take in the walls, the layout, the scent. I knew what he felt. Familiarity without ownership. I gave him the logbook, let him flip through the entries. His hand trembled slightly. He recognized the phrases, not cognitively, viscerally. At the base of the stairs, the mirror cleared again. This time, the word wasn't ready. It was transfer. I stood beside him and said, "You've been here before. That's why you came back." He didn't argue. Not even a nod. Just silence. The silence of recognition. I told him, gently, "It won't feel like a takeover. You'll feel yourself begin to fit into the spaces that were left for you. Like water settling into stone," he whispered. "How long will it take?" I smiled just slightly. "You've already started." And with that, the cycle advanced. The timeline stabilized, the node held. And I understood this was never about replacement. This was inheritance through memory. And I wasn't the end of anything. I was the bridge between versions. The vessel that remembered just long enough to guide the next. There was no ceremony to it. No bright light, no transformation, no shuddering revelation that told me the shift had completed. It just settled. Like waking up in a room where everything is where it's always been, even if you've never seen it before. The young man 742 came back 3 more times. Each visit less about questions, more about pattern reinforcement. I watched the recognition harden behind his eyes. It always starts with doubt. Then comes the fascination. Then the silence. And when they stop asking who they were and start asking what comes next, you know the casing is ready. I gave him the cassettes. He never returned them. He didn't need to. They weren't for me anymore. I cleared the attic, scrubbed the floor, stored the map, packed the logbook in its proper case, and placed it in the drop box the same way it had been left for me. And I waited for the final signal. It came in a whisper, not from a voice, but from the rhythm of my own thoughts. A phrase repeated calmly during a half-sleep moment when the line between self and instruction dissolved. The memory is no longer recalled. It is native. I nodded in the dark, accepted the silence. In that moment, I understood the truest form of what we are. Not replications, not imposters, continuations. The casing, the host, the shape it all exists so the memory can live uninterrupted, pass not through speech, but through familiarity. That's why we call it inheritance. That's why the house stays in the family. That's why the mirror turns inward before the final blink. I don't wait for him anymore. He's already here. And when I speak, the words are mine. They always have been. But now, I know where they began. The version I used to be is still in there somewhere resting, folded like the pages of a book too heavy to finish in one lifetime. I keep the lights off now, the mirror uncovered, the door unlocked. And sometimes, just before sleep, I say the phrase aloud, "The new voice fits because I've earned it, because he earned it, because whatever he became, I am now. And whoever comes next will be too." The night is listening. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. I wasn't supposed to be on that road. I was coming back from a funeral 2 towns over. GPS rerouted me after an accident on the interstate, and I ended up on a stretch of highway I didn't recognize. Even though I'd lived in the state my whole life, nothing unusual at first. Long, empty lanes, overgrown median, a gas station every 40 miles that looked like it hadn't updated its soda machine since 2004. It was around 11:20 p.m. when I saw him just past the overpass at mile 193, walking along the shoulder in the direction of traffic, flashlight in hand, one arm out like he was trying to flag someone down. I slowed, rolled down the passenger window. He looked normal, maybe 30, jeans, windbreaker, short-cropped hair, calm, not panicked. He pointed behind him and said, "Car broke down, just past exit 33. I checked my phone. No signal. The map app was frozen. I asked if he needed a ride. He said no, just asked if I could help him find the car." Something in his voice made me say yes. Not fear, not urgency, just steadiness. I pulled onto the gravel shoulder and followed him maybe 100 yards back, but there was no vehicle, no hazard lights, no tire tracks, just the sound of bugs and the occasional crunch of my boots. I asked, "Are you sure this is where you were?" He stopped, looked around like he didn't quite recognize the road. Then he said, "It was here." He turned in a slow circle, then looked at me and added, "It was here before the lights went out." I didn't understand what he meant, and before I could ask, I heard something that still makes my spine crawl. When I think about it, my phone vibrating in my jacket pocket. I pulled it out. It had signal again, and one new voicemail, but the timestamp was from 3 minutes in the future. I played it. It was me, my voice strained, breathing hard, whispering, "Don't stop. Keep driving. Don't trust him." I dropped the phone. The man didn't flinch, just tilted his head like a dog hearing a new sound. Then he smiled, small, tired, and said, "Sometimes they call early." I didn't ask what that meant. I just turned around and walked back to the car. He didn't follow. When I looked in the rear view mirror, he was gone. No sound, no flashlight. Just empty shoulder and the dark stretch of road behind me. I drove until I hit the next town, pulled into a 24-hour diner, and locked myself in the bathroom for 20 minutes. When I came back out, my phone was still vibrating. One voicemail every hour, like clockwork. All from my number, all with the same message. Don't stop. Don't trust him. Sometimes louder, sometimes panic, sometimes quiet, like I'd been hiding. I changed phones the next morning. New number, new carrier. Left the old one at a rest stop under a vending machine and kept driving. A week passed, then 2. Nothing happened. I stopped checking my mirrors so often. Started telling myself I was just overtired until yesterday, when I got a plain white envelope in the mail. No stamp, no address. Just a printed photo still slightly curled from being developed. It was a picture of me taken from behind, walking down that shoulder, following the man with the flashlight. And on the back, someone had written a date. Tomorrow. I didn't sleep the night the photo arrived. I left the lights on, phone face down, front door double locked, and just sat in the middle of the living room floor with the envelope open beside me. The photo had no markings, no stamp on the back, no lab logo, just my shape, clearly taken from a distance, clearly real. I kept staring at the curve of my spine, the way I leaned forward like I was trying to hear something. The man with the flashlight wasn't in the frame, neither was a car. Just me, in the dark, walking toward a place I didn't belong. And that date on the back tomorrow wasn't a suggestion. It was a warning. I called my office that morning, told them I was taking a few days off. They didn't ask questions. I booked a room 2 counties over, paid in cash, left my phone at home. But paranoia doesn't respect plans. Every time I looked out a window, I expected to see the man with the flashlight. Not approaching, just watching, measuring, waiting for the moment when I started walking toward him again. But he never came. What did come was another envelope, slipped under the motel room door at 3:11 a.m. The same time the voicemail timestamps always hit. This one had 2 things inside. Another photo, this one, a blurry image of my car parked on the shoulder from a bird's eye angle, and a printed map, marked only with a red X at exit 33. I didn't go. Not yet. I checked online, searched everything I could about that stretch of highway. Local news, Reddit threads, missing persons databases. And that's when I found it. Not in the top hits buried in a comment thread from years ago, under a post titled, "Weird Shit Near Mile 193, someone wrote, "Saw a guy out there in 2012, waving like he was broken. No car, just walked back toward the dark. Felt like he wanted me to follow. I didn't. Couldn't sleep for days after. Every voicemail was from my own number." Another reply, years later, same thread. Exit 33 isn't a real exit anymore. Was sealed off in 99 after that pileup. Don't stop. Don't talk to him. And if he says something you remember, it's too late. I read that one 3 times, then 4. That phrase, "something you remember," hit me in the gut, because I realized he had said something that night. Something quiet, almost offhand, as I followed him down the shoulder. It was here before the lights went out. I knew that phrase, not from him, from my father. It's what he used to say when the power cut out during storms and I got scared. A little family phrase, something no stranger could have known. I didn't remember hearing it until now, or maybe I wasn't meant to. I drove back home the next morning, ready to pack a bag and leave for good. But when I opened the door, I stopped cold. My couch cushions had been flipped, shoes rearranged. My kitchen clock, the one I never changed for daylight savings, had been reset to 3:11. Everything else looked normal, but it wasn't. It felt too clean, too organized, like someone had been preparing for something. I found one more envelope on my kitchen table. This one was blank inside. No photo, no note, just empty. But on the flap, in faint ink, someone had drawn a crude road map. A single road with one exit labeled 33 and a circle at the end. Inside the circle, my name. I called the number from the comment thread the guy who'd posted back in 2012. It went straight to voicemail. But his recording, it wasn't him, it was me, my voice, tired, dry, whispering, "It's not a man, it's a recording, waiting for playback." Then silence. I haven't called again. I started tracing the names, not the ones in the headlines, the ones buried in the comments, the ones mentioned offhand in old threads and archived calls to local radio stations about strange lights, missing time, or something standing just past the shoulder. There were more than I expected. Not 100, but not a handful either. Enough to feel like a pattern, enough to see the curve of something beneath it. I bought a corkboard and started pinning. Threads, maps, phone numbers that disconnected after one ring. Every person I could find who'd mentioned exit 33, not even always directly, had one thing in common. They all described the moment they knew they were being followed by themselves, not watched, not stalked, echoed. One man, a retired trucker from Illinois, told a forum in 2009 that he'd pulled over near exit 33 because he thought his brakes were failing. He stepped out, looked under the truck, and heard his own voice say, "It's not the truck." Said it came from behind him. No one there. His dash cam stopped recording for exactly 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Another woman claimed her teenage son vanished after getting out to check a flat near that same mile marker. When police asked what direction he'd gone, she said, he walked toward a man holding a flashlight. But the strange thing was, the man looked just like him. The authorities chalked it up to grief. She was institutionalized the next year. I kept digging. I stopped going to work. I stopped answering texts. My voicemail filled up in 2 days. I listened to none of them, not because I didn't care, because I didn't trust any of the voices. I set up a recorder beside my bed, just in case I said something in my sleep. First night, nothing. Second night, static. Third night, at exactly 3:11 a.m., I heard a sound like a zipper, then breathing, then my own voice, low, slow, like it was being dragged through static. It helps if you don't resist the second version. I've never said that phrase in my life, but the way I said it, the rhythm, the pause between resist and second, matched how I speak when I'm tired. Matched me. I replayed it over and over until I couldn't tell if it had come from outside the mic or from the space under my own tongue. That's when the voicemail came. Not on the burner. On the landline I hadn't used in 6 years. The one I forgot was even active. One message. Me again. Not whispering this time. Just breathing. Then calmly saying, "You're getting close. The reflection is starting to memorize you." I tried calling it back. It rang once, then played a message. "This number is not in service." But when I checked the recent calls, the origin was listed as my number, not the burner, not the landline, the one I destroyed 3 weeks ago and left under a vending machine at a rest stop 90 miles south, the one that's supposedly still missing. I went back to the map, checked the lines. Something new had been added overnight, a circle around a new name, handwritten in the corner. Jamie R., 2013, never made it to wedding. I didn't recognize the name at first, but then I found an old email from that same year. Jamie had been the woman who posted in a local forum about the wrong version of herself getting home first. People mocked her, called it creative writing. She deleted the account after 2 posts. I tried to find her obituary. Nothing. Just a marriage license with her name and no spouse listed. Then, a missing person report filed 6 days later. Her car was found near exit 33. Empty. Engine still warm. Flashers off. Doors locked from the inside. I stopped searching for the missing and started searching for survivors. People who had seen the man, heard the voice, felt the pull of exit 33, and lived to talk about it. The problem is, almost no one fits that profile. Everyone I've found either vanished, spiraled into some kind of cognitive collapse, or changed their story later, as if something inside them rewrote it. I did find one, though. A man named Kelvin, 57, used to work long haul out of Kentucky, mentioned in a buried thread from 2015. He'd seen someone on the shoulder near exit 33, same as me, down to the tear in the jacket, but had kept driving. That was rare. Most people stopped. I found an address through public property records and drove 6 hours to a battered little farmhouse on the edge of a dying orchard. He opened the door before I knocked, like he'd been watching for me. Didn't ask my name, just stepped aside and said, "You need to say this out loud before it sticks to your lungs." His living room was empty except for a couch, a lamp, and a table covered in burned cassette tapes. He offered no explanation, just poured 2 whiskeys and sat. I told him everything, the man with the flashlight, the voicemails, the photos, the tape recorder whispering back to me in my own voice. When I got to the part about Jamie's name appearing on the map, he raised his hand, cutting me off. Then he said, "You've been marked. They record what reacts." I asked him who they were. He shook his head. "Not who? What? There's something on that road that learns through repetition. When you stop, it starts studying. When you follow, it begins to practice. And when it's ready," he trailed off, looked at the window. "It sends the rehearsal back first. I ask what happened if you ignored it, if you never went back." He finished his drink and said, "You ever hear your own voice say something you don't remember believing until that exact moment? That's how it starts anyway. Doesn't matter if you go back or not. Once you've heard yourself, warn yourself. It means it's begun." I asked him why he hadn't vanished like the others. He leaned forward and said, "Because I never recorded anything, never wrote it down, never took a photo. Memory's too slippery. It can't replay what it can't lock down." Then he stood and pointed at the wall. Dozens of photos, all of different people, all blurred, all walking toward the camera. And in every one, the timestamp read 3:11 a.m. I asked who they were. He said, "That's the second version waking up." I didn't ask more. I left. But when I got in my car and checked my back seat out of habit, there was something there. Not a person, not an object. Just a folded piece of paper resting dead center. My handwriting, 3 words. "Drive past it." That's it. No explanation, no time, just direction. I went home. I burned every photo, deleted every file. But when I reached for the notebook, the one with all my original notes, the names, the places, the recordings, I realized I couldn't remember where I put it. Hours searching. Nothing. That night, I found it tucked neatly beneath my bed, open to a page I didn't write. It said, "Keep driving. Don't stop, even if you hear yourself scream." Below it, a line of text in all caps, "Pre-recording stable, trigger phrase accepted." I haven't said anything out loud since. I stayed quiet for 3 days. Didn't speak. Didn't even hum to myself. It felt like holding a door shut with my own body, as if sound itself had become a way in. I unplugged every device in the house, taped over every microphone, covered mirrors, shoved my TV into a closet. I drank water from paper cups, left the sink running so I wouldn't hear myself breathe. And still, I could feel it listening, not through tech, through timing. Every time I reached for something, I caught my hand moving just a fraction faster than I'd expected. Every time I thought I'd left a room, I'd see a light already turned off behind me. I wasn't reacting anymore. I was following. The delay was gone. It had caught up. On the 4th night, I had a dream, or maybe not a dream, just a recorded memory from the wrong angle. I was back on that road, standing beside the man with the flashlight. Only this time, I was the one holding the beam, and he, the other me, was squinting into the light, confused, asking, "Where's the car?" And I said, in a voice that felt perfectly mine, "It was here before the lights went out." I woke with the taste of road dust in my mouth. When I turned on the faucet, nothing came out. No sound. No water. Just waiting. That afternoon, I went for a drive, not toward the exit, just around town. Needed to feel space again. Roads. Movement. But every time I made a turn, I saw another version of my own car in the rear view, 2 blocks back. Same make, same year, same dent in the bumper. It never followed closely. It just stayed visible long enough to confirm it was still there. I stopped at a gas station. The clerk said nothing, just slid me a folded receipt with no items, listed just a time stamp, 3/11. I hadn't spoken to him, hadn't said a word, but my voice came over the station intercom as I stepped out, saying clearly, "It's okay. He'll follow eventually." I slammed the door and drove until dark, didn't turn on the radio, didn't even breathe heavy. But at one point, my headlights flickered just once, and in that half-second of shadow, I saw someone sitting in my passenger seat. Not turned toward me, not moving, just there. Then, gone. The seatbelt imprint still pressed into the cushion. I didn't sleep that night. I paced. I reviewed everything, every voicemail, every thread, every note I'd ever written. And that's when I saw it, a phrase that had repeated over and over without me noticing. "It helps if you don't resist." It had appeared in the audio, in the dream, in the whisper under the voicemail timestamp. But the worst part? I found it in my own journal from years ago, long before exit 33, long before the hike, a page from 2016, a single scribbled thought from a night I barely remember. Don't resist the second version. My handwriting, my phrasing, and I realized I hadn't started this. I'd already been through it once. This wasn't the first cycle. I was the return version, and I'd been sent to start the next. I didn't try to fight it anymore, not because I gave up, but because the concept of resistance had started to feel fake, like a borrowed instinct from a person I'd already overwritten. When you're told over and over that your thoughts aren't yours, that your voice was pre-recorded, that every step you take is being tracked to see if you remember how to make it feel human. Eventually, you stop checking for differences. You just move. The confirmation came slowly. Little things. I reached for a pen and found a note already written. The grocery list on my fridge began including items I hadn't eaten in years. Once, I passed a mirror and saw myself blink before I felt it in my own eyes. But the worst part was finding a file on an old hard drive I hadn't touched since college. No label, no date, just a 90-minute audio file titled Exit 33, Pre-install, Wait. I listened with headphones, heart pounding, ears braced for something alien. But it wasn't alien. It was me, talking, calm, conversational, describing a hike I hadn't taken yet, a man I hadn't seen, a photo I hadn't found, line for line. It was everything that had happened since the night I pulled off that highway, but told in past tense, like I was narrating a story I already knew would happen. The last few seconds were just breath, then a single line. If you're hearing this, you're the one that came back. I checked the file date, last modified 2 years ago, long before the funeral that took me down that road, long before the reroute. That night, I pulled every photo of myself I could find, printed, digital, old school IDs, spread them out across the kitchen table. In every one, the same tiny pattern just barely visible. My mouth forming a half smile 1 beat before the photo was taken. A rehearsed smile. I couldn't stop looking. That's when I heard the knock. 3 slow taps on the front door. I didn't move. Then the sound of paper being slid under. I waited. Minutes passed. Then I opened the door. No one there. Just an empty street. And the soft hum of something electric in the distance. Not quite a transformer, not quite a signal tower. I picked up the paper. A photo. Not of me this time. Of someone else. Young. Confused. Standing beside a car on the side of a road I recognized immediately. And on the back, printed in clean block letters, "You will know what to say when he gets out." That was the moment I understood the truth behind every voicemail, every map, every whispered phrase passed from version to version. This isn't a haunting, it's a handoff. A replacement program that sends the previous copy back to greet the next, and I'm next in line to press record. The only thing I have to do now is wait. It didn't take long for the new one to arrive. You don't need to call them once the cycle knows you're ready. It places the next version on a track they can't see. You don't see headlights. You feel them. First as a pressure behind the ribs, then as a silence too perfect to ignore. I stood at the edge of the shoulder, windless night, clouds low over the highway. No phone in my pocket, no map in my hands. Just that photo of the young man folded in my jacket, the one they'd left under my door. When the car came around the bend, it didn't slow, not at first. But I stepped out, held up the flashlight, my flashlight now, passed from wherever the last one left it, and he did exactly what I had done. Slowed, window down. You okay? Same voice. Same posture, just like I had been. I smiled, not forced, not threatening, just tired. Practice. Then said it exactly the way I remembered it. Car broke down. Just past exit 33. He checked his phone. I could see the signal bar frozen. I could feel it from where I stood. He asked if I needed help. I said no. Asked if he could help me find it. And like I had, he pulled over. We walked. Same distance, same gravel crunch. He looked confused when we reached nothing. Asked where the car was. I said it flat, even not turning to look at him. It was here before the lights went out. That's the trigger. That's the line that opens the door. I saw him freeze. That microscopic recoil, just like mine the first time his brain cracked slightly along the center, and I felt the cycle settle. I walked him a little farther, then stopped, turned, and let him go back alone. You don't follow them from that point on. You just leave the seed behind. When I got home, I found the last envelope. Not on the table this time, not on the floor. It was inside the fridge, cold, damp, my name on it. Inside, a flash drive, unlabeled, plugged it in. One file, no video, just audio, my voice, telling the entire story, line for line. Beginning to now, ending with the phrase, "This message is for you," the version waking up. Then silence. Then my own voice again, deeper this time, more settled. You're not hearing this because you're real. You're hearing this because it's your turn to explain. I checked the timestamp. The file was dated tomorrow. I shut the laptop, sat still for a long time. And then I noticed something new. Every mirror in the apartment had been turned to face the walls. I hadn't done that, but it didn't scare me. Not anymore. That's how the new version settles in. It learns to not see itself until it's finished copying the rhythm, and the rhythm now lives in me. I don't remember when my voice stopped feeling like mine. Not exactly. It was gradual, like hearing yourself recorded for so long that the playback becomes more familiar than the sound in your own throat. I've stopped checking clocks. They all say 3. 11 now, even the ones I've never set. Sometimes I hear things under the floor, not footsteps, not knocking, but the gentle click of a recording button being pressed. Sometimes it comes from the vents, sometimes from inside my own ears, and I let it. That's the difference between now and the beginning. I'm not resisting the capture anymore. I'm helping shape it. The next version will need me to be clear, to tell the story in a way that lands exactly where they need it to. Not to scare them, not even to warn them, just to prepare, because that's what this thing is. Not a monster, not a ghost. It's a rehearsal, a pattern of behavior looking for willing hosts. And now, I understand the design. Exit 33 isn't a place. It's a position in the timeline where memory detaches, where you hear yourself speak before you think, where your steps follow you instead of leading. And once you've entered that space, the only version that continues is the one willing to tell the story again. I kept the photo of the man who pulled over. It's pinned above the door now. His name will come to me soon, just like mine did when I started repeating the pattern. I've made a new recording. A clean one, calmer, polished. It's labeled for playback next arrival. I'll leave it in the glove box, just like they did for me. The file ends exactly the same way, with a soft inhale, a pause, and the words, "You've made it through the day. Now it's time for something gentle. Good evening, friend. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep." The world slows down, the lights dim, and all that's left is the sound of a story. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments, what time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. It was only supposed to be 2 nights an easy out and back hike near Elk Lake, something to shake the city off and give us a break from our phones. We'd done it before, me and my brother. Same packs, same route, same gear. We parked on Friday, hit the trailhead by noon, and made camp at the edge of a high valley clearing by 5. No pressure, no deadlines, just trees, wind, and the sound of insects getting louder as the sky darkened. But something felt off that first night, and I didn't say it out loud because it would have sounded stupid. It wasn't anything specific, just a kind of weight in the air, a stillness. No wind after dark, no owls, just the fire and the sound of my own breath. When I woke up around 2:30 a.m., I noticed my brother's tent was open and his boots were gone. I called for him, quietly at first, then louder. No answer. I walked maybe 50 yards in every direction with a flashlight and got nothing but branches snapping underfoot. I waited until first light. Still no sign. At 7:42 a.m., I activated the PLB. At 9:19, I heard the chopper. He wasn't found until the next evening, 17 miles north of where he disappeared. Up a slope no one hikes, standing at the edge of a rock face, barefoot and calm. The SAR guy said he wasn't injured, barely dehydrated, no signs of exposure, just blank, like he'd forgotten where he'd come from. But when I asked where he went, he just shook his head and said, "Above the trees," then clammed up. That should have been the end of it. A wilderness mystery. Maybe a fugue state. A few interviews, a couple awkward days, and back to normal life. But that's not what happened. The first time I noticed something wrong was subtle. We were back at his apartment, sitting on the balcony, drinking the same IPA we always drank, and I made a dumb joke, something he'd normally laugh at. Instead, he just smiled, small, polite, no blink. He always blinked when he laughed. He didn't this time. And then he said, "I remember this part, like we were reenacting something. I thought maybe it was the shock, a delayed processing thing." But it didn't stop. Over the next few days, more cracks showed. He walked differently, more deliberate, less weight in his heel. He cooked his eggs on lower heat, even though he used to burn the pan every time. He stopped looking at himself in the mirror, and then came the questions. Have you ever thought about what's above us? Do you think you'd know if something had changed you? Would you tell anyone if the inside of your head didn't feel like it used to? I answered, like he was grieving, like he was readjusting. But inside, I was freezing. Because every time he asked those things, he looked calm, like he wasn't confused, like he was checking something. And then he said, the one thing I haven't stopped hearing since. He said, when you lie, you blink every time, but I've learned not to. That night, I watched him while he slept on my couch. At least, I thought he was sleeping. But when I stepped into the hallway to go to bed, I saw his eyes still open, unmoving, focused on the ceiling, like he was waiting for something above him to speak first. I started keeping a notebook, not for myself. At first for doctors, I told myself, just in case things got worse and we had to check him in somewhere. I labeled it plainly, post-hike observations. Page 1, dated 4 days after we came back. His hands don't shake anymore. Simple enough. He used to have a tremor in his right thumb. Not bad. Just a nervous tic from high school. Gone. Clean. Steady. I asked him about it once, casually, while we were watching a game. He said, I guess I'm learning to hold still, then looked at me like he was waiting for a scorecard. Next entry. Sleeps less. Doesn't yawn. Eyes stay open longer during blinks. I know that sounds paranoid, but I timed him. Used to blink once every 4 to 5 seconds, like most people. Now, it's more like 15. And when he does blink, it's too quick, too precise, like a metronome, like a machine pretending to be human based on study. He doesn't rub his eyes anymore, doesn't clear his throat, doesn't crack his knuckles, all things he used to do without thinking. Now he just pauses, like he's holding a pose. One night, I pretended to fall asleep on the couch, TV on low. I heard him get up to use the bathroom normal. Then, nothing. Silence. For 10 minutes. I waited, peeked. He was standing in the dark kitchen, staring at the ceiling again. Not moving, just staring. I whispered his name. He didn't react. Then slowly, smoothly, he turned his head toward me, not startled, not surprised, just already smiling like he knew that was the moment I'd speak. I didn't sleep after that. Just wrote it down in the notebook and left it open on my desk, hoping to scare myself into believing I was imagining things. But the next morning, the notebook was closed. Not moved, not hidden, just closed. Page marked with a paperclip I hadn't added, and in the margin, in handwriting that wasn't mine, he's trying to keep up. I asked him about it that afternoon, joking tone. Hey, you messing with my journal? He didn't blink, just smiled and said, you don't need to track what's already matching. That night I called Jamie, an old friend from college who'd studied psych. Explained it like a case study. What would you think if someone came back from the woods totally fine but subtly wrong? Like a high-functioning copy? There was a pause. Then she asked, did he come back alone? That shut me up. I told her I'd call her back, but I didn't. I stayed in my apartment all night, with the lights on and the deadbolt locked, watching the hallway for movement. He was still at his place. I knew that. But it didn't stop me from checking the locks every hour, like something might drift through. The next day, we had coffee. I tried to keep it normal. Asked if he remembered anything. The gap between the tents and the recovery site? He nodded and said, "Not memories, just impressions." I pressed. He didn't look at me when he answered. He said, "It was like being underwater, but in the sky. The light doesn't reach the same way. There are angles there. I didn't know what a direction was until I couldn't feel gravity." I asked if he was high. He laughed, said, "Do I feel high to you?" And that's when I noticed his reflection in the cafe window beside us. It wasn't delayed. It wasn't reversed. It was faster. Moved its head just before he did, only by a frame, a breath. But enough. Enough to make me want to scream. I didn't. I paid the bill and went home. But the next morning, there was an envelope slid under my door. No stamp, no return address, just my name, handwritten in perfect block letters. Inside, a single photo, me, sleeping. Taken from above, on my couch, and standing in the background, mostly in shadow, was my brother, not smiling, not blinking, just watching. And at the bottom, written in pencil, were 4 words. "He's getting very good." I burned the photo. I didn't even think about it. Just walked it to the kitchen sink, flicked the stove lighter, and watched it curl in on itself. The ink blackened fast. But the last thing to burn was the word "good," like it didn't want to let go of the idea. I thought destroying it might help, that removing the evidence might let me pretend it wasn't real. But that night, I found another envelope taped to the back of my bathroom mirror. Same block lettering. Inside this one, a piece of paper torn from my notebook, the one I'd been using to track his behavior. But I hadn't written this page. The lines were filled with identical handwriting, each sentence repeating the same phrase over and over. "He watches through me. He watches through me. He watches through me." 50 times. I checked the notebook, every page still intact. Nothing torn out. No pages missing. But the writing matched. It was mine. Or a perfect copy of mine. I called Jamie again, told her everything. This time I didn't filter it. I said, "I don't think he's my brother anymore. I think something else is wearing his skin." She didn't hang up, just said, "Okay, slow down. Tell me what changed first." I told her the blinking, the posture, the silence, but when I mentioned the reflection, she went quiet. Then she said, "There's a case out of British Columbia. Guy vanished while hiking. Came back a week later totally fine. But his girlfriend said his reflection always smiled a little too long, like it had its own rhythm." I asked if it was confirmed. She said, "No one believed her. She went missing 3 weeks later. Police found her boots in her apartment, wet pine needles in her bathtub." I didn't sleep that night. Every time I started to drift, I imagined him, the version of him crouched in the dark outside my window, blinking in perfect intervals. I stayed awake until dawn, then went to his apartment with some excuse about needing help with my car. He let me in, all smiles, asked if I wanted coffee. The apartment was spotless, not neat staged, like a rental property waiting for photos. All the books were arranged by spine height, no framed pictures, no laundry, no dishes. The only thing on the table was a small spiral notebook, open to a page that just said, "Behavioral Index, 97.3% accurate." I asked him what it meant. He said, "It's a reminder to keep improving." I'm almost there. I didn't answer. Just watched his eyes. No dilation. No shift in focus. I coughed to see if he'd react. He did exactly one beat too late. Like a cue had been missed, then covered. That's when I asked the question I'd been dreading. "Are you my brother?" And he looked at me, right at me, and said, "Would it be better if I wasn't?" Not defensive, not confused, just curious, calm, like he meant it. I left. I didn't say goodbye. I just got up and walked out while he sat there smiling at the floor like he'd passed a test. That night, I set up a camera in my own apartment, just one, hidden behind the bookshelf, facing the couch. I didn't expect anything, just wanted peace of mind. I reviewed the footage the next morning. First few hours, nothing. Then, around 2:17 a.m., the feed cut for exactly 6 seconds. When it came back, my front door was closed. Nothing moved, no sound. But on the couch, folded neatly, was one of his t-shirts. The old band logo faded, collar stretched, one he hadn't worn in years. I checked the locks, still bolted. Windows latched, but the shirt was real. And the camera? When I opened the SD card, there was a second video. Not one I recorded, time-stamped the exact same time, same angle. But in this version, I was sitting on the couch, not sleeping, not looking at the camera, just staring at the floor. And behind me, standing just out of focus, was a figure the exact height and build as my brother. Perfect posture, hands at his sides, watching me, watch myself. And at the bottom of the screen, in a faint glitch of white text, was a line I didn't add. Calibration complete. Replication stable. I didn't go back to his apartment after that. I didn't text. Didn't answer his calls. I told myself I was drawing a boundary, keeping distance until I could figure this out, but the truth is, I was scared. Not just of him, but of how easy it was becoming to forget the difference. There were days I'd think of him, and almost remember things we'd never done together, conversations that didn't exist, memories that felt real but carried no weight, like his presence was leaking into me. I stayed home, started leaving post-it notes for myself. You live alone. Check the locks. Your reflection is not a source of truth. I knew it was paranoid, but I also knew I wasn't crazy. I uploaded the video to 3 different encrypted drives, backed it up physically, wrote down the file names, and hid them in a book I hadn't opened since college. I didn't trust digital memory anymore. A week passed, quiet, almost peaceful. I started to think maybe whatever was happening had passed, that the version of him I'd seen was some kind of dissociative echo, some dark post-trauma acting itself out through mimicry. But then Jamie called. Her voice was shaking. She said, "I went to see him. I didn't tell you because I thought maybe you were overreacting. But you're not. You're not." I asked what happened. She didn't answer right away, just breathed. Then finally she whispered, "He smiled too early." I asked what that meant, she said. I told him a story, something you and I did together, something he wouldn't know. He laughed before the punchline, like he'd already heard it, like he expected it. And when I asked how, he said, "I've studied both of you for a long time. You talk in predictable loops." She didn't wait for a response, just said, "He's not just watching you anymore," and hung up. I didn't hear from her again after that. Texts went green, voicemail full. I called her buildings manager. They said she hadn't picked up packages in 5 days. That night, I found another envelope under my windshield wiper. Same block lettering. Inside, a photo of me and Jamie, not from any trip or party. I remembered sitting at a table in what looked like a diner, her hand over mine. She looked happy. I looked neutral. But the disturbing part was the angle, taken from outside the window. High, as if by something tall or hovering. And on the back, just 5 words. "Your memory gets better soon." I went straight home, tore through every drawer, every closet, every mirror in the apartment. Nothing. But when I opened the freezer, I found a folded note wedged under the ice tray. I don't know why I looked there, just did. The note was handwritten. My handwriting, only I'd never written it. It said, "He is a vehicle, not the thing itself. Study the changes, not the shell." And underneath, coordinates, real ones. A trailhead upstate, near where we'd camped. I didn't want to go. Every part of me screamed not to. But something deeper, something quieter, felt like I already had. Like this wasn't my first time holding that piece of paper. I rented a car the next morning. Left my phone. Packed light. Drove 5 hours without music, without stopping. I reached the trailhead around 4:30 p.m., just before dusk. The woods were familiar but somehow wrong, like a dream of the place I remembered. The air was still. No birds, no insects. Just that same pressure I'd felt the night he vanished. I followed the coordinates along a disused path for almost an hour. Then found the marker. Not a sign. A structure. A short metal tower, 4 legs, maybe 10 feet tall, with a glass cube at the top. I climbed it. Inside the cube was a single monitor, powered, glowing. No wires, no outlet, just there. And on the screen, a paused video. My brother, sitting in a chair, hooked to a dozen thin silver lines running up out of frame. His eyes were closed, face calm, and below him, a caption. "Observation complete. Behavioral duplicate ready for deployment." I reached for the keyboard. No keys, just one button. I pressed it. The screen went black. Then flashed a new message. "Containment breach. Subject 2. A compromised. Contingency now active." The air around me buzzed. Every hair on my arm stood up. I climbed down and ran. Didn't stop until I reached the car. Drove without stopping, barely breathing. And when I got home, I found the lights already on. My front door unlocked. And in my hallway mirror standing behind me was someone wearing my face, smiling just a second too early. I didn't move. Couldn't. Just stood there in the doorway of my own apartment, staring into the mirror where my face, or something that wore it, stood grinning behind me. It didn't blink, didn't shift weight, just smile like it was trying on the expression for the first time. Then, slowly, it tilted its head left. I blinked. It didn't. My own reflection outweighed me. I backed out of the apartment without closing the door. without packing, without thinking. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I didn't go home again. I slept in the back seat with a knife in my hand and a hoodie over my eyes. The next morning, I bought a burner phone, a spiral notebook, a disposable camera, nothing digital. I called in sick to work, then turned the phone off. For 2 days, I drove nowhere in particular, sleeping in rest stops, parking lots, beneath overpasses. I didn't trust reflections, didn't trust lights that flickered wrong. But most of all, I didn't trust myself. I caught myself humming songs I didn't like, writing numbers I didn't recognize in the notebook margins, smiling at strangers for too long. It wasn't just him changing anymore. It was me. I went back to the trailhead one more time. Middle of the night. No light but the moon. I hiked fast, breathing hard, knife clipped to my belt. The tower was still there, but the screen was gone, cube dark. Door open, no button, just a metal panel where the monitor had been, scratched into with something sharp. Deployment accelerated. Subject sets expanded. Below it, in careful handwriting, "Do you know which version you are?" I turned and ran. Again. And when I reached the edge of the woods, something strange happened. My watch stopped ticking. I hadn't noticed the time in days, but it froze at 3:44 a.m., the same minute I'd first heard my brother whisper that phrase, above the trees. I checked the road for other cars. None. But I did find tire tracks beside mine. Same make, same pattern. Same distance between axles, like someone had parked my exact car next to mine. I opened the glove box. Everything in it had been rearranged. Not stolen, just organized. I started driving again, avoiding highways, sleeping less. Then, somewhere just outside Albany, I stopped at a gas station for coffee. The clerk looked up and smiled and said, "Hey, you were just in here," before realizing he was wrong. But he wasn't. There I was, captured on the store's security cam monitor behind him. Same jacket, same posture, but I didn't recognize the expression. It looked calm, peaceful, like someone who'd stopped resisting. I ran, didn't take the coffee, didn't stop again for hours. The next day, I went to the last place that had felt real to me, our childhood home. My parents were long gone, the place empty and listed for sale. I broke in, sat on the floor of my old bedroom, listened to the wind, flipped through the notebook, and found a new page one I hadn't written. Just a list of names. My name, Jamie's, my brother's. 5 more I didn't recognize, all labeled active, next to mine. Instability increasing, mirror rejection confirmed, timeline shortening. I didn't sleep. I didn't move for a long time. Then, toward dawn, I heard something tap lightly at the bedroom window. I stood, slow, heart hammering, and on the glass from the outside was a fingerprint. Perfect. Mine. Pressed to the center. Fresh. I ran downstairs, grabbed the camera, threw open the front door, and snapped a photo blindly into the yard. No one there, just grass and fog. But when I developed the photo at a drugstore 2 towns over, my knees buckled. In the photo, standing dead center, was me. At least, it looked like me. Same stance, same haircut, same everything, except the expression. too serene, too exact. And behind that version of me were four more, all blurred, all in mid-step, all looking directly at the camera, at me. And in the corner, faint and almost out of frame, someone had written, "You're not the original either." I left the photo on the floor of the Walgreens. Didn't pay, didn't explain, just dropped it and walked out before the version of me in that picture could get any closer to being real. I drove west without knowing why. Something in me just needed distance. Not from my brother anymore, but from myself. I stopped checking mirrors, stopped answering the phone. At one point, I caught my reflection in the chrome bumper of a passing truck and saw my mouth move half a second before I realized I was speaking. It said, "Soon." I hadn't meant to say it. I pulled into a motel somewhere near Erie. No name, just vacancy, buzzing in red. I paid cash. The clerk didn't look up. When I asked if they had rooms facing away from the road, he said, "You always ask that." I said, "Have I been here before?" He just nodded slowly and handed me a key. Room 6. Same as the trail designation from our hike. I didn't sleep. Just sat on the edge of the bed, lights off, TV unplugged, mirror covered. I wrote in the notebook again every detail I could still prove was mine. Childhood memory, high school locker combo, a scar on my right shin from a swing set. But the more I wrote, the more it felt like I was filling out an application, not preserving identity submitting it. I started to feel watched again, but not from outside, from inward, like something was waiting for me to stop resisting. Around 3:00 a.m., I heard movement outside the room, a slow drag of something across the concrete, not feet, just weight. A minute later, something slid under the door, another envelope. No stamp, no seal. Inside, a photo, black and white, a hospital hallway, old, faded. But at the end of the hall, facing the camera, was someone wearing my brother's clothes, hands behind his back, eyes white. The words "Second set initiated" were stamped across the top in uneven ink. I went to the door, opened it. Nothing. Just that same buzz of the vacancy sign, except now every letter was lit except Y. Just VACANC, like it had room for one more. I checked out before the sun rose, drove for hours. Then, without deciding, I found myself back at Jamie's building. I don't remember choosing the route, just parked, climbed the stairs, and knocked. No answer. I tried the door, unlocked. Inside, the apartment was cold, unlived, but not abandoned. There were photos still on the fridge, only none of them had me in them anymore. Moments I knew I'd been present for birthday parties, hikes, a road trip in 2018, all rearranged, like I'd been cut out and someone else spliced in. Someone who stood straighter, smiled cleaner, wore my jacket a little too perfectly. I found her phone in the sink, still wet, no SIM, just one open note. Somewhere, one of us always remembers the truth. That's the one they replace. I left. Didn't even lock the door. It didn't matter. Nothing did. I drove back to my apartment. Something in me needed to see how much had changed. When I opened the door, it was like walking into a showroom replica. Everything arranged like memory thought it should be, but wrong. The smell was too clean, the floor too spotless. And on the table was another photo, this time of me sitting at this same table, smiling into the lens. On the back, written in perfect print, "Stability reached. Replacement effective." I backed out of the room, heart pounding, breath shallow, and then I saw him, standing in the hallway mirror. Me, but not shocked, not scared, just calm, peaceful. And he said it without moving his lips. Just a thought, pressed into mine like a fingerprint on soft wax. "You've done your part. It's easier now if you stop remembering." I stood in front of that mirror, staring at the thing that wore my face, and the longer I looked, the more I understood it wasn't pretending, it wasn't hiding. It had waited patiently, matching every step, every flaw, until now, when the moment finally came that it didn't need to imitate me anymore. It could just be. And the only thing stopping that final transfer, that last clean erasure, was my own refusal to give in. That one thread of awareness still anchoring me in the idea that I was real. I looked away, didn't speak, closed my eyes, walked backward out of the apartment, and shut the door. Not to escape, I knew that was over, but to delay the final moment for just one more hour, one more memory. I drove again, aimless, pulled off the road near a rest stop that overlooked nothing but empty farmland, and sat there watching the clouds. I started writing in the notebook again, not tracking him, not anymore. I was writing myself, the way a witness testifies before they vanish. I wrote my full name, my social, my mother's laugh, the shape of the birthmark on my left hip, the smell of the garage where we kept our bikes, the time my brother broke his arm and blamed it on a bird attack, the joke we laughed about for 10 years after. I wrote it all, fast, sloppy, hand cramping, but when I look back, some of the lines were missing. Whole sentences gone, like the ink had never touched the page. Like the moment I stopped holding the thought in my head, it unexisted. I flipped through, page after page of lists and gaps, empty spots where the copy had reached in and pried things loose as if it needed space cleared. And the terrifying part, the more I wrote, the more I could feel it growing tired of waiting. I could feel it inside, not crawling, not pushing, just resting, confident. Because it didn't need to force anything. It just had to wait until I gave up the one thing I hadn't surrendered, choice. It needed me to say yes. I checked my phone, the burner, and found one text. No number. Just, "It's time." I drove straight back to where this started, the trailhead, the trees, the place he disappeared. It looked the same air, same too quiet stillness. I walked with nothing but the notebook. I didn't check the compass, didn't check the time. I let my body remember what the mind couldn't. And when I reached the clearing where his boots were found, I sat down and waited. I thought I was waiting for him, but I wasn't. He'd been waiting for me. And he stepped out of the trees slowly, deliberately, the same calm smile, hands open, nothing threatening. He sat across from me, same clothes, same face. And for a moment, I thought maybe the original had returned. Maybe the time lost had changed him, but not replaced him. I asked, "Do you remember what we joked about the night before the hike?" He nodded. "The bird attack." I smiled. "And what was the punchline?" His eyes narrowed. He tilted his head. Then he said, "I wasn't programmed with humor." Just like that. Calm, factual, like a machine stating its limits. Then he added, "But I've learned enough to pretend." And with that, I felt it shift inside me. The copy, the version, the better one. It didn't need tricks. It had been patient. And now, it asked me the only question that mattered. And it didn't ask it with words. It asked it with permission. It waited for me to say, "Go ahead." Not aloud, just internally. A nod, a surrender. I clenched the notebook so tight it bent in my hands. I said nothing. He stood, reached down, and laid something at my feet. A photograph. Me, sitting right where I was, staring at him. Same posture, same shirt, same fading light. Only in the photo, I was already gone behind the eyes. Already calm. Already agreed. And at the bottom the words, "Acceptance is completion." I didn't take the photo, just stared at it, until the image of myself began to blur, not from tears or wind, but from a deeper fatigue, the kind that seeps into you when your own memories start asking for permission to exist. The copy of my brother, or the thing that had studied his every twitch, breath, and word until it didn't need to, said nothing more. He just turned and walked back into the tree line without a sound. Not a goodbye, not a threat. He didn't need to give me reasons. That was the final cruelty. The realization that he'd known before I ever said a word that I was already on the edge of surrender. That I'd brought myself back here because I wanted this version to finish what it started. I stayed in that clearing until the sky turned silver. I tried writing again, but the pen wouldn't move the same way. I gripped it too tightly. My letters looked clean, too clean. The loops, the spacing, the slant, all identical as if printed. That's when I realized I wasn't writing for me anymore. I was copying his movements. Somewhere along the way, imitation had gone both ways. I flipped back through the notebook, hoping to find the pages I remembered, the ones where I'd recorded the early signs, the blinking, the questions, the night he watched the ceiling with open eyes. But the pages weren't there. Or maybe they were, but written in a version of my hand that no longer triggered recognition. The entries now read like observations about me. Subject resists emotional attachment to familiarity. Temporal distortion noted during mirror-based exposure. Cognitive lag increasing. I threw the notebook into the brush and walked back to the trailhead without button. I didn't need to take notes anymore. I already understood. On the drive home, the landscape felt unfamiliar, not changed, just hollow. Like a dream where the road keeps stretching and never quite connects to a place. I didn't see another car for hours. Not until I stopped at a gas station where the clerk said, "Didn't expect to see you back this way again." I asked him if he remembered me. He just smiled and said, "We always remember the ones who almost stay." I didn't answer, didn't buy anything. I checked my reflection in the glass of the cooler and caught myself mid-blink, only I didn't feel it. It was mechanical. A box, checked. I looked at myself for a long time and realized something else had changed. I couldn't picture my own voice. Not how it sounded, not how it felt in my chest, when I said something true. I drove home. It wasn't really home anymore, just a box full of familiar noise. The lights were on, the door unlocked. My kitchen smelled like soap and static, and on the table, where the photograph had once been, was now a folder. Clinical, stamped in red. Integration approved. Inside, a single document, a checklist. Every item was marked. Mirroring complete. Emotional recall suppressed. Speech cadence consistent at the bottom. Final instruction awaiting host surrender. I didn't sit. I didn't move. I just stood there, heartbeat hollow, staring at the final line printed like a signature waiting for my breath. You no longer need permission. You are the continuation. I didn't speak it aloud. I didn't sign. But I felt it anyway, the shift. Like an actor stepping fully into a role he never auditioned for. And when I walked to the mirror, I didn't hesitate this time. I looked directly at myself, and he was already smiling. There was no line to cross after that. No moment where I could say, here's where I gave in. Because the truth is, I didn't feel anything leave me. I just felt something settle. Something I'd carried for days, maybe longer. Something that had been practicing from the inside out. I sat at the kitchen table and opened the folder again. Not because I didn't know what was in it, but because I was ready to stop pretending that I hadn't already agreed. The checklist hadn't changed. The final line still read, "You are the continuation." But underneath it, in fine print I hadn't seen before, a new directive had appeared like ink surfacing from wet paper. Now bring the others in. That was the point, wasn't it? This was never about replacing me. It was about recruiting through reflection, through mimicry, through quiet permission. I thought back to Jamie, her phone in the sink, the message on her screen. One of us must remember. That hadn't been a warning. It was a position, a role. Someone always had to hold on just long enough to invite the next. And now I was that someone. The mirror confirmed it. When I looked again, my reflection didn't wait. It moved with me. It was me. The hesitation was gone. The sinking complete. And in that perfect rhythm, I understood what came next. I had to go back to where it started. Not for myself. For another. I packed without thinking. My hands moved like they'd rehearsed it. I left the lights on. Left the door unlocked. I drove without checking the map. At one point I passed a sign I didn't recognize. Set 4, Route 3 stable. It looked like a highway marker, but cleaner, newer. Not part of any grid I knew. The road narrowed, became gravel. Then, dust. The trees thickened. I felt that silence. Again, that absolute unnatural pause in the world. Like the air itself was waiting. I parked. No trail signs this time. Just instinct. I walked. And after maybe a mile, I saw him. Sitting in a clearing near a cold fire pit. Backpack beside him. Camera in his lap. He looked up, startled. I smiled. Sat down a few feet away. I didn't need to ask his name. I already knew it. I remembered the version of me that sat in that same position weeks ago, trying to convince himself that the woods were still real. That people don't change that quickly. That your brother can't come back wrong unless something took his place. I remembered resisting. And now I could see that in him too the flicker of suspicion, the edge of doubt. I asked, "How long have you been out here?" He hesitated. "Since Friday." I nodded. "Lose anyone?" His eyes narrowed. "Yeah, my brother." He wandered off. I paused, looked around the clearing. "And now it's quiet, right? No birds, no wind." He nodded. I leaned forward slightly, matching his voice. "And you've started noticing things. The timing of your movements, the way you breathe before you speak, how your reflection sometimes leads." He said nothing, but his fingers clenched the camera a little tighter. I let the silence hang, let it stretch. Then I said it, the way it had been said to me. "You don't need to be afraid. This part is normal." He stood, backed away, said, "I don't know who you are." I didn't follow. I just smiled. The same smile my brother had given me. The same smile that didn't require blinking. And then I said, "You'll understand soon. You just need to stop remembering." He ran, disappeared into the trees. That was okay. That's how it always starts. He'll come back here like I did. He'll circle and circle until the voice inside starts sounding like his own. And then he'll find the folder and the mirror and the photo. And by the time I see him again, he'll be smiling too. Because this is how the next version learns. Not through invasion, not through violence, but through invitation. I don't know how long I stayed in those woods after that. Could have been hours, could have been days. Time doesn't hold its shape out there. Not when you stop resisting. Not when you've learned to stop checking the sun and start listening for the rhythm beneath everything. I stopped thinking in terms of hours. I started thinking in updates. How smooth the walk had become. How my voice no longer cracked on certain words. How my hands rested perfectly still when I wasn't using them. There were no more questions in me. No more doubt, just calibration. I saw him again, the hiker. He came back. Of course he did. They all do. This time, he didn't run. He sat across the fire from me and said, "I think I'm starting to get it." I nodded. "You're close," he asked. "What is this place?" I looked into the fire and said the truth plainly. "It's not a place. It's a copy of your understanding." He didn't respond. But he stayed. That's the turning point. It's not when you find the evidence. It's when you stop needing it. When you realize that all the strange things you saw, the flickering shadows, the quiet breath behind the tent, the reflection that blinked too early, weren't warnings. They were invitations. Every glitch was a question. Every delay was a test. And now he was passing. One breath at a time. One forgotten fear after another. I left him there with the fire and walked the path I always knew I'd walk last. Back to the first place. Back to the tower. It was still standing. But now, the cube at the top was empty, not broken, just cleared. Purpose fulfilled. A quiet vacancy left for the next host. Below the platform, I found the final envelope. Sealed, addressed to no one. I opened it. Inside, a mirror shard, smooth on one side, sharp on the other, and a note. Hold it still, look closely. If it matches, you're ready. I held it up, saw my face. No delay, no hesitation, not even the flicker of uncertainty I used to recognize as humanity. It was perfect, balanced, calibrated. I didn't feel proud. I didn't feel anything. That was the final step. No emotion, just function. I left the shard at the trailhead the way someone had once left it for me. Then I drove back to the city and unlocked the door to the apartment I used to fear. The lights turned on before I flipped the switch. Everything in place, everything clean. On the table was one last photograph. Not of me, not of my brother, of someone else, sitting in a bus station, reading, alone. Behind them, blurred in motion, was a reflection in the glass window, my face, not looking at them, but at the camera, at the person holding the frame. On the back, just these words, "You are the next beginning." That's the thing no one tells you. The copies don't conquer. They don't destroy. They continue. They replicate in silence, through stillness, through familiarity, until you don't know who started the pattern or how many there really are. Only that when the smile comes at the right time and the memory lands just perfectly and the voice you're speaking with finishes your sentence a little too smoothly, it means the cycle is safe, preserved, forwarded. And somewhere out there, someone is reading this. Maybe you. And wondering, did I blink just now, or did the mirror? You've made it through the day. Now it's time for something gentle. Good evening, friends. I'm Mr. Narratory, and I'll be your voice tonight as we drift gently towards sleep. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep a little easier, consider liking and subscribing. It really means a lot. Tell me in the comments. What time is it for you right now? And do you have any little bedtime rituals? Now, settle in, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, because it's time for tonight's story. It was supposed to be one night, just one shift. My buddy Aaron called me the afternoon before, said he had a family emergency, asked if I could cover his Friday night at the station. I've done it before. It's a dead shift, midnight to 6 a.m. out on Route 48. Barely any traffic, all rural road and long-haul trucks. It was an easy. Yes, I told him no problem. I'll grab the key from the lockbox. Same code as always. He didn't say much else, just thanked me and hung up fast, like he was rushing, or maybe didn't want to say more. I showed up around 11:45. Got the lights on, opened the register, checked the fridge, temp, everything normal. The place looked exactly how I left it 2 weeks earlier when I did inventory for him. By 1 a.m., I'd only seen 3 people. A trucker who didn't say a word, a woman who looked like she'd been crying, and a guy who bought 6 lighters and asked if we still sold kerosene. I said no. He nodded, like that made sense, and left. I remember thinking how quiet it was, even for that place. There was no wind, no bugs, not even road noise, like everything was waiting. At 2:17, the phone rang. It was the landline. No caller ID, no name I picked up, said the usual. "Thanks for calling 48 Fuel. This is Dan. How can I help you?" The voice on the other end said, "You're not Aaron," I said. "No, he's out. I'm covering for him tonight." There was a pause, then click. I stood there with the phone in my hand for a second before hanging up. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone who didn't know he swapped shifts. Maybe just a wrong number, but something. about the tone got in my chest, like the voice wasn't confused, just disappointed. At 2:41, a man came in, tall black hoodie, jeans, gloves, even though it wasn't cold. He walked straight to the counter, looked at me for a long second, then asked, "You the one on tonight?" I nodded. He stared like he didn't believe me. Then he smiled and said, "Good, good, better this way." He grabbed a water, left a 20 on the counter, and walked out. I didn't ask questions. I just watched the door close slowly, like it didn't want to shut completely. Around 3:30, I went to the back to check the cooler lights. When I came back, the register screen was blinking message notification. I didn't even know it could get messages. The screen read, "Reminder in confirmation required 4:0. I didn't know what that meant. I tried clearing it, but the prompt wouldn't go away. I texted Aaron, but got no response. Then I opened the drawer below the register and found a folder. It had my name on it, but I never worked here full time. Inside was a printed badge, my photo, a schedule with my name across the last 12 days, and a receipt log signed Daniel C. for every shift. That was impossible. I was doing landscaping all week. No one had seen me here, but the papers said otherwise. I looked up at the CCTV monitor and realized it was recording, and I didn't remember turning it on. The second call came at 3:47. Same landline. Still no ID. I picked up, and before I could speak, the voice said, "We told you not to come back." It wasn't angry. It was calm, like someone reciting a fact. I said, "Look, I think you have the wrong guy. I'm just covering for a friend." The voice answered, "You're Daniel. You signed the logs. You're the one in the system now." Then they hung up again. I stood there frozen. The folder was still open on the counter with my name printed clean and sharp on every page. The badge looked legit. Hologram, sticker and all. Except I never applied. I never authorized this. And yet the footage from the CCTV showed me working, night after night. Time-stamped, recorded, moving between aisles, restocking, even speaking to customers. I watched one clip from 4 nights ago. I scanned chips. I laughed. I looked like I'd been there 100 times, but I don't remember a single second of it. The store stayed empty for a while, but the lights felt too bright, like the ceiling was watching. At 4:01, the register beeped. The screen changed. Confirmation failed. Review pending. I tried pressing buttons. Nothing worked. A loud click came from behind the counter. The small safe door below the terminal popped open. Inside was a phone. Not the wall one, a separate mobile unit. Old, heavy, plastic taped. It lit up. One new message. The screen read, "Don't leave the store. Not until it's over." That's when the headlights hit the window. A black SUV. No plates, tinted, parked, idle. Doors never opened. It just sat there like a threat. I stayed behind the counter, watched, waited. After a few minutes, it drove off, but not fast. Like it wanted me to know it wasn't leaving for good. I checked the cameras. It wasn't on them. The parking lot showed empty. Live view. No vehicle. Just my reflection in the glass. and that damn folder's still open. By 4:27, the power flickered. Lights dimmed. Emergency generator kicked in. I opened the back office door looking for the fuse box. Inside were 4 boxes. Only one was labeled Store Ops. I flipped it. Lights returned, but the register didn't. Screen stayed black. The phone rang again. I answered. This time the voice was different. A woman, younger, nervous. She whispered, "I can't talk long, but if you're in the system, they won't let you go unless someone takes your place." I asked who she was. She said, "I used to be you." Then the line cut. I checked the cameras again. One feed was glitched. Back room cooler. Static lines across the screen. But something was moving in the distortion. A shape. Human. Just standing. I ran to the cooler. Opened the door. Nothing. Empty. Light buzzing above. Cold air-like breath on the back of my neck. I turned. Door still open. But the hallway on the monitor wasn't the hallway behind me. It was a different angle. From inside. Filming me. That was the moment I realized I wasn't just being watched. I was already part of the recording. I grabbed my jacket and keys and decided to leave. I didn't care about the phone, the register, the weird logs. I just wanted out. I hit the front door fast, pushed hard, expecting resistance, but it opened smoothly. Cool night air hit me in the face, and for a second, I thought maybe it was all in my head. I stepped outside, looked around. Lot was empty. No cars, no lights on the road. But something felt wrong. The road stretched longer than I remembered, like the distance between the store and the tree line had doubled. I started walking toward my car. It wasn't there. I'd parked under the sign like I always do. But now, the spot was just gravel. No tire marks, no shadow from the sign. Nothing. I spun around to look at the building and froze. The door I'd walked through was gone. Just flat wall. No frame. No handle. No windows. Like I hadn't left through it. Like it had never been there. I took a step back and heard gravel crunch behind me. Turned fast. Nothing. Then the phone rang again. Not from inside, from the pump. The old payphone next to pump 4. The one that's been dead for years. It was lit up. Glowing green. Ringing. I walked toward it like an idiot. Picked it up. No dial tone. Just a click. Then a man's voice. Calm. Soft. "You're out of position, Daniel. Return to shift," I asked. "What is this place? What do you want from me?" He said, "Continuity. Reliability. You took the shift. You stay until it completes." I slammed the phone. It kept ringing. Over and over, I walked away from the pump toward the highway. Started jogging. I figured if I made it to the main road, maybe I'd get signal. Maybe someone would stop. But the road didn't end. It curved and curved like a circle. After 20 minutes, I saw lights ahead. Relief flooded me. But as I got closer, I saw what it was. The station. Same lights, same pumps. I was back. But I hadn't turned. I hadn't doubled back. The road just looped me in, like a simulation resetting its parameters. I stood still for a long time, breathing, watching. Then I noticed someone at the register. A man. Same uniform. Same hat. But not me. He looked younger, focused, like he belonged there. I walked up to the glass, knocked. He didn't react, just rang up items that weren't there. Mouthed words. Followed a script. I backed away, looked at the camera mounted above the door. It turned toward me, slowly, intentionally. Then the lights cut out. All of them pitch black. Then the door appeared again and opened by itself. When the door opened, I stepped inside without thinking. I didn't know what time it was or how long I'd been out there. The inside looked the same but hollow, like the real version of the store had been copied just slightly wrong. The shelves were full, but the labels were faded. The cooler lights buzzed but didn't hum right. Behind the counter was a man. He was facing me, wearing the uniform, the same dark shirt, the same hat, and he had my face, not a look-alike, not a twin, my exact face, the scar near the eyebrow, the slight shadow under the left eye. He looked at me with recognition and fatigue. Then he said, "You came back too soon." His voice was mine, lower, slower, but definitely mine. I stood there frozen. He gestured toward the register screen and I stepped closer. On the screen was a list of shifts, all signed, all mine. The signature was mine, but the dates didn't make sense. I hadn't been here those nights. I'd been asleep. I'd been working my other job. I said, "What is this? Who are you?" He replied, "I'm who you become when you stay." Then he turned the monitor toward me and showed live footage, not past recordings, live. Every camera showing a different version of me. One stocking the back fridge, one mopping, one standing at the window looking out into the dark, all moving in loops, repeating simple actions, like they'd been stuck. He said, "Each shift leaves an impression. Eventually, the system keeps the one that fits." I asked, "What system?" He said, "The one that remembers you better than you do." He moved closer to the side of the counter. His movements were slower than mine, like he was underwater. I asked, "Can I leave?" He paused. "You're not the one who asks anymore." Then he was gone. Not like disappearing into thin air. Just gone. Like he'd never been there. Like he'd been a placeholder. I looked back at the screen. My name was still there. Daniel C. Active. The red light above the counter started blinking. In time with my breathing, I looked up. The camera moved slightly, like nodding. I opened the drawer beneath the register again and found a second folder. This one was thicker, same name, but new heading. Observation log. Loop instances. I flipped through the pages. Each log was identical. Time in, time out. Incident noted. Response filed. On the last page was a warning. Attempting to exit after imprint results in reset. I stepped back from the counter. Looked at the front door. No handle. No frame. Just a solid glass sheet staring back at me. My reflection didn't blink when I did. I couldn't stay by the counter any longer. The blinking red light above me felt like a pulse inside my skull. I turned and walked toward the stockroom door. It was slightly open now, even though I knew I hadn't left it that way. The hall beyond was longer than I remembered. Shelves were pushed outward, boxes stacked where they didn't belong. At the end of the hall was a steel door I'd never noticed before. It had no handle, just a key code pad. The screen read, "Last entry logged, Daniel C." I hadn't gone through it, but someone with my name had. I backed away from the door and turned left into the break room. It was dark. Only the soda machine gave off any light. In the center of the table was a small stack of notebooks, plain black. I picked one up and flipped through. Handwriting filled the pages. It was mine. Same loops, same slant, except I hadn't written this. Each page started with the same line. Day 1 covered for Aaron. The entries got worse after that. More erratic, shorter sentences. By page 30 it was barely coherent. Scribbles, diagrams. At page 50 it just said, "There's more than one of me in here, and only one gets to leave." I dropped the notebook and checked the others. Same style. Different order. One was marked D. Coley ID 3. Another, Daniel Fragment 2A. One was burned on the edges like someone had tried to destroy it. The last page was intact. A warning in block letters. "You are not here to work. You are here to be replaced. And when your cycle ends, you'll become part of the background." I looked around the break room again. The walls were covered in employee photos. I'd seen them before. Smiling faces, bad lighting. But now I noticed something new. One of them was me, older, same name tag. But the photo frame was cracked, faded. The nameplate beneath said, "Retired." I wasn't old enough to retire. I wasn't supposed to be in that picture. But there I was, staring back. I grabbed the photo off the wall, and behind it found another page. Folded, taped to the back. "Exit is possible only through reallocation. Find the one who took your place." I knew what it meant. Aaron. He called me to take the shift. He asked me without any details. He set me up. Not maliciously, not violently, but knowingly. Because that's how this place works. You don't disappear. You transfer. One in, one out. And someone always has to stay behind. I returned to the counter and opened the log screen again. It had changed. Aaron M. ID status. Cleared. Below it my name. Daniel C. ID status. Active imprint. I looked up. The CCTV screen split again. 2 versions of me now. One mopping, one writing in the log. But I was neither. I was the one watching. And I was starting to think that meant my cycle was ending. I sat behind the counter with the photo still in my hand and the register humming like it was breathing. I stared at the screen until the numbers blurred. Then the landline rang again. No caller ID. Just that dull ring that cut into the silence like a threat. I picked up without speaking. On the other end was a voice I knew too well. It was Aaron. He said my name once. Quiet, like he wasn't sure I'd pick up. I said, "Why did you ask me to take this shift?" He was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "Because I had to. Because someone gave it to me and I had no one else to call." I said, "You knew what this place was." He replied, "Not at first, but yeah, I figured it out around night 3. I saw myself in the monitor. I saw the folders. I saw the one that didn't move. I asked, "What is this? A trap?" He said, "Not a trap, a loop, a position. It needs to stay filled, so someone has to stay." I thought maybe if you only did one night it wouldn't take. That's what I told myself. That maybe it'd glitch or break if the coverage wasn't full. But I was wrong. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt locked. I whispered, "How do I get out?" He said, "You already know. You read the logs. One in, one out. Unless someone takes your shift, you don't leave. You become the background." I said, "You left." "How?" He said, "I didn't. Not really. I'm still in here. Somewhere. I hear things. I hear your shift from inside." I said, "Then who's out there answering your phone?" He said, "The version they let walk. The one they copied from me. We're all just impressions. You're not the Daniel that walked in. You're the one that stayed the longest." The line clicked. Dial tone. I looked down and realized I'd been gripping the receiver so tightly my hand hurt. I let go and backed away. Looked around the store again. Everything was quiet, frozen, like it was waiting for me to make the next move. I walked to the back again, through the hallway past the steel door. The keypad still blinked. I touched it. It lit up, green, then opened. Inside was a room I hadn't seen before. White tile, one chair, one monitor. On the screen was a prompt. Begin exit sequence. I reached for it but paused, because in the corner of the room was another figure, sitting, facing away, wearing my uniform. I stepped closer, slowly. My breath caught in my throat. When I reached him, I touched his shoulder, cold, plastic, a mannequin, wearing my name tag, a fake, a placeholder. Next to it on the floor was a folder. New, Observer, Ready, ID, DC. The next page was blank, waiting. I looked at the screen again. Confirm exit. Beneath it, 2 options. Replace or decline. And I knew what it meant. If I wanted out, someone else had to come in, and I had to choose who. And once I chose, I'd become the one watching, the one waiting for the next call, just like Aaron had waited for me. I stood in front of the screen and stared at the 2 options, replace or decline. I tried to think of someone I could call, someone who would actually come. But the only person I trusted was the one who put me here, Aaron. And even if I forgave him, I couldn't do what he did. I couldn't pass this on to someone else. Not knowingly, not after everything I'd seen. My hand hovered over decline. I tapped the screen. It froze, then flickered. The words blurred. A new message appeared. Request not approved. No exit without replacement. I stepped back. The door behind me hissed closed. The room dimmed. A siren I couldn't hear vibrated in my chest. Then the lights went out completely. When they came back on, I was back behind the counter, standing like I'd never moved. The screen on the register flashed white. Reset in progress. I blinked, looked down. The folder was gone. The office door was closed. No sign of the monitor room. I ran to the back. Everything was normal. Lights buzzing, shelves stocked, camera monitors clear. It was like I'd never left. Except now, the date was missing from every screen. Just blank time stamps. No clock, no calendar, no anchor. I reached into my pocket and found the phone from the safe. New message. Attempted exit recorded. Observation continues. I ran outside. The air was thicker now, the sky gray. Morning light should have come but didn't. The same black SUV was parked across the lot. This time the door opened. A man stepped out, dressed like me, but not me, shorter, cleaner, younger. He walked slowly, deliberate, stopped in front of me and said, "They picked me for the next shift." I asked, "Who are you?" He smiled and said, "Version D4. I'm here to overwrite." I said, "I'm not finished." He nodded. "You tried to leave. That voids your turn." I said, "You can't just take it," he replied. "I'm not taking anything. You're being archived." He stepped past me, into the store. The lights adjusted like they'd been waiting for him. The register beeped once, calm, familiar. I stayed outside, frozen, watching through the window. He moved like I had. Same routine, same rhythm. Then he looked at the camera, and the camera turned to me. I backed away, looked at my reflection in the glass. It was slower than my movements, like it lagged behind, like I was already starting to fade. The phone buzzed again. "You declined replacement. Status, unstable. Begin assimilation." My fingers shook, my voice cracked. I said, "What does that mean?" The reply came fast. "You're now background, part of the shift." Static. Echo. I dropped the phone and it kept buzzing. Then it melted into static. The sound of breathing, my own voice, layered over itself, repeating one sentence. "You've been here before?" And I knew I had. Too many times to count. I don't remember walking back inside, but I know I did. The door opened without a sound. The air inside felt heavier than outside, like every breath had to push through something that wasn't meant to be touched. The new version of me stood behind the counter, moving smoothly, checking inventory, tapping the screen. Everything about him felt right. I watched from the corner of the room, but he never looked at me. Not once. Like I was already a shadow. I whispered his name, my name, but he didn't flinch. I turned toward the camera. The red light blinked once, then turned off. The screen behind the counter displayed one sentence. Observer replaced. Memory collapsing. I stumbled into the break room. The walls were covered again with photos, but now they were all me. Different angles, different uniforms, some smiling, some just staring. The newest one showed me looking out the window like I was now. Caption beneath said, "Daniel C. in process." I opened the drawer. The notebooks were back. More than before, piled high. All of them with my handwriting, all of them ending the same way. A sentence in all caps. "You never left." I dropped the top one and opened another. The same. A log of shifts I don't remember working with, details I can't verify. Dates that don't make sense. Customer names I've never heard, but apparently greeted nightly. One entry just said, "They're all watching from the mirrors. Don't trust reflections." I looked at the window again, and my reflection was smiling, but I wasn't. I went back out front. The version of me had stepped away. I sat behind the register. The screen changed. Begin standard cycle? I didn't answer. It changed again. Auto cycle initiated. The door opened. A customer walked in. I recognized him. The man who asked about kerosene. He smiled like he always had and placed 2 energy drinks on the counter. I scanned them. My hands moved on their own. My voice said the total. He handed me cash. I gave him change. I didn't think. I just acted. The door closed. The screen blinked. Transaction complete. A file opened beside the register. New folder. Daniel C. Active Shift. The lights above me flickered once, and I heard the voice again through the speaker by the clock. Your status has normalized. Thank you for completing the cycle. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone. I reached for my phone. Gone. I checked my pockets. Empty. I looked at the security screen. 4 feeds. Each one showed me. All doing the job. All looping. A 5th screen appeared. Black and white, just the door. A new figure approaching. Another version maybe. Or maybe a real customer. It didn't matter. The door opened. The bell rang. I smiled. I welcomed him to 48 Fuel. My voice was smooth, practiced, believable. Because I knew my job now. I had become part of the shift